It's what a time to dissect some of the stuff that you've been dissecting. I heard you talk about everything from parallels in politics to '80s movies and some very interesting archetypal stuff. I mean, there's so much information out there now, and I feel like I want to spend a little bit more time putting the pieces together, like people like yourselves do. Taking this and this and sort of attaching them in a occult and a chemical way.
Yeah, well, I mean, I think you have to now because, I mean, particularly if you've been in this for a while and you've been researching for a while, and you're starting to see and get all of this new information, and the amount of new information is growing exponentially. And if you continue to kind of at least I've found this, if you continue to just like stay on that wave of like what's new and this and that, you're just kind of swept away with it. But when you kind of step off every once in a while, and then you look at all of the things that you have just taken into your mind. I mean, go back 2 generations ago, like the people, us who are alive right now, who are being inundated with a greater degree of information than there ever has been. And which is, it's got two sides to it. So if we can step off that train, particularly those of us who are intrigued by information and intrigued by observation, when you start to put those pieces together, you know, there's some really, really interesting correlations, and this whole other picture comes into play.
Yeah, it's different for us because we're talking to all these interesting people like you and that are researching and digging into some of these things, and we kind of, you know, I'm interested in a lot of different things, but we get stuck hitting the surface of a lot of stuff and not being able to put too many pieces together ourselves. But it sure is a interesting time to like once you talk about this stuff for a few years, like we've been doing this for 5.5 years now, and of course I've been interested in podcasts for 5, 6, 7 years before that. Like things will just never be the same for me. Like I can't now close my eyes to what the more I talk to people like yourself and realize that there's some there's some crazy shit going out there, and it's not like what we were taught, and it's not like what we seem. It's not like what it is on the TV. Like there's some deep connections going on, and I don't know what to believe anymore.
Well, yeah, yeah. I mean, that's it. It's when you. I want to focus this just like on MK Ultra because I think it's a good example because the whole world's been MK Ultra. Because as soon as you begin to read and like actually research, like MK Ultra exists, and you can see how it affects so much of culture, and maybe even like the places that have been identified as like testing facilities. I don't know, but you can't help but start thinking like, huh, am I being MK Ultra?
Yeah.
And all of a sudden, that idea is in your mind and in your experience, and you've not had that before, and so you can't unhear it. And so that's part of this dance. Also, is like there. Did you ever see that video? I think it was called Pet Goat 2.
No, I didn't.
And oh, you so this came out like this is like 2009, and it's this really, really trippy sort of like 3-minute video, um, kind of following through the world post 9/11 to this is probably before 2012. It was in that time frame. But what it does so interestingly is it creates this like worldwide initiation, like of like all of these of the events that are shared, these cultural events, and it's done with this really kind of like melancholic, creepy, but like hypnotic music, and you just watch it. But when you think about it, all of us who are alive, who are part of this, this Western culture, and I would say that's the majority of this globalism culture right now, we've been brought through this experience, and we're learning things, and we're seeing things, and experiencing things, even things which may or may not have happened, but we're being brought somewhere. Whether you want to look at that psychologically, or you want to look at that like, no, we're being brought into this new techno sort of blend world. I don't know, but we're most definitely being brought down this almost like it's this slow dance.
Yeah.
And that's part of like seeing these puzzle pieces, is you're recognizing that.
Yeah.
And you're kind of, you're waking up to this dream.
Yeah. Yeah, I wanted to start the conversation off something like this because you've got a lot of research on your website, and people can go there to see what you've researched on Susquehanna alchemy and the river that you live on and all those correlations that you've made there. And just in case we don't get to that, but I've heard enough of your shows to know that you're always looking at something. So I was like, we could start this off by some of the newer stuff or some of the newer things you're thinking of and looking at, and then we can, if we have time in the end, we can dive back into stuff that people can go to your website out and check out anyways.
Well, definitely. And thank you for that open window. So but I do want to touch first as the concept of what I call the Susquehanna mystery. And basically what it was is seeing all of these connections upon this river, which happens to be, if not the oldest, one of like top 5, one of the oldest rivers on the planet. And it's where globalism began and the information age began, and all of this like magical and mystical organizations are tied to it. And it's so much detail. You're like, yeah, this is beyond coincidence. But that brought me somewhere else. Like at first, like, the data, the rational mind stuff is like, wow, this is crazy. Look at all these alignments. But then you step back and you're like, well, wait a minute. What does this mean? Like, why would this be effective? What is the nature of the environment that we are living in? This thing we call Earth. We just take for granted that we're here without, no one's given us any sort of explanation and of what here is or where it is or any of the rules. And certainly we know some stuff, but what don't we know? And so it's from that sort of perspective that, like, all right, maybe the rules are a little bit different, and maybe the environment is different than what we have been shaped and led to believe. And at first, I was looking at it very much as it relates to like being a human being and relating to the environment. Like, what is the environment? Why does it really have an impact, a noticeable impact, when you talk to your plants? Like, talk to your plants for 2 weeks and you will see your plants grow. Why would they do this on the river? Why the oldest river? And then I switched it up, or I spent some time there. And then recently I've been really interested as it relates to just what it is to be human. What is being human? Like, we've got this thinking mechanism, we've got this mind, and we know that there's a word which we call like conscious and subconscious to describe it. And there was once upon a time, like, people had the same sort of vehicle, the same sort of mechanism. They had this body and this brain, and they didn't have these words. So they thought differently of whatever their thinking mechanism is. But we recognize that there's a part of this thinking mechanism that we have no idea what's going on. And we also know that this part of this thinking mechanism, the subconscious, can be communicated and manipulated particularly by someone who knows what they're doing, at their will. And so, like, well, why is that? And what does that mean? Why is that the nature of being human? And what does that mean? And what else don't we know about being human?
How long ago was that? How long ago did you move there and start this?
I don't know if it's just me, but time has gotten really strange.
Oh yeah, but I mean, you're talking over a decade or like
6
years?
months. Things happen so fast now.
Yeah.
That it seems like yesterday, but it also seems like it could have been a year ago. I don't know.
Yeah.
Did you look into any of the experiments showing that you don't even have to talk to your plants? You can just think to them, and that if you start to think about chopping off one of the branches, they get fucking pissed off.
This was my own experiment. This is like, I don't know, like 7 or 8 years ago, and I just read like something all about that. I was like, all right, I was really into platonic solids, because platonic solids, you know what a platonic solid is?
Oh yeah, yeah.
Okay, so I was like really into that. I was like, because it doesn't have any sort of subjective quality. It's like objective, and but they do have like
sacred geometry to them. Right?
They do have qualities that make them unlike any other solid. Like there's something very unique. And so what I started doing was, okay, let me see if I can hold the shape of and I would use the dodecahedron, the one with all of the pentagrams, because that's the phi ratio. I'm like, let me go and hold this phi ratio in my imagination with my mind's eye, like project that into the soil of the plant, which is in the office I was using at the time. And I would do that for like 5 minutes every day and just kind of like focus on it. And the reason why I like the dodecahedron was because, it's the phi ratio. And the phi ratio, everything's built upon it. So I'm like, I don't have to think anything, be like, oh, I love you. I just need to think this, because this is what everything grows upon. I did that for like 2 weeks, then I got bored and I moved on to something else. A week after that, and this was a hibiscus tree, and I had this tree for years, so I had an understanding of its natural flowering rhythm. It might flower like 2 or 3 times during a year. About 2 weeks after I stopped doing that, it flowered every day for 21 days.
That's crazy.
And so I'm like, I don't know what that means, but I'm like, what is the nature of our relationship? And then going back to culture, because what we have to recognize about being human, I mean, you talk about a good experiment. Here's a good experiment. You got to get a 1-day-old baby, and that's the hardest thing. But once you get the 1-day-old baby, you can put that child in any household anywhere on the planet. And I guarantee in 2 years, without flashcards, that child will speak that language. Because we absorb our environment. Like it's most extreme when we're little, but that never disappears. And we take for granted what we're in, particularly like culture, the time we're in, like all of these things you just take for granted. Your own psyche, you take that for granted. I mean, that's the whole Starboard stuff is like you take for granted how unique you are because there's never been a day you've not been in your skin. And so when we can go and step out and look at the culture, look at like these small things, like what stop signs do to you, or like what calendars do to you, or like, people do this, all of these things, how they impact us. And then we grow into it. If we have this relationship with trees, or we have this relationship with other with the natural world, but we also know we have it with the mental world through language. We have to recognize like all of this stuff we take for granted, our history, what we see in the news, why does the Simpsons predict everything? What is that?
Yeah. Yeah. So like the connections that you saw in your Susquehanna River and the town and all that stuff, I feel like, I don't know how to ask this question, but I feel like there was some intention put behind designing civilization and towns and all that stuff a couple hundred years ago, and further back. But now, I mean, we've kind of lost all that now, that the way towns and cities get developed and just this urban sprawl with no meaning behind it at all. I don't think. I mean, I wonder what's lost from that. And I mean, what do you think was the intent? Was all that stuff created with intention, or was it just, a higher level of synchronicity or spiritual sort of effect?
Great questions. I am, you got me so excited with, I just want to touch on the first part of what you said before we go to the second part, but, they are planned, current environments, housing communities, cities, they are planned. But they're planned in a very, very different way.
Yeah, I mean, I realize they're planned by urban planners, but it's not.
You are right. There was once a time that cities, and they still are, but they are aligned to be to mirror the greater environment we're living in. Whether that be the stars or the equinoxes and so forth. But as it relates to what's going on in Susquehanna, so this is the way I best understand it. there was the river was initially it was worked upon very, very purposefully, and it was worked upon in what's generally thought of as ceremonial magic. And what ceremonial magic, you know, if this is what exactly happens or if this is just a way to envision it, this is how I envision it, is if you could imagine the more subtle realms of reality, the more etheric realms through like focus and attention and concentration, like a lattice, a structure is created on this etheric plane, and then life unfolds around it. So in the same way that if you could imagine just like wild ivy growing all over someplace, and you erect a wooden lattice, eventually the ivy will grow around the lattice. So it's not so much like the ivy planned to do that. It just like did whatever, it just did whatever structure was in front of it. It did the least common, it followed the path of the least resistance. But that said, there's a very specific alignment right at the 40th parallel and the Susquehanna River involving colleges. And I think that was probably done purposefully. I believe the selection of the Baseball Hall of Fame at the source of the river, I believe that was done purposefully. The location of Jamestown at the mouth of the Chesapeake Bay, which is the Susquehanna Bay, that's just spell work to make you think it's different, that was done purposefully. The first computer, I don't know. I don't know. It could go either way. I'd be, you know, if I could flip a coin if I had a bet. But it's a mixture of it. Because the most interesting thing, in my opinion, was I live here. I didn't grow up here. I moved here, and then the story just kind of unfolded on my computer using Wikipedia, or at least Wikipedia getting me started. And so the question is, like, you know, how did that happen? Am I just putting together things that aren't there? Or am I picking up a signal? I don't know. But that's part of this dance, which when I ask about the environment, we have this dance with our environment where there seems to be this give-take relationship, whether that's with something as small as the plant we're using, or something larger where we're putting our attention and our awareness. And so, yeah, that's my that's my thought on the river.
Well, it's interesting because a lot of that stuff's on ancient like symbology. Like it always goes back to the ancient fucking symbols. And then I was just listening to Rogan go off about some shit today but it reminded me about when you start putting the sand or the salt on the fucking pad and you put the different vibrations of the different hertz into it, and it starts making these crazy fucking symbols all the time.
That's exactly what I'm talking about. Yeah, like, you know, that doesn't just happen with sand on a little thin metal plate. You know, we're all feeling those cymatics. Yeah. You know, when we're all changing, like when the vibration change, and like, what's the vibration? We can't even feel it because we've always been in it. Maybe some people feel it a little bit more.
You know, what does that make you think about? Is there something to the, like, I mean, we don't do it a lot in the West anymore, but the Muslims, I mean, they're all getting together and doing their chants in the morning. Are those, you know, I wonder, it makes me start looking at some of those rituals a whole lot differently when you get into the chanting or the praying or the, like, is there something to that that's setting your fucking soul right for the day that, you know, listening to CNN tell you the world's coming to an end isn't doing?
Without 100% correct. I agree. That is 100% correct. The chantings are just, though, they're techniques. So like, you have to still be very, very conscious on what you're chanting, because what will happen is you will become aligned with that, whatever that is, whether you're chanting CNN or whether you're chanting, you know, any type of whatever your belief is. I mean, one of the things which I think is so interesting is you could take, you know, 3 different true believers of 3 different at odd belief systems. And if the individual feels in their heart. Like they're completely aligned with it. And they're like, I know it in my head. I feel it here. This is it. Each one of them is getting something immensely valuable out of it, even though they can't all be like true because the beliefs are contradictory. And so what you have to recognize, the only truth is the power of belief. Something magical happens when this vessel, which we're in, decides like, I'm going to align all like my actions, my chantings, my thoughts, like what I really feel inside, what feels right. Something happens with your ability to interact in the world. And that's the whole thing with like capture the imagination. This is the whole, Walter Lippmann, one of the first, the fathers of propaganda. He was like, I want to be able to control the pictures which people put in their minds, because all I got to do is give you the frequency, the image to then go and believe, and you're just going to naturally create whatever was I gave you. And so, yeah, belief is it. But then it's also, you have to be very, very wise with what you believe, and you have to believe something.
Well, yeah. At that point, your beliefs become, you don't want to put them into ideologies or dogma. You want to put them in, you want to put your faith in yourself and your future or your friends or your family or your health or whatever else, right?
Something that works, right? I mean, what I always try.
Do you think there's a limit to that on what works?
I'm sorry?
Do you think there's an upper limit to that?
I don't know. That's half the fun. I mean, it's my opinion that I think this is supposed to be fun. Being in body. And maybe half the fun is the experimentation of like, what are the upper limits? I've got two boys. They're 10 and 11. They both play lots of sports, and I played a lot of sports when I was younger. And I have a memory in my mind of like what was normal skills for like a 10-year-old soccer player. Like, this would be like a rec player, and this would be more elite. And this is what, 30 years ago? And I look at my kids now, and I look at what the standard level of play is, and it is so heads and shoulders above. And you see that everywhere of like what people are doing, and athletics is interesting because it's so tangible, but like we're the upper limits of what we're capable of doing. I think like, it's expanding drastically. The bars is raising. Sports is a silly analogy, but it's also like,
it's measurable.
Well, wasn't it like the 100-mile-an-hour fastball, right? Like nobody could throw a baseball 100 miles an hour. And then as soon as one guy fucking did it, I mean, every team in the league's got a couple guys that can do it.
Yeah, 4-minute mile, same thing. And so like we're at this point right now, I think, going back to like where we started, like there's so much friggin' information. Like whenever we kind of open this closet door individually, and you're like, oh wow, what's in here? There's so much more going on. And then you start taking in information, and then you're like, oh my God, what's going on? And then it gets to a point of diminishing returns. You get to the level of like, yeah, okay, I got it. I get it. And then you go and we're like, well, wow, this is kind of amazing. Look how everything is expanding. And yeah, there's all of this other stuff, but we're learning these sort of rules of, this isn't really my area of expertise, but like a lot of people talk about like natural law, like both in philosophical application, and then also just like real literal application of applying natural law as a way of interacting with other human beings. But then also these other laws that we have with the environment, what we're talking about. And that's also going to be with other people. And as we're beginning to recognize that just because we're seeing it on a screen, like the technique works. If you see something on the screen and you believe it to be real, whether or not it's real or not, it will be internalized, and then it will be externalized in your life. You will experience it. We're all figuring this out. We're all seeing like but I'm not exactly willing to throw away my laptop yet, because if it wasn't for that, I wouldn't be able to have this great conversation with you guys. So like, we're still somewhere within the system, but we're figuring it out. And what the upward limit, I don't know, but I'm optimistic as fuck.
Yeah, I heard you talking about that with Rogue Plays, or one of those shows, and it was, you were talking about the balance of, technology, and you can't you try not to let it get you, get addicted to it too much, but then you do need some of it to also do what we're doing, and to be a part of the the resistance to the movement of, I don't want to get too conspiratorial, but you know what I mean. I mean, there's a real possibility that we could be clamped down and controlled pretty quick here. So we have to find a way to use this technology as a way to keep the conversation happening.
I think that, yes. Like, I mean, anything which is anything that has perils with it should be understood. If you're going to go and do a 10-mile hike through a rainforest somewhere in South America, it's best that you kind of know what you're doing, right? So it's yeah, like this is a jungle. In fact, I don't need the research suggests, and if you just even are just slightly curious and open-minded, all of this internet stuff is immensely magical. Like, whatever the magic world is and the magic orders, that's what this is. We're looking at liquid crystal display screens. We're looking into scrying mirrors, all of the Ethernet and the ethers. This is in all of the symbology. I mean, we're working with something, and we should have some appreciation and an awareness of it. And that's not even considering, like, the whole governmental stuff. I mean, I don't see it much different, but yeah.
Well, the other side of that coin is that we're crawling out of the clampdown, because, for the last fucking few thousand years, there was no talking like this so that anyone could hear about it, unless you wanted to go hand out flyers in the parking lot, or, there was nothing. There was nothing. Even 15 years ago, there was nothing. Maybe Alex Jones was just starting, but 20 years ago, there's nothing. And 30 years ago, there's nothing. And 50 years ago, you get shot for it. And 100 years ago, So, I mean, I can get why some people think it's about to be clamped down, but, I just look at it as part of the ebb and flow of them trying to react to what a couple million of us are doing on a daily basis.
Yeah, but I wonder if there's more freedom back then as well, in a certain way. Like, we're all debt slaves, and a lot of people can hardly make a living. And I know more people are coming out of poverty every day and all that stuff. So we are all moving forward.
You could write the story every day for the last 20 years that 130,000 people escaped abject poverty today.
I know, but there's also,
we're
also all kind of slaves.
Kind of. That's right.
But more than we might have been 100 years ago. You can also look at that in the way that,
I don't know. I could go both sides of that, because, I mean, we're responsible for our own actions and our thoughts to a certain extent too. I mean, they do a good job of controlling those too, but if you can get those back, I mean, I think the sky's the limit. And that's kind of where I think that's where the more the clampdown is them trying to control us, to, like you were saying, control our thoughts to the point that we don't understand what we're capable of. Yeah. That's why you got to get the fucking placebo. I don't even know. I can't believe they told us about the placebo. That's like the fucking crack in the curtain. Wait, what?
I mean, I think that as each individual has to come up with an inner narrative where this is a mythic journey and there's hope, because it is very easy to create an inner story which there isn't any, and that doesn't mean there isn't challenge. And just like what you're saying, it's like being in this environment is how you do wake up, because when you're comfortable, there's no reason to wake up. It's only when you get the bucket of cold water on you.
So let's get back to the ceremonial magic of the town, the city creation, all that. What's the purpose behind that? Was that out of, What are they trying to do? Is that going to create a power?
So, okay. And a lot of this comes from a variety of different sources of information. And I had this feeling for about a couple years into the research. I'm like, this is what I'm thinking is going on. And then I found something which confirmed my feeling. So, this is where I'm leaning. This is what makes the most sense to me. It all starts with, or at least the story starts. This is where the story begins, is the narrative which goes around. It all comes from John Dee. You know who John Dee is?
Yeah.
The Queen Elizabeth's astrologer. And he introduced to the world Enochian magic. And what basically, and we know all of this information from these diaries that he kept of all of these interactions he and this other guy, Edward Kelly, had with these incarnate spirits. And we've got his diaries, and those diaries are in the British Museum, and people read them. And so that's where we know. And you could also say, why are they in the British Museum for us to read? And like, maybe these aren't all the diaries, but like, this is the story which is put out there. So John Dee says that he was having these conversations with these entities who say that they're the same people who spoke to Enoch from the Bible. And they're like, listen, your world, and so this is written in this like late 1500s kind of language. They like, your world is protected by these watchtowers. And these watchtowers keep your world safe from all of these demonic forces. But this is what we can do. We can tell you something. We're going to give you that. We're going to teach you how to do this thing. We all that you do, you say these words and you draw these circles. And what will happen is you can really quickly like open up the watchtower and like you let one of the demons in, but we'll show you how to control them. And what the demons can do is the demons can control tutelatory spirits. That's what this is about, tutelatory spirits. And so a tutelatory spirit's like an earth spirit. And there was once upon a time, or at least all our history books tell us this, once upon a time, all over Earth, in all of the different cultures, everyone had the same understanding that there were earth spirits. And they interacted with them. The earth spirits where you lived had, like what we're saying, there was an interaction with this natural world, and they would look after those that lived in their land. And one of the ways ancient warfare used to be fought was you would want to go and fight your opponent's tutelatory spirit, because if you could break their spirit, think about this, we're going to break your spirit, then we're going to be able to break the people. So, all right, so that got John Dee all excited, because John Dee was the visionary behind the British Empire. And he was very, very interested in this idea of British expansionism. And you got to keep in mind, like, Britain was an impoverished nation at the time. Like keeping all of their citizens fed was something they were struggling with. And they were 100 years behind the likes of like Spain and Portugal in the age of discovery. And somehow starting with John Dee and this vision for the British Empire in like I think the 1920s is when the British Empire was at its peak. So it's like 300 years later. So in this short period of time, it goes from this impoverished nation to the biggest empire that's ever been since recorded history. And so I'm not saying like go empire, but I am saying is like there've been a lot of people who wanted to take over the world, and somehow these guys did it better than anyone else in a shorter amount of time. And so you go and you start looking at this stuff, and they're like, oh, we've got this magic. I've never practiced Enochian magic, but I know a lot of people take it very, very seriously. And the guy who came up with Enochian magic then went and he set up shop right on the mouth of the oldest river. And so when we go and we look at history, and we see that yes, there was the different cultures understood that there were earth spirits and there are spirits with mountains and all spirits in the forest. There was a special relationship with water, particularly rivers. And we can see that best now, like when you think of like Vedic India and the holy rivers of India, and the Celtic cultures and their relationships with the goddesses of rivers. And
the Nile.
You know, the question I always ask is like, what did they know? Why did they all do this? How did they experience something different than maybe what I am experiencing? You know, that's a question that goes in the back of my mind. But if you go and you look at then what John Dee did and the British Empire, everything is on this river. And then when you go and you look at this river from just a purely like material geological perspective, it has certain qualities which are extraordinary, unlike other rivers. Like, you know, every river's special, every person's special, you know.
Just like a unique snowflake.
But you know, there's only one person who's the fastest person on the planet. And some things are more special. And this river is incredibly special. Like, you know, you look at its age, you look at like craters that are on it, all these different sort of things. And so now we go and we see like this is where the British Empire began. And we see at every place that there is a key geological transition, like where it changes form, there is this world first, whether I'm going to say Jamestown is the birthplace of globalism, because that was the first colony of the British Empire, and it was the birthplace of the United States. And the guy who says it's where the British Empire begins, I think his last name was Kelso. He's an archaeologist, maybe, I think, or an anthropologist involved with Jamestown. But he got an honorary knight from the Queen. So I'm imagining that when he says that, they're agreeing with him. So they look at this as the birthplace of the British Empire, and it's the birthplace of the United States because this is where the colony system began. And then we see the information age began on the river, and we see that the distribution of electricity began on the river. We see all this stuff, and you're like, this is the ancient practice of goddess worship. And it has been identified as the primary tutelatory spirit on earth. And let me and define that for a moment. So everything in the spiritual world is hierarchical. And so like this, the lower it is on the hierarchy, the more personal it is. And like the higher up you go, the less personal it is and the more influence it would have. So like, let's say if we're talking earth spirits, the stream in the back of your house you have a much more personal relationship with that than perhaps like the main tutelatory spirit of the planet. And I'm going to suggest that the reason why everything was done upon this river, the reason why John Dee came here, the reason why everything happened is because the reason why this is the oldest river in the planet, the reason why it has all of these markers which cannot be missed when looked at amongst all of the other rivers in the planet, you'd be like, yeah, this is pretty special. If you were looking for like the most influential tutelatory spirit, and you got places in your body, there are glands in your body, there are things in your body which are more influential than other glands in your body. This isn't like, you know, I'm rooting for my favorite. This is more so like understanding how the system works. Like I'm going to say this is the river which they put under a spell, because that's what Enochian magic says it would do. And in fact, I say they did it on a 400-year spell, starting exactly with the establishment of Jamestown, which was May 12th, 1607, and completing. And so there's this map associated with Jamestown.
And boom, it's got the economic crash. Was that, did I spoil it? Did I spoil the crescendo?
It was the year in 2007, but on that exact same day, 400 years later, 400 is a key number within Kabbalistic symbolism, which is the underpinning of all of these different Western mysteries. At their secret location, in that exact same day, they opened up this park, which is right on the river, which has all of this like ancient alchemical symbology. And so I'm like, that's the conclusion. Like there was an agreement. Agreement might not be the right word, but there was the whole idea of Enochian magic, at least how it was expressed within John Dee's diaries, was the ability to take over tutelatory spirits. And the reason why you'd want to take over a tutelatory spirit is because then you would have your way with what that tutelatory spirit protects. It will have to do what you tell it to do. Like this is what they say what the Enochian magic would do. And I'm like, okay, that's an interesting idea. And then you go and you look and you're like, well, they came right here, and then they became the biggest empire. They took over the world, and everything that happened on this river just spread all over. And it seems to have it came to a completion in 2007. You know, and we've been still asleep, but I think we're waking up. And part of like, you know, I'm just suggesting that, or what I find interesting in a conversation, which I like to encourage in my own explorations, is like, how is this practical? And like, how is this real? And how do I have a not just a relationship then with the environment, but then how do I relate to other human beings also? You know, all of this thing, like, you know, we have these, there's a way in which we relate and which we connect, which we are unaware of. And so we're acting out unconsciously and doing all sorts of dumbass shit.
That's interesting. I didn't know about the 400-year. Oh.
Fire? Is that fire?
That's just a train.
That's just a train. Like that's not even that. Oh. That's the. I don't even hear the train. When you hear the fire alarm, you can't miss that one.
We got a train here too.
Yeah.
So 2007, 400 years. So then what's your prediction for? Is this going to carry on in another cycle then, or is it?
No.
You think that's it?
My personal opinion. So my personal opinion is, as I said, I'm an optimist. My personal opinion is all of this is really like, it's like the Wizard of Oz. It's all just the Wizard of Oz. And this is the trickery which we're waking up to what we are. You know, I don't know what we are. But I can't hold in my heart a vision of a dystopian future. I'm not going to put my energy there. And what I see in people and what I see in potentialities, like the only really nasty stuff I ever see, I see on the computer box, right? Like I see it some, you know, you don't really see so much of the really ugly stuff. And I'm not denying it's happening, but there's a game which is happening. So there's a light, there's
an LCD screen.
A truth which is being shown to like how things work. And that is obviously there's an ugliness to that, and we're seeing that. But then there's so much other ugliness I don't even believe is real though. And I think it's just there to pollute our thinking.
Because if they can keep a certain percentage of us fucking negative, then that's enough.
And look what's happening. So since 2007, the collapse, like you mentioned, that's not pointing at you. Acknowledging
it's a 5-figure point.
It's like that really has made a big difference, right? So 2007, this happened. The parks opened up. Let's say this magical spell of this spell, this empire building spell has kind of come to an end 400 years later. And look at how polarized we are now. Like it's really shifted. Like it's almost like that's fallen away, and now here we are with the internet, which should be like we're all coming towards a common truth in the middle, which is not happening at all. It's all we're doing is taking our little bits of information and reinforcing our current belief systems and getting really polarized. Like I feel like there's some sort of connection there. Like this is, this is now the next stage. Is nobody knows what is going on, what to do.
So I have a fantasy which I hold in my mind, and there's a power in belief, and I'll be the first one. I'm like, this is my fantasy, but this is a fantasy I like to hold. All right. So let's say you could go back in time to 1820, and you could go and you could go someplace in the United States, and let's say someplace in South America, and someplace in Europe, and someplace in Africa, and someplace in Asia, and you can go and try to explain to the people who you see about how we're all on this planet, and we're connected. You're basically describing the internet. You're describing how we can go and you can communicate with anyone on this planet, and you can share like images, but there are no pictures yet. They don't know what a photograph is, so you can't talk about pictures, but like you're trying to explain what the internet is. Because what you want to do is have those people build that or create that mechanism, and they can't, or maybe some people can, but everyone's got a different picture in their mind. But if you did that same thing right now, and you basically like imagine the internet, but you did it like with your imagination.
Yeah.
Every single person can do that.
The Akashic record.
So everyone has that possibility. So we can all imagine the same thing. So one of the things of what we're seeing in culture, in the destructive culture, is that everything is inverted. And this is a truth. Like there's as it relates to destruction, like nothing's being created, particularly our destructive culture, nothing's being created. It's just an inversion of the truth. And so if we want to look at, and it makes a lot of sense, we can look at the internet, and the entire computer industry is being inherently sick just from the fact that, these things that are in front of us, like, they've got like heavy metals in them, and like everything that it takes to make this happen, whether that's like slave labor, factories, or just like the extraction of these minerals from the earth. Like, yes, we are benefiting from this, but maybe at some point, like I think anyone who could really think about like the way which humanity could actually have a harmonious relationship with each other and the environment, they'd be like, yeah, I'd still like to have something like the internet, but I don't want to deal with all of that, all of the ugliness that comes with it. So now we can, that's the fantasy. Like, I don't know what that is. You put a crystal to your forehead, and I go and I shoot it that way. I don't know. But we can picture that. And whether it's like a big solar flare or like a EMF attack, and like, we move off this. I don't know how that happened.
Well, this might just be part of the natural progression to get there too, right? Like, I mean, we had to get through the Model T to get to the Lexus.
That's what I hold. If I'm going to pray down 3 times a day, I'm going to pray for, this natural unfolding for us to refine the harmonious relationship we had with ourselves, our environment, and each other. I don't know what that looks like. I don't know how you get there, but I'm like, that's the thing that makes the most amount of sense to me.
Nuclear, baby. Fusion. We just got to get to fusion instead of fission. Away we go. Right?
Yeah.
So did you give Graham a reading or something?
The starboard.
Oh, is that like
and yours is coming. I didn't get your birth information until probably a week after I got Graham's.
Well, you'd think after 6 years, Graham would know my birthday, but
it's the time.
Here we are.
The time is important too.
We need the time and the location.
My timing was very interesting because it was upon the sunrise, and
it was.
I want to explain the process because it was very beautiful. So Michael sent me the file, and it was he says, sit down, try and spend about 90 minutes, light some candles and some incense, kind of use it as like a meditative process, and it was beautiful, very beautiful, and it was great to follow along and watch it. and you do like a video of this physical starboard. I hope you have a picture there or you have something of it there. And it's incredible. And it was really because I'm sort of more of a visual one. So I've had readings before. We've had it where I can see my natal chart and stuff like that, but I can't really,
it's abstract.
It's abstract, right? But the way
You're
you,
like,
the way
what
you
am I looking at? I'm looking at dots and circles and symbols.
Yeah. So the way you actually physically put the planets on the signs and the timing of my birth and all that, it was beautiful. Beautiful.
Do you have
like
it to Chromecast here so I can see it or no? Not you. I'm talking to Graham. You should. Graham should.
I didn't know what any of that meant.
I have a picture of it. I mean, I could show you a picture of it. I could put Can I put a picture?
I was just checking to see what time the sun rised on my birthday, but the sun rose at 6:40 a.m. So I wasn't born until like 10 after 8.
We should try and Chromecast. That's a picture of Michael doing it with his hands.
Ooh, it looks like a Ouija board.
So what did you make that? Don't say that. That's not.
Is that insulting? Sorry.
No, not at all. It takes a lot more to insult.
I don't care if it's insulting to you. You don't know what you're talking about. You're so
what was that made out of?
What's the opposite of a snowflake? That's
it. Ice cube.
You like the white ice cube.
So I've had so many weird experiences with this board. So
does he have any Pisces on there?
I'm sorry?
Does Graham have anything in Pisces?
Where's my? He had a bunch of water, but no, there was not anything in Pisces. But you know what? I can't tell someone else's chart. That's your diary. So you'd have to ask Graham.
You expect him to explain it? That's not going to happen.
You can go ahead.
You can't figure out email.
So the board was I got the underside at like Home Depot, and I covered it with sand and volcanic ash, and it's an artistic replication of the zodiac, and the idea behind it is it's almost exactly what you're saying. It's like astrology's I don't know what astrology is, but astrology is immensely valuable. You can say like astrology is absolutely like it doesn't make like it's not real, but you can get an astrological reading and you can have a full belief in your heart that this is all just hocus pocus mumbo jumbo, but I guarantee you will get something immensely out of it because astrology gives you a language to discuss your inner world, which we don't have in anything else. And so even if everything is wrong, like it forces you to think of like, oh, I didn't realize there are different ways to be assertive, and there are different ways which I receive things. There are different ways of like where I aspire, and different ways of where I face limitation. And so it just provides that language. Now, that being said, I found it to be incredibly accurate from the feedback I get from people.
Have you heard that quote?
I'm sorry?
You heard that quote from, who was it, Buffett or something like that? It says, millionaires don't practice astrology, only the billionaires do.
That was J.P. Morgan.
Oh, J.P. Morgan. Yeah.
Yes.
You know,
I butchered the quote, but it's something like that. It's like
you should hear some of the shit Henry Ford had to say. It's fucking unbelievable. Like you read some of the fucking the success books from the 1920s and 30s, and they'll fucking floor you.
I got a lot of books from those times. It's yes.
According to the chats, the opposite of a snowflake is a steam puff. I like it. It's logical. It makes sense.
But the entire experience, and I used to only do them in person. It's only recently that I started doing them remotely.
Yeah.
Where I video it and then send you the video. It was to create an experience. And this is another truth about being human. Like when we have like these particularly what you'd call a sacred experience, and it's all about setting an intention, something happens to us. And we have to feel it. It's got to be unique. It's got to be special. It's got to touch all your senses. It's got to pull you in. And the truer it is, and what I try to do with the starboard is, you know, I'm like, this is what the heavens look like when you were born. Regardless of anything else, you have this unique relationship, this time date stamp, because the planets are always moving. Whatever planets may be, they're always moving. And this is how they were when you were born. And so, and you see it, and it makes sense, and it's aesthetically pleasing, and there's music. And all of that is to really create the inner environment to remind yourself, like, whether that's like to the macrocosm, I'm so much more connected than I thought I was, or just the fact that there's so much more to me, you know, as an individual than I realize, because I'm so caught up in this part of my drama or that part of my story.
Yeah, and when you make those connections physically on your board of, you know, there's a 90-degree connection with where Jupiter is compared to where the sunrise or the solar part is, and I mean, it's easier for me to not accept, but to just to visualize, you know, that
To
there are
understand,
these
to
physical,
understand.
like there's some physical influence here on me. Yeah, yeah, it's really cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's really cool. So you've had good feedback from it so far?
Yeah. I mean, I've been doing starboard sessions for probably about 3 years now. I built it about 3 years ago, and again, this has been my experience in terms of being a human being. Um, you can learn things very, very quickly if, like, there are other ways to learn, and what you have to do is you have to get like it has to be you have to concentrate hard with your mind, and you have to go and do something with your body, and you have to feel it, you have to want to do that. And so when I built that, you know, I made it into, like, it was incredibly detailed, and I had to make all of these symbols, you know, by hand, and I'm laying in this volcanic ash, and it gets in your nervous system. And um, you know, there are people who've been studying astrology for 20 years. I mean, I certainly know my astrology, but I know it in a very, very different way. And this is true for all astrologers. They're going to tell, they're going to, they're going to speak, or they're going to interpret, or they're going to read based upon their own astrology. That's the beauty of astrology, not the limitation of it. And mine is just the fact that I know that I put this in my nervous system, and I just know I know how to read the language now. I mean, you've seen
How hard is it
on
to get there? Does that like a light just comes on where it's just like ding and it starts to make sense? Is that like a visual
it hasn't
thing, or
been
can
that
you
way for
read a
me,
book
no.
and get there? No.
It's been more so like, so that's every once in a while that happens, but it's more so it just feels natural. And so because it feels natural, it's easy to miss. And I think this is true. And this is part of, like, this, again, I keep going back to, like, what does it mean to be human? Like, really, how do we work? You know, because I don't think it's meant to be difficult. I think it's meant to be more joyful and more and easier. And so when we want to learn something new, like, yes, it takes effort, but the effort might not be what we thought it would be. And so when I did this, I already knew astrology. I've been studying astrology for probably 10 years before that. But as soon as I did that, I started talking about it differently. And it didn't seem any different, but I recognized that something shifted. Still feels the same as it always has, but something shifted.
So what made you put it together like that? Or not what made you, but, you know, like, was there
the so I had I just moved out of the house which I was with my children and my then wife, and I was in this transitional phase in life, and I found myself living in Wilmington, Delaware, and I was living it with this woman who was this crystal healer, and she was an astrologer. And I always knew astrology, kind of, but I never had an opportunity to actually be with someone who really understood it and, like, you know, interact on a regular basis. So we would talk astrology all the time, and I was like, I need to do something with it. Like, I'm always making art. I'm always creating. So I'm like, I need to take this and put it in physical form, because I want to see this, and I want to move around all this different, all of the different charts and see what you're talking about, because I can't picture it in my mind. and it took me probably about 3 months to build, and since then I think I've probably done well over maybe 200 sessions with it.
Nice.
Yeah, and just recently doing the ones remotely, I did as many I did in the last 6 weeks as I probably did in the first 6 months, which made me change kind of my relationship with doing these sessions. But yeah, it's been a really interesting ride.
Well, I can tell you put a lot of intention in it, and it's, you know, a lot of reverence behind it. It's like a ceremonial process for yourself too. I can tell.
Yeah, and to the person, I mean, it's I like to honor people, I suppose.
So, can you talk a little bit about my reading then? See what Darren thinks about it, or because
give us a rundown.
He's probably going to give a bit of a laugh, or do you? Do you have it handy, or?
I don't have that. I'm a little bit caught off guard with that. I mean, I've got your book here. I mean, what was jumping out, because what happens is I get into a flow.
Yeah.
And I don't know if you recognize the change in my voice when I do that, but I certainly do. What I focus with, though, with your reading, and I had I'll tell you a couple things which I thought were interesting. So one was the amount and it's unfortunate because I know the power of double entendre, but you know, you have a lot of planets in Cancer.
Yeah.
And so that doesn't mean you get cancer, but I just don't like the fact that it's the same word because it has another connotation. So I like to just call it, you've got a lot in the crab.
Yeah. That's not much.
He has a lot of crabs.
Yeah.
He's always scratching.
And that was very indicative of your sensitive nature. And often when you see a lot of this, the crab, a lot of crab energy, it can show itself in a person who finds it difficult to be around other people because they're picking up so much stuff. And so I found it very interesting that just like, you know, you're so out there with just doing podcasts. You know, not everyone does that. This is, you know, I'm extending myself. I'm out into the world. But obviously you can hear a lot of this, you see a lot of the crab type qualities because, you know, you're kind of soft spoken and you're not really like a wild Aries, like very fiery sort of person. So you see that. But what was interesting is I don't think I've ever seen anyone with 4 planets in the crab before. And I've seen people with 4 planets in other signs. I mean, I got 4 planets in Sagittarius, and it's always interesting. But I do know from just listening to podcasts that Freeman, he always says he's got 4 planets in the crab. And so I'm thinking, like, that's an interesting correlation. Like, how many people are podcast hosts, and how many people deal with conspiracy type issues, and just like that ability, that commonality of that much water. So that definitely jumped out when I was looking at your chart.
And then just before Darren thinks I'm too sensitive, there was a lot of things balancing out that. Balancing out that sensitivity.
You wanted me to go with a lot of that stuff. Yeah, I wish I would have.
A lot of big fast cars and big trucks.
You're gonna have to show me your starboard session.
Oh, no, I will.
The full thing.
Yeah, for sure.
I'll probably upload it to the YouTube channel.
I don't think, you know, those are spell magic. Like, what I think is significant is the fact that Pluto is in play. The fact that we're having a conversation about it. Like, no one's talking about Neptune, but it is in the collective
a lot of Uranus talk too. Uranus and Pluto, I think, and Jupiter get the most action. Actually, you know, Venus too.
Venus gets a lot of action.
You know, it's funny you mentioned Neptune, because Neptune is kind of like the redheaded stepchild. Am I allowed to say that still? Is that like...
No, that's bad.
Oh, I hate crime.
You just crossed the line.
I hate crime. Again.
The redheaded stepchild. Yeah,
That's bad.
that I have I've got a couple. I've got a couple markers in my mind. When watching the cultural norms change, and when the redheaded stepchild is no longer being able to say, that's definitely one of the lines I have. Which I'm like, all right, we crossed a new threshold.
Yeah.
Did we just cross it?
No, it's been.
I don't know. I think we can still say it.
We'll find out. We're gonna find out one way or another.
Right. Make a yeah, exactly.
And there was also some interesting stuff about the rise, the sunrise at my birth, and another planet rising right behind it, or it was right on the cusp.
Yes. And right I apologize, Grant, because
no, it's okay.
I think I've done 5 other charts since the last time I saw your chart, so it's not fresh in my head.
I wanted to get Darren to giggle over the sensitivity thing, and that's all I wanted. So it's good.
Yeah, well, I mean, yeah. I mean, you got a sensitive chart, my friend.
Well, you'll have to let me know how mine looks.
Well, let's talk about before we do that. Do you explain the pulling of the cards?
Let's do on the fly.
At the beginning, because
fuck it, we'll do it live.
That was I don't know if you wrote down the cards you pulled at the beginning of the session either, but that was interesting.
Those cards. I'm coming around to the cards. Lisa pulls cards.
So
blows my fucking mind sometimes.
Yeah. Okay.
Particularly because it's what's called a cold reading. Like I don't have any information. Well, I've got a little bit of information from you because you're a public figure, but for the most part, I don't. And I'm just going off of a chart. And so it's very intuitive, but I usually like to have some sort of direction. So I pick cards and whatever, and from 2 different decks. And I like to play them off of each other. One of them is a deck which is all about life is a journey. And I like that as a value system, like to approach our experiences like, we're a hero in our journey. And then the other one is a deck of the I Ching, which is the oldest divination system that they tell us about. And so I like to pick them, and then like whatever I see, and I'm like, that's how I position the reading. Refresh my memory what your cards are, because I think I know where.
Jesus, so was funny, it? Because I was just thinking
yours had something to do with
working with the spoiled. Working with the spoiled was something spoiled on the first card, and then the second card was quite relevant as well. Yeah, it made me think about
that from you working with
addiction and stuff. Well, it made me think of going through addiction and coming out on the other end, and it just seemed to fit with some of what I've been through in life and where I'm at right now with the way you pulled those 2 cards. I can't remember what the second card was either, but it sort of added some depth to the whole thing.
I appreciate that feedback. I do remember exactly how I was feeling when that happened, and sometimes when you do readings, particularly like this, when it's cold and cold being like, there's no feedback. There's not you're not in the same room as me. I can't tell if I'm making you uncomfortable or if I'm making you're like, oh yeah, keep going. Like you don't have anything like that. And my preference when doing these readings is I like to focus on what would be considered the darker aspects or the shadow. And the reason why I like to do that is, like, one, everyone's got one. So that's part of, like, this experience of being whatever we are. But we feel like there's something wrong with us because we have them. And when we can go and look and be like, no, this is what the archetypes of the heavens mean. And you see it up here, and it's like, this is part of the experience. And so we honor that and we understand it, but there's no real like shame about it. And there's no guilt. It's like, this is part of what I'm working with. And I know what I work with. This is where I grow. This is where like all things are possible, because if there was nothing to work with, no one will get out of bed.
Yep.
It's okay to not get out of bed sometimes, especially when it's cold.
All right. Yeah, you are in Canada, so I guess I have to respect that.
We've been lucky so far, though. I think it's about to get cold, though. I think it's coming. We do have a question from the chats here. From He Larvey Coswald. Ask Michael how someone would, he says do the reading, but I assume he means get the reading. If some of our listeners want to track you down and get a session, how does that work?
You could go to susquehannaalchemy.com and you could go and book one right there.
There'll be a link in the show notes.
There's like a description of all you know, what the reading looks like. There are a couple different types, different ways which I do it, but yeah.
How long does it usually take?
And mine was like over an hour and a half. Yeah.
How long does it take? About an hour?
Well, they're not they're not live, or they're not interactive. So I do, I mean, probably between 90 minutes to 2 hours in the reading. You know, I get up and there's some technical stuff, and then I edit it and I do some other things, and you upload it. It takes forever to upload. That's the hardest part. It takes overnight to upload. And then the person receives it. So they get a link to like Dropbox, and then they can download the video. Actually, I do 2 videos. Did you see the second video?
Yep. Yeah, that was pretty cool too. Yeah.
The sequel. So don't call it a sequel.
That's the subliminal. That's like the deep magic stuff. So you watch the first one. I mean, you should probably see it at least twice, I would recommend. And hold on to it. You might want to watch it like in a year or so, but like twice right away once you see it. But then afterwards, like, you know, you're not going to go and spend, you got other things which is calling you. And so, but there's something very, very significant which happens when you go through this and you have this experience. And I want to really help encourage that feeling to return. And so I condense that 90-minute or 2-hour video down into 2 minutes, and I kind of like stylize it so that, and you don't hear any words, you just listen to like maybe some piano music, really kind of like, you're going to feel it, and you're watching your chart being built, and you're going through this experience, and it's just going back in your mind, and it's reminding you all of this stuff. Like you're not going to remember the details, but it brings that experience back from the back of your mind to the forefront. And the experience is ultimately about integration and really connecting with self and honoring you as an individual in your journey. And so whenever you watch that, or at least this is what my intention is with it, is that this is a way where someone, like 2 minutes, like they can go and watch this if they ever need to, like, let me regroup. Let me tap into who I am. Like, this is a nice tool they can have.
Yeah. Yeah, it's fantastic. Looking forward to hearing what
I can't wait. Mine's I'm probably super sensitive.
You know what? I'm excited. So I thought about this because I got your birth information. I got your birth information like when I had too many other people. I didn't have space to do it before the call, and I knew that I was going to do yours after the call. But now I'm excited because I can have an interaction. I can talk to you in the video in a different way than I did with Graham, because, you know, I haven't had the opportunity to meet you yet. So I like the fact that it's going to be different, and I know it to kind of focus upon now that we've had this conversation.
I'm more sensitive than I let on.
Most people are.
Graham lets on a lot, so that's why we know there's a lot under this, a lot of iceberg underneath.
A lot of steam puff.
A lot of steam puff and ice
stuff.
Yeah. You like that? I thought you'd like that though. Yeah, warm and fuzzy.
So, what kind of stuff are you looking at these days? Like any new research, any new things, any things you're peeling together? Like
right now, right now, I've been in a very creative mode, and I've been having a lot of fun with Instagram and doing all these digital collages and tying them into like different stories. So there's that. On the more research oriented, it's my attention has been it's not so much research as much as it is like thought.
Yeah, that's kind of what I mean. Yeah.
it is more so like thinking about like economics. Like, and I don't mean that like in a high-minded, like, what's the economy going to do? But more so, the environment of our economy. So we know that the economy is changing, whether our system becomes like some cryptocurrency system, or whether it's,
off the dollar,
the loss of the petrodollar, whatever, like something is happening objectively. And usually when something there's this change happening objectively, there's also the opportunity for a change to happen subjectively, like more so like quality oriented. And also who lives in this area, this Susquehanna River at the 40th parallel, is an author you may know of, Charles Eisenstein. He's best known for a book called Sacred Economics. And I'm a little bit inspired by that. I'm thinking about this both as it relates to like, bigger things going on, but then also in my own life. And so I'm seeing this change with the economy and like, all of these things, and people talking about, listening to people talk about sacred economics, and I've got a finance background, and the way it's been coming to me is, there seems to be, or at least the potentiality, and this goes more so to this idea of like, how do we want to relate to one another? Because human beings, economies make sense to us, regardless of time or place. We buy and trade with one another, like not just for necessity, but as a way to communicate with each other. This is one of the greatest things of like being human, is like, being able to go trade with other humans. And so buying and selling in economics is important. And there's the way we do it now, or the way it has been very yang oriented. And what I mean by that is it's very Mars, it's very outward focused. It's like, I'm going to define the terms. I'm going to go and there's competition, and there's limited customers, and I got to fight, and like, hoard and all this sort of stuff. So that's kind of yang oriented. And I'm not saying that with any sort of judgment. I'm just saying like, that's the quality associated with it. So as we change, and we're certainly seeing changes everywhere, what would yin economics look like? And so yin economics is much more, it's receptive. And it's, as opposed to being based upon this idea of limitation, it's much more so about like it's trust. If I make a good enough thing, if my content, if what I produce in the world and what I want to go and trade for, if it's of the caliber of a certain level, well, it just takes care of itself.
Yeah. That's kind of what it's the donation model. I mean, that's what's happening now.
But so this is the thing. The donation model rubs me the wrong way.
Oh, whoa.
It really because there's something really empowering about going out and making it happen. But it doesn't always work. Like, so the donation.
What do you mean by that? How does that?
But I think there's a tweak, and this is where my mind has been. So it's every economy, like they make economics so difficult. Like, what's the health of the economy? So economies, we're going to deal with, like, let's just say like a small economy. Let's say you live in in a small village. All economies are based upon this: the faster the speed of money, the faster people are buying and selling, the better the economy. And so you're a painter, and like you get a job, and like then you go out and you buy something from the lady next door. And as long as it's going around fast and fast and fast and fast, like that's what keeps things good. That's when the economy is good. And so we're seeing all of these changes take place, and the infrastructure is in place. And it's been kind of set up in this donation model, but imagine if everyone's just like, I'm looking at Patreon, and we're also moving to this model of, as all the jobs as everything's becoming automated, is anything and everything that can become automated or roboticized, it's going to happen. And so you're going to see like a lot of people who are, there are going to be changes. And one way is there's probably going to be like much more, whether you want to call it welfare or universal income or something like that. But it's definitely a continue and a dependency upon the state. But what also is opening up is we're becoming we went from like a manufacturing economy to a service economy, and we're going to a creation economy. We're all going to become content creators for those who choose to participate. Like you guys are content creators.
For our AI overlords? Do you give any? For our AI overlords? Because,
yeah,
I mean, there's that spin on it, right? You hear the AI people saying that the AI is going to feed on content.
Well, the interesting thing you're talking about is this new economy. And really what we're seeing now is I think we're at the peak of how is this going to go? Is this going to go where we are free to create what we want and take donations from people on whatever platform? Or is it going to be a complete clampdown from Visa and MasterCard who are controlling the whole global donation-based model? I mean, they're in control right now, and they're not, and they're starting to censor people. So, and they're starting to censor. So, what are we going to do now when we're not allowed to say certain things, or people can't put their money on their credit card for us? Like that's really like that's right around the corner. Like
then we start selling cookbooks.
I would imagine that. I mean, particularly from a holistic perspective, like seeing that that's part of the environment we're in, that whenever something shuts down in the environment, something else, like the solution shows itself. And again, this is both a permaculture type of mindset, but it's also an optimistic mindset. I think I'm imagining breakaway societies. I mean, that's my mind.
Yeah.
There can't be any other way. And how that happens, like, I don't know about your world, but my world is getting weirder and weirder.
Yeah.
Like, just like in terms of like synchronicities and things just like showing up and, you know, whether we call that the Mandela effect or whether we call it like, you know, ascension,
magic,
whether we call whatever, like there's the flipping of the magnetic poles. Like, I don't know what's going on, but like something does seem to is changing. And in my personal world, what I'm witnessing, not just in my own experience, but people who I know, I like the direction it's going. And so as we're seeing some of these other things like clamp down, like it's forcing, I think it's going to force us in a direction which is going to make sense. You know, you can't fight that. Like, I don't want to be in someone else's system.
Yeah.
And if they don't want me in that system, I don't want to be in it either.
Yeah. Yeah. That's a good point. Yeah. That's a good way to look at it. I kind of figured you'd have an interesting take with your, you know, your positive outlook on things.
And then the rebel side is you just game those motherfuckers and start up like 3 side accounts doing something else. It's like, yeah, Graham's fucking life coaching. Comes with podcast. I mean, comes with the podcast.
You're absolutely right, because the gaming, there's something going on with gaming, right? And I don't even just mean like the like video games. I mean like how the secondary and tertiary markets are becoming even more exciting than like primary markets, whether that's derivative markets or fantasy football, like, you know, all of the real actions going on like somewhere else. Yeah. And so that's a trend. That is a trend.
So Darren likes to rate synchronicities here. If you do remember a fresh synchronicity, we do talk about them on the show all the time. It happens to listeners. Like, listeners send them in. I mean, we have the most crazy listener synchronicities that we talk about all the time. Talk about our own. So if one of those, you know,
I will rate yours favorably.
Got any in the top of your head?
You still got my chart. I can't be fucking with the guy that's playing with my future.
This will be like one of the only 10s, no matter what the synchronicity is, just so Darren gets a good reading.
So, all right, here's a synchronicity. This happened a month ago. So my birthday was December 2nd. So it happened on my birthday. It happened on my birthday weekend. And the last 4 years have been a wild ride for me. They've just been a wild ride. And my birthdays haven't necessarily been the best birthdays, but this was my first good birthday in a long time, like where I everything was very good. And so, hell, I'll tell you this one. So this was last year on my birthday. So last year on my birthday, this guy doesn't know me, and he is traveling through town, and we have a mutual friend. His mutual friends, our mutual friend gave him my number. He's like, hey, you're gonna go through Marietta, check out my friend Mike, and he'll give you a tour because you like all sorts of weird stuff. And so the guy calls me up and he's like, hey, I'm coming through town. He's like, well, if you give me a tour of town, I'll take you out to dinner. I'm like, deal. And then, so we go, I give him a tour, and he doesn't know it's my birthday. And so we go and we have dinner. He had his daughter with him, and we had a nice conversation. And then when we're getting ready to leave, and I'm thinking that I hadn't had the best birthday for a variety of other reasons, like what was going on in my life. And right when I'm walking away, he's like, you know what? He's like, I got this book in my car. And he opens it up and he's like, I don't know why I have this, but maybe you would like it. And he gives it to me. And again, he doesn't know it's my birthday. So I get this birthday present. And a lot of my research is based upon like Manly P. Hall's, a lot of like what I show is happening comes from Manly P. Hall's Secret Teaching of All Ages, which is his most well-known book. And there are all of these different versions of it. And I have the reader's version. It's the one which they sell in Barnes and Noble, which I'm always thinking, I know they cut out all of the good stuff, you know, if this is Barnes and Noble. But this guy gives me this incredibly rare volume of that book, wow, which I use all the time on my birthday.
Wow.
Fast forward 1 year later, so this birthday, and this was the kickoff of my birthday. A friend of mine, again, who used to live in town, she comes in town, and she's with her. She's got 2 young children, and she says, hey, why don't you come and join us out to dinner? And so I'm like, all right, again, I'm going out to dinner. I'm taking out to my dinner on my birthday. They don't know it's my birthday, and I mention it's my birthday at dinner. And then it turns out that the children baked a cake that day. I didn't know why. They baked a cake. So they all go and they have this surprise party. There's a lot more to the story, which I'm not comfortable sharing on this because of some of the personal nature. But those are 2 synchronicities that lined up both in time and space, and having specific meaning to me in the fact that it was my birthday, and both of them were gifts. It came with gifts.
Yeah, that's pretty cool. I wonder if it has anything to do with your birthday ayahuasca ceremony.
Nah, it sounds
maybe
fun.
That's where it started. You did tell
my birthday ayahuasca story.
Weren't you?
When I was down.
Because that was another weird birthday story too. You know.
Yeah. I want to hear the rating. What's the rating?
I'll give it a 7.
A 7? There's more data. If I could give you that more data, I know it would be a 9.
I know. I'm trying to get that data out of you right now.
No, I'm not going to. I'm like, I want to, and like I hesitate.
Email it in anonymously.
Yeah, when you send them the chart, like you can supplement it a little bit.
Yeah, when we do the chart,
that's fair enough.
We'll privately go through it.
And then we'll talk about it on the show.
That's right.
Not the
yeah, and then we'll fucking boom.
That's awesome.
Right on.
Yeah.
Anything else to get into?
I think that's about it, which I'm working with right now.
You know what? We should have sent him the Grimerica
really
birthday.
The creative stuff and getting into more so about how being human and relating to humans. Like before we can even understand how we're relating to each other, and particularly the whole male-female sort of thing, it's like, I don't think we know what we are as individuals first. And just having this sort of conversation of like, you know, the mechanism of what it is to be human, and figuring it out, like as it relates to like the river and all of these other things. Like, what are these pointing to? You know, and this time, like, you know, what is technology? What is this pointing to? What does this suggest about us and our environment? That's really what I'm excited about, because that's the most real thing. Like, at the end of the day, if we could take care of all of the other things, like, you know, the clamping down of the system, or the money or the economy, it's like we still need to figure out who we are, what we are, and how we relate with one another.
Yeah, well said. And just before I forget, if I'm going to put the pictures of my starboard from you on their Instagram, so if people want to see it,
isn't it a
check
video?
out our Instagram. Well, I took a couple screenshots of the whole thing too. So
can we put the video on the YouTube, or is it too personal?
I don't know.
Can you do like what do they call it when like the people talk over while the show's playing? Commentary. You could do a commentary on your star chart for the YouTube channel. No, is that too much? Could you do a reading for the birthday of the Grimerica?
What is that date?
I don't know. So would it be the day that we launched the website and the Facebook and the YouTube and stuff, or would it be the day the first podcast came out?
Well, they're different. And so I would look at them differently. I would say those are both significant. I would say the first one is the birth date. I mean, yeah.
The first one's December 21st, 2012.
Nice date. That's a nice.
That's the day I was actually looking through it the other day. That's the YouTube, the Facebook were both created, and the day that I don't have a time. No, just December 21st, 2012 for YouTube, Facebook, and the first Grimerica.ca. And then the podcast was May 23rd, 2013.
May 23rd. So I ask this to people all the time, if they remember where they were on December 21st, 2012. And almost every single person's like, no, I have no idea. I know I remember where I was, and I think it's cool that you guys know where you were. And what's interesting is this is way before anything. Like, I didn't even know anything about the Susquehanna River. Like, it wasn't on my radar screen. But I went to someone's house, and we all went outside and we just looked at the river. They overlooked the river. And it was, when I look back now, you know, at where my life is, and, you know, whatever that event was, it was an event because it had so much collective consciousness into it, you know, whether it was, and it seems to have been like, undoubtedly, like, maybe because the expectation was set so high that something subtle would be missed. Seems like some shift in the system happened.
Oh yeah,
some upgrade.
When we look back, it's funny when we look back. Let's say after 10 or 20 years, there'll be a significant shift. Yeah. People will go, yeah, they didn't realize it, but the world changed.
Well, there was for us anyway.
Yeah,
got a little more Grimerica in it. Actually, you probably weren't helping. Yet at that time, I don't think you were. At that time, you were still wanted to be the possibilionist.
I was still going to be anonymous at that point.
Do you know what his pseudonym was going to be?
What's that?
Possibilionist Genome. Could you imagine where we'd be at?
I do not know.
We'd be doing anime. Know.
Anyways, well, it's good chatting, Michael. Thanks for coming on.
Yeah, I suppose that's as good a spot as any to wrap it up. Huge thanks for coming on the show.
Oh no, this is, I like to come and talk. So to have the opportunity to do so is, you know, it's a lot of fun for me. So thank you.
Right on. Hope some people check out the Starboard charts, and yeah, we'll follow your work and keep in touch and stuff.
Yeah, get some readings, people.
And also Instagram. It's I'm putting on a lot of stuff on Instagram, like interesting art stuff, but a lot of information and just all of these different things which I'm playing with. And I'm developing a model which I'm developing a model for the content. So if you know, keep an eye on it because there are going to be some changes.
Right on. Good stuff.
All right.
Fuck yeah.
All right, thanks, buddy.
Right on. Thanks, Michael. I look forward to talking to you soon.
All right, gentlemen. Thank you very much. Try not to take it too hard this weekend because I think we're supposed to get hit, right? was something cold from Canada. So I'm assuming you in Canada are
it's getting there.
having cold weather as well. So
I am ready for winter. It's okay. I'm prepared. I was in Manitoba a couple weeks ago. It was cold as a motherfucker. It's okay. Enjoy the Wawa.
That I will. That I will.
All right.
See you.
Bye.
Ciao for now. You know, the button's not there anymore. I can't hang up the call anymore because I need a mouse. A wireless
We'll get
mouse.
you a mouse, buddy.
I need mice.
Donate to
multiple mice. Did you see the? Never mind. We won't get into that right now.
So you know what? So what? Yeah, that was interesting.
That was a fun one. Yeah.
I heard. It's funny how sometimes our own show, I hear more of what I wanted to hear from them on other shows. So that's a good sign.
Really?
Like the whole river thing and all that. But he does remind me of my friend Mark. Have you met my friend Mark yet?
Are you saying you like other people's interviews better than your own?
No, I like ours.
Oh, okay. You said that kind of weird that people might take it the other way. Your friend Mark? Yeah, Mark, the RH negative blood guy.
I don't know. I don't remember that part of him.
West Coast Mark?
No.
Local Mark?
Yeah.
Okay.
That I drove. We podcasted from the West Coast together.
Yes. Okay.
I'm pointing to the West Coast,
okay.
not you.
The West Coast is that way. This is west.
Oh, you really started annoying me. There's a crazy similarity between the two of them, and I'm not even sure if I should say it, but they both got hit from the knockout game.
I don't know what that means. What knockout game?
The teenagers are playing this game where they just knock people one time, like pow, knock you out. Sometimes a video of it, and sometimes it's like an initiation thing. They call it the knockout game. They try and knock it. Mark got his jaw broken, and he got hit with a skateboard.
Really?
Down the path with no hands. Yeah. Both got and it's funny because I was thinking, man, they remind me of the same guy, right?
The knockout game.
Both got hit by the knockout game.
Do we really need to?
I know we don't even want to give it any more attention.
No, that seems like a terrible game.
I know.
We should play that game. When I was a kid,
be down in a second.
the knockout game was choking yourself out with your sweater till you fell over and got all lightheaded.
We did the breathing in a bag.
Oh yeah, or you see the one where you breathe real quick and then someone would push on your chest up against the wall. Yeah, bad ideas.
You're just like, yeah,
fucking sucks.
Crazy kids.
We should have our own knockout game going. We'll do it at CAC. If you come to CAC, we'll play the knockout. Graham and I are playing the knockout game all week.
We'll put up a portable ring and
wrestle.
Octagon.
Yeah, cage. 2 go in, 1 comes out. We could probably sell that fucker out quick if we build a cage. Anyway, big thanks to Michael for coming on the show. I can't wait for my reading. Can't wait for all that fun stuff.
I'll put the starboard on Instagram. Yeah, that'll be good.
I'm interested, yeah. I wish I knew how to read those better. I really need to watch his video.
This will be very visual.
I'll have to watch the video, though. I can't just look at the screenshots and know what the fuck's going on.
No, but it's just a beautiful thing as well. The board he made is very artistic and appealing, and it's a beautiful process.
Fuck yeah. Anyway, check it out. Get a reading from Michael. After you're on there, you're on the internet. You're going to Michael. You're signing up for your reading. You put some money in your PayPal account to do that. Got your credit card out. Head over to grimerica.ca/support. Or you don't like PayPal, maybe head over to grimerica.ca/stripe. You sign up for a monthly, and you help support the show, guys, because, we've moved into this new space so we can grow the show. We bought these nice curtains to try and cut down the sound again, and we're just trying to make it here, trying to create some value for you guys.
You bought those curtains? I thought you.
No, I actually got them for free.
Oh, did you?
Why would you fucking say that?
I thought you would have bought a nicer color than.
It's Grimerica green.
Some like tan/green color.
No, you know what's funny is.
I was thinking about what we can hang over them to hide the ugliness of them.
What are you kidding me? Those are great curtains. Listen, Pink Floyd.
That'll go too. It's just to dampen it down to it.
That is going to be there. In 2 years, that Pink Floyd thing is still going to be there. 100%. If we're still here. We might be canceled if more people don't head over to grimerica.ca/support and sign up for a monthly because we need the support, guys. We really do. We We can't do the show without it. We wouldn't be where we are without those of you who are supporting. So thank you to you guys. And not only that, the other 99% of you that do enjoy the show for free, you should thank those guys as well, because they are the people that are responsible for producing this podcast. So head over to grammatic.ca/support, start out 2019 with a clear conscience and a couple dollars a month, less than the price of less than the price of a cup of coffee a month. Support the show. Also, sign up for the newsletter, grammatic.ca/news. We got pictures of Graham in there and stuff like that. He takes pictures of me sometimes in my funny pants. It's turning into a fun little thing going on there. The newsletter is a whole lot of fun. What else?
Sign
Instagram. Everything in the show notes. Just do everything in the show notes once, and you don't have to do it again.
Review us on iTunes.
Oh, yeah. No one's reviewed the show in a while. Go review the show. Grammatic.ca/iTunes. And also, if you sign up, you get the extra content, right? If you support the show, you get the extra content.
Any support, any sign up, like any monetary donation, monthly or one time, gets you like a black budget support feed link.
Yeah, and you also get access to the forums, all that fun stuff. Right on, guys. Do all that shit. And aside from that, have a great weekend. Have a great week. Have some good vibes. All right, guys. Thanks for listening. We will see you next week. I'm going to buy a shirt that says, as always.
All right, I'm super excited tonight. We've got a special episode. Got our friends Ram Feck with us here to help us out. He's a spiritual alchemist himself, and of course Darren's with us. And we have on
Darren
the line.
Still doesn't know what a spiritual alchemist is.
Well, I have a hard time with this definition too. So on the line we have Erik P. Antoni here, author of Song of the Immortal Beloved, which is a contemporary explanation of spiritual alchemy. It's like I don't want to use the word Bible, but it's like a manual or a 800-page. How would you even describe it?
I feel as though instruction manual is a good way to phrase it.
Yeah. So welcome to the show, Erik. Thanks for coming on, buddy.
Well, thanks very much for having me. It's always a great pleasure to talk about alchemy and spiritual alchemy and the process that I went through to write the book, and I really enjoy talking about it.
That's good. Yeah, I mean, I sent it to Mark right away, or to Ram Feck right away here, and he loved it, and I loved it, and I thought it would be great to be able to chat with you on the show. So thanks to your cousin Carl there who hooked us up together. Yeah. And I mean, it's one of those things that it makes a lot of sense to me. It really resonates with me, but it's really deep as well, and it takes a lot. Like I could read it, 5 or 10 times.
Yeah. I was saying to Graham earlier today that it makes me, this book has kind of inspired me to almost abandon about a quarter of my book collection, because I feel that the information contained in this book is so much more accessible, and there's a lot less unrelevant information. It just seems that every chunk, everything that you read is written very much with intention, and as a reader, I very much appreciate that.
And I appreciate you saying that, because when I first set out to write the book, it was because someone was asking me to explain how to go through the process, and I decided to write it in a way that didn't have a lot of filler, that was just straight and to the point, and I wanted it to be a book that I would have wanted to have read myself when I first started to study this subject. And because I felt myself always grasping for information, for actionable information on how to actually go about the process. And there's a lot of books out there where there's just a lot of metaphor and a lot of phrases and a lot of stuff to stimulate thought, but not a lot to actually tell you how to do it.
Yeah, facilitate that process.
Yeah. I felt like the best way to do it was just to share the process that I went through. And I didn't know how it was going to unravel. It took its own course, and I decided just to share exactly what happened and not concern myself with the way it might be viewed by other people, but literally just, this is what happened, and I'm sharing it with you, and that's it.
From an authentic self, which is what a main part of the book is, really teaching us how to identify the false self and allow the authentic self to come through, I think, right?
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Because the human mind, the way it's we're born, we're not born perfectly, and the mind and the brain, it all manifests. It's a collision of consciousness and matter, and just like colliding particles together, and you get what comes out of that is not perfect, and if you apply your own conscious mind to that, you can end up correcting a lot of the imperfections of that collision between matter and consciousness.
Wow. So maybe we should start with the definition at the beginning, because I've asked Mark this before as well, like what is spiritual alchemy? And Darren asked the question twice tonight.
I still can't get a straight answer.
So maybe start with like, what is alchemy or what is spiritual alchemy? Because I have this preconceived notion of alchemy, and it's hard for me to wrap my head around this thing, spiritual alchemy.
It's a great question, because alchemy as a term is a very old word, and alchemy as a subject goes back thousands of years. But essentially, alchemy just means transformation, and it's so anything can be alchemically transformed. So then you start to ask, well, what kind of alchemy? What kind of transformation? Is it the alchemy of physical substances, or is it an alchemy of the human mind and of the spirit? And that's the subject of this book. It's the alchemy of the human being. And the reason we call it spiritual alchemy is because we're using the spirit as part of the alchemical process. And basically what the spirit is, because that's another very loosely used term, is, well, it's one of three primary dimensions of what I call the cosmic consciousness. And the cosmic consciousness is a underlying awareness that underlines everything in the universe. And it precedes creation. It has no beginning. It always was, and it always will be. And there's three dimensions within that cosmic consciousness. And those three dimensions are awareness, life, and love. And the spirit is the love that's within the cosmic consciousness. So it's literally, the spirit arises out of the awareness within the cosmic consciousness, becoming aware of its own life. As a result of the awareness becoming aware of its own life, its own existence, that automatically gives rise to love, and that love is the spirit of God. So, and everything in the universe that has that three-dimensional component. There's the Trinity exists in many different things throughout creation. That Trinity is all a reflection of those three fundamental dimensions of the cosmic consciousness, which is awareness, life, and love. So those three forces, even though we call them three fundamental dimensions, which describe the cosmic consciousness, they also have in themselves their own force. And we can become aware of these three forces through a discipline, what I call quantum meditation. And what I mean by quantum meditation is we are literally focusing the conscious mind within ourselves all the way down to the quantum level of existence, because the cosmic consciousness doesn't exist at the macro level of creation. It exists at the micro level. It exists within the atom. It exists at the quantum level of existence within all things. And your conscious mind has the ability to access that realm. So you have the ability to literally commune with, feel, resonate, and extract knowledge from all three forces of the cosmic consciousness. And the first force that is readily accessible to the conscious mind is the spirit, or the love of God. And so when you go about trying to liberate your authentic self from what I call the false selves, we leverage our resonance, our awareness of the spirit, and we bring that awareness in contrast to the thing that we're trying to transform within us. And when you're able to, for example, focus on something that's bothering you within your mind, maybe you're depressed and you're feeling sad, and you're able to focus on that mood within yourself. If you can also, in that same moment, contrast your awareness of the spirit in the same moment, you can literally transform that mood. And what comes out of that is an aspect of your authentic self that you were not consciously aware of before, that was suppressed. And you start literally consolidating and individuating your conscious mind by doing that. And the way you go about that is through your daily life experiences. So your interactions with everybody in your daily life evokes different types of mental states within you, whether it's you're angry, you're sad, you're whatever. And if you're able to observe it, then you're able to transform it. And so what the book teaches is a process of literally unraveling your mind and consolidating who you are within yourself by going through this process.
Yeah, that's well said.
Wow, that was really well said.
Yeah, and so even liberating your false self, like you mentioned in the book, doesn't mean that it's going to be your authentic self is going to be the opposite of the false self. It could be just a different
Yeah,
take.
for example, maybe you're focusing on something within yourself that you feel is suppressing who you truly are. So say there's an element of lust
yeah.
that's suppressing who you really are in some way, and you feel conflicted with it. So you focus on it, and there's a method of focusing on it, which I'm not going to describe here, but we use what I call the 5 centers within us, and we focus on that element of lust. And some might think that the authentic self that's going to emerge out of that should be some kind of chastity or something pure. Well, in reality, what may come out of it is an authentic aspect of your erotic nature that was twisted and not well expressed. So it's not always something opposite that comes out. I would say 50% of the time, it's not something opposite that emerges. So you really have to be open to what emerges out of that transformation.
Yeah, that's really interesting. So what should we do? Where do you want to go from here, Ram? Do you think?
Well, when I began reading Song of the Immortal Beloved, there were so many things that jumped out at me and resonated with me and confirmed that, I literally felt as though there was a piece, the missing piece of the puzzle had finally sort of dropped in my lap. And one of the statements that you make really early on in the book is that the alchemical process begins when the mind splits between the observer and the observed.
Right.
So I was wondering, that might be a good starting point for maybe giving people that are new to the idea of transformation from an alchemical point of view. It might.
Right. So what's really happening is there's a process of creation in the universe. And the truth is that process has not completed itself. and it's attempting to complete itself. But in order to complete itself, it needs the cooperation of a conscious mind. And most people go about their life in a very automated fashion, where they're just reacting automatically to what's happening in their life. But if you actually pause for a moment and focus your conscious mind, instead of on the outside world, but within yourself, and start to question, why am I feeling this way? Why am I reacting this way? Regardless of the person that's maybe evoking the reaction, regardless of that, why am I reacting this way? And because maybe I don't want to react this way, and I feel like my true self is being suppressed or deflected in some way when that reaction comes about. So the moment you start to turn your mind inward on yourself, a very interesting dynamic takes place, and it happens automatically. The moment you turn your conscious mind inward on your own self, your mind splits into the observer and the observed. Automatically, content moves out to the periphery of your mind that you're able to observe. You're able to observe each emotion. You're able to observe each thought. You're able to observe each instinct. Who's doing the observing? Because people are confusing those thoughts and emotions for who they are. So how can you actually be observing that then, if that's really you? Because the truth is, it's really not. It's a construct of your mind that's not fully integrated, and that's why you're able to observe it. So what we do is we start to leverage that dynamic, and in a practice of alchemical meditation, we start to observe the different constructs and content of our mind in the way it works. And you start to literally observe all your different feelings and how they actually react to the outside world. And you bring in your awareness of the spirit. And when you bring those two into resonance with each other, just by being consciously aware of both in the same moment, the thing that you're observing automatically transforms and your authentic self emerges. And you become more individuated, you become more free to be who you truly are in life. One of the key things about what actually causes that to happen, what causes the thing that you're observing to transform in the presence of the spirit? The thing that causes that is a law in the universe called the law of sympathetic resonance. And it's and this is, and I just call it alpha in my book.
Oh, okay, that's where the alpha is, yeah.
So, and to explain what it is, how many times have you been sitting in your house and a car drives by, it's blasting its music, and your window panes start to vibrate to the tune of the music? Have you all witnessed that before?
Yeah, yep. For sure.
Yeah, that's the law of sympathetic resonance. And your mind has the alchemical process utilizes the same phenomenon. So literally your emotions can tune into the feeling of the spirit and literally transform due to the law of sympathetic resonance. And when you start to do that on a regular basis, alpha starts to emerge within you at an elevated level. Alpha is actually guiding the process of evolution throughout the entire universe and throughout creation. It's guiding the process and the organization of creation to a higher reality. And it's doing it at a very slow momentum, at a very slow rhythm. But if you start to utilize it consciously, then it actually speeds up within yourself. And when that happens, alpha starts to literally guide the alchemical process of your life through your life. And that course is the three mountains that I talk about in the book. So alpha actually moves in geometric patterns, and the shape of the universe, the organization of the universe, the galaxies, the atoms, those are all geometric patterns of alpha. That's the universe organizing itself, and when you can utilize that force to literally transform yourself and elevate yourself to a higher level of existence.
Is that the same sort of ideas when you like, I forget what they call it, but when you like run different sound frequencies and stuff through sand,
Yes.
you can get those crazy designs?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, those are cool looking.
That's
so,
alpha.
I mean, think about what's that.
Cymatics, you mean? Is that what you're thinking?
Yeah. So if you just think about what that's doing to like your insides, you know, if you can you make this pretty picture in the sand, or you can play some other shit and make a total disaster, and then you know what's that doing to your brain?
Yeah.
Yep. You literally crystallize the matter in your brain by focusing your conscious awareness upon it.
Huh. So is to get to that level of awareness, is that the meditation practice that I think, Mark, you were telling me about that earlier, right? And I feel like that would be difficult to do, although I'm a regular meditator and stuff, but to feel that, maybe we should talk about that process a little bit, is to go into that relaxed breathing state or whatever, and then feel that experience and try and recognize it in your body, I guess. Do you want to describe that a little bit?
Sure. So there's two different schools of thought that actually already teach this discipline, but in the way that they teach it, it's incomplete. What they're missing is the spirit. So Gurdjieff and Ouspensky taught a system of transformation where you literally transform the elements of your mind, and you need a system in order to do that. You need a method, a mechanism in order to experience the content of your mind and to organize it and to observe it. And the system they used is called the 5 centers. And this is where we start to get into the ethereal bodies and the chakras and so forth. But at the ethereal level of your being, you have 5 centers. Your intellectual center, where you process all your thoughts, your emotional center, where you process all your emotions, your instinctive center, where you feel your instincts, your motor center, and your sexual center. And whatever you're experiencing within yourself at any one moment, you can focus your conscious mind on those 5 different centers one at a time, and you can experience that emotion slightly differently in each of the 5 centers. So if you're feeling anger in one moment, you can isolate it, focus on it, and all right, let me shift to my mental center or intellectual center and experience that motion, that anger in the mental center. Okay, feel it, taste it, what kind of thoughts are running through it, and really, get a sensory feeling of that anger in your mental center, and then focus to your emotional and get a snapshot and understanding of that. And you go through all 5 centers, and now you're developing a higher intelligence, a higher emotional awareness of the anger relative to those 5 centers. And when you start to do that, what ends up happening is you open up an opportunity to transform, because one of the laws of transformation is that you have to have an understanding, a level of comprehension of the thing that you want to transform in order to transform it. If you have not properly understood that element of anger, you cannot transform it. So you have to be able to isolate it, delve into it, and understand it. And the understanding is not an intellectual understanding. It's a emotional understanding. You have to feel the understanding. You have to extract the understanding out of your feelings. It's not, oh, this is anger, and I'm angry because this person said this, and this goes back to when I was a kid and I had that bad experience on the playground, and that's why this anger is coming back. That's the wrong type of analysis. The type of analysis is you got to feel the way the anger is actually working inside you relative to those 5 centers. And so you got to have a deep EQ level experience of the emotion or the element that you're targeting. And once you have that, then you're able to transform it. And that's exactly where Gurdjieff and Ouspensky and them fell flat. They taught a system where you can isolate those psychic elements, but how do you transform it? And that's where they really fell flat. And I struggled for many years before I discovered the missing key ingredient, which was the spirit.
Yeah.
Now, do those 5 centers correspond with the chakras, or is that different? Okay.
They do. The 5 centers correspond directly to our ethereal bodies, which I describe in the book, and in a lot of esoteric institutions, they talk about the astral body, the mental body, the vital body, the spiritual body. We do have those bodies, but the 5 centers directly correlate to those bodies. Like the emotional center is the emotional body. They're really one and the same. And so is the mental body and the mental center. They're directly correlated. The chakras are really a secondary energy system that connects all the ethereal bodies to the physical body. When you're under stress, that stress is in the mind, but it ultimately ends up in manifesting in your physical body, and that travels through the chakras and through our ethereal bodies, and that's how a mental thought can literally physically impact your body.
So be careful with your thoughts.
Yes, you can literally make yourself sick with the way we think and the way we feel. Matter of fact, I believe that plays a major role in many underlying diseases, including cancer and so forth, because the mind is not properly balanced and it's taking a toll on the physical body.
Well, yeah, I mean, that's the whole basis of psychosomatics is that.
Yeah.
So I really appreciate when you're explaining that and you're explaining the meditations that you reference, that it's not about intellectualizing your experience, but actually feeling this emotional experience. Because when as I was reading through Song of the Immortal Beloved and started with the meditation practices for Mount Sophia, my first instinct was to intellectualize my emotion as opposed to feeling it, and so I really had to take the time and sit with that experience until I began to feel it. Because it became obvious that intellectualizing it and even writing or really going in depth about intellectualizing it wasn't really fulfilling what it was that was the purpose of the meditation.
Yeah, and I think many people will automatically start that way because modern psychology kind of conditions us to process ourselves in that way,
and
where we're
for sure. You mentioned it at the start of chapter 1. That we have this instinct to reduce everything to our illusions versus actually what it is.
Right.
And that made more sense to me going back and rereading that after I had my own experience with attempting to intellectualize the meditation as opposed to feeling it.
Right. And the ultimate goal is really, in the first couple of years, there is a concerted effort to really orient your mind to being able to do this process. But so in the first year or two, there's a lot of seated meditation, and there's you really need to spend at least an hour a day in meditation doing these practices. But eventually the mind learns how to do it outside of seated meditation. And that's where the alchemical process really launches itself, because it would take forever if you had to only transform yourself in seated meditation. You really need to be able to do it moment to moment. So you learn the process, you develop the inner senses and the emotional EQ, so to speak, through the initial seated meditations and so forth. But eventually you want to be able to take that inner process and walk with it. And when you're at work and someone says something that upsets you, you want to be able to literally transform it in that moment and not have to go sit down somewhere and meditate to transform it. Now, you want to be able to do it on the go. And once you're able to get to that level, then everything really starts to pick up momentum, and alpha really starts to rise.
Is that the point that you would then move into the second mountain, like on this journey?
Yeah, so actually the transformation of psychic elements like that is really a second mountain discipline. But you really have to start doing it in the first mountain in order to develop the momentum. And so that's why in the first mountain the transformation goes very slow, because you're really doing you don't have alpha supporting you yet. Alpha is like the wind blowing in your sail, and that wind isn't blowing in your sail. Your transformation process is going to be much slower. The boat moves more slowly. So, but the way you get alpha moving and that wind blowing is you just keep doing the practice, and then eventually it starts to pick up momentum. So you do have to go through a process in the first mountain where alpha goes through its own process of escalating its resonance, it's escalating its organizational momentum, and it needs to literally migrate through each of your ethereal bodies. And it does it in accordance to its own program. It's not something that you can really control. The way you collaborate with this force is through the practice of the three factors, which I describe in the book. Right now we're talking about transformation, but that's only one of the three factors. In order to really compel this universal organizational force of alpha to really cause your mind to consolidate and individuate, you really have to practice all three factors. And the three factors are transformation, which we were just talking about. The second one is cultivation, and the third one is love. And the reason why cultivation is important is all three are critically important, but cultivation, you are cultivating the energy systems in your body. So the energy systems in the human body are biologically more yang or biologically more yin. And all men and women have both yin and yang within them. Just because you're a man doesn't mean you're all yang, and just because you're a woman, you're all yin. We all have both polarities within us, and our energy system all falls within a spectrum. But the spirit, which what I was saying is the force that we use to transform, that has a completely neutral energy. It's neither yin or yang. And if you want to be able to access the spirit, then you need to see past the yin yang energy systems of your body. So the reason we cultivate our energy is to access the deeper energy of the spirit. So that's why we bring together the male or the yin yang polarities in our bodies to try to neutralize our energy in the body so that we can access the spirit. And then we access the spirit, we can use it to transform the elements within us. So that's how all three factors work together. There's a lot of ancient schools that taught the sexual mysteries and cosmic cultivation and so forth, but they didn't realize that the second, and cultivation is what I call the second factor. The second factor is not the primary goal. The second factor is a supporting tool to the alchemical transformation process. Like I said, it's there to help you gain a deeper access to the spirit and to the forces of the cosmic consciousness. It's not there for itself. And so that's a very important distinction to make. To me, the most important of the three factors is the third factor, which is love. And the third factor is all about developing your relationship with the cosmic consciousness, developing your awareness with it, literally feeling the spirit of God running through you. That is the third factor. Because without the third factor, the first factor is impossible. So all three really have to work together. Many of the philosophies throughout history, one would gravitate more to one of the three factors, but very few, actually I haven't really found any philosophy that would encompass and embrace all three factors at once as part of their own philosophy. So, you can get a lot of Buddhist techniques.
I was just going to ask about Buddhism. It seems to be, it really seems to resonate with, or at least been built upon some sort of foundation of Buddhism in a way.
Yeah, absolutely. The Tibetan monks, they got very much into the first factor of transformation. Other schools of the sexual tantra schools, Taoist sexual tantra, they're very much into the second factor. And then there's a lot of different philosophical schools that really just focus purely on the third factor. But if you really want to transform your being and elevate yourself and liberate your authentic self, you really have to embrace all three factors.
What do you feel is the relationship between Jung's concept of individuation, or Jungian psychology in general, and comparing and contrasting that with alchemy?
Well, Jung was a pioneer in alchemy, in my mind. And individuation is really the process that we're talking about, where the authentic self becomes the master of its own mind, and everything starts to consolidate within yourself. You have a permanent center of gravity. And what I mean by that is, from moment to moment, you're who you truly are. You don't have different competing instincts and automated reactions driving your personality and your behavior. Your authentic self is able to freely express itself without being pulled away by some instinctive reaction within your psyche. So when your authentic self is fully present from moment to moment and is free to be present, that's individuation. That's the individuated mind.
Wow.
I mean, yeah, it makes sense. What about well, you mentioned God a couple times. I mean, maybe put that into context just for people.
Yeah, so I think, when people think about God, they immediately start referencing what they've learned throughout life from either the religion that they were a part of or whatever. So most people have a mythological perception of what God is. To me, what God is it's the awareness that's embedded in the universe that was always there. It's the cosmic consciousness, and it exists at the quantum level of existence. It's not an individual human-like being that you're going to meet after you die. It's a force of consciousness. It's very much alive. It's very much aware of you, more so than you are of it, or we will ever be of it. It is a real living being, but it is not a mythologized being as many people expect it to be. God is consciousness. It's awareness. It's the essence of life, and it's pure love is what God is. But all of that is what the cosmic consciousness, like I said, it exists at the quantum level of existence, and it causes our reality to emerge into existence.
I was wondering if you could touch on the difference between the temporal physical being and the eternal primordial being.
So one of the what was interesting about the process, about this alchemical process, is, early on I started to work with the three factors when I was 16. Wow. And I didn't know where it was going to take me, to be honest with you. I just I was always just focused on the next thing that I was transforming. I had no idea where it was going. And I just went with the flow. But Alpha actually has a path that guides you down. And where Alpha takes us, and I believe this is universal. It's not just unique to myself. What Alpha is trying to do, it's trying to unify the mind. And unifying the mind is not just unifying the contents of your own individual mind. It wants to unify your mind with the universe. It wants to unify your mind with the origin of everything. It wants to unify your mind with God. And it's not going to stop until it gets there. And so if you keep transforming one element after another, it's going to lead you down a path until it brings you to that point. And what you start to learn is that the temporal physical being, who you are sitting here today, is not your total self. And Alpha will reconnect you with what I call the primordial self. And your primordial self, or your primordial being, is who you truly are. You have an immortal body that you've always had. It's always been there. And physically, when you die, your conscious awareness is reabsorbed back into your primordial body, and you reawaken in the primordial universe. And you've only have one primordial body, and you've always had that one primordial body. But you have many physical existences. So you reincarnate over and over again, life after life. But every time you die physically, you always go back to that same primordial body.
I was just making notes on that, because the question in my head came up: if you meet that, or let's say you go down that path through sympathetic resonance and Alpha, and you meet God, the awareness, and you find your primordial body, does that mean you will start to maybe remember your next life, or does that bring some sort of... Yeah.
Absolutely. You literally start to reconnect everything.
Yeah, that's kind of what I was thinking. Yeah.
See, your physical brain literally acts as a reducing valve, and it causes you to forget. And that's why you're not all here. Most of your existence and your awareness and who you truly are is all in your primordial body. And when you start to reconnect, when you start to bridge your physical brain with your primordial brain, your physical brain starts to get flooded with all the memories
of your past
of
lives.
all your past lives, and of the primordial universe itself.
Right. And then your future life, when you get to that next life, you'll have this life in memory, hopefully.
Yes, absolutely, because the alchemical work you do in this life is picked up and carried over from your it's picked up by your primordial being and then reprojected into your next physical life. So you're literally building the blueprint of your next physical existence right now in this physical body. The way your mind is developing its conscious awareness in your current physical body is literally projecting a blueprint to your next physical existence.
Mm.
And it's all being channeled through your primordial being. So and the reason why that is able to occur is because it's not just the soul that reincarnates. There's a good portion of your mind that reincarnates as well. The physical body is a crucible to your mind, and it helps to shape your mind. But the ethereal bodies, which make up the mind, they all go with you when you die. Okay, so when you reincarnate, you're not just reincarnating your soul, you're reincarnating different aspects of your mind as well. So that's the importance of alchemy, and it's the importance of literally trying to evolve and become aware in each life, is that you're literally affecting yourself, life to life.
Yeah.
We're doing ourselves a disservice if we just move through life as animals, literally just reacting and searching for food and trying to reproduce. We're not really propelling ourselves very far.
You in the book you mention some really wonderful ideas about cosmology in regards to space and time, connecting or possibly originating with our imagination and dark energy. I was just wondering if you could talk a little bit about those cosmological ideas.
Yeah. So alpha, like I said, it's leading everyone towards unification. It's trying to unify the mind, and not just within yourself, but with the universe as a whole. And the reason it's trying to do that is because of how creation actually came about. And alpha will eventually take you back to the point of creation itself, because it needs to show you something. It needs to show you that your current state of existence is directly related to how creation came about, and that what's happening at the quantum level is God is still trying to reconcile creation itself, and He's using you to help Him reconcile it. And it's all. Creation's already been reconciled with the source at the cosmic level. And the cosmic level is the very large and the very small. It's inside the atom, and it's the furthest reaches of the universe. That's the cosmic level. It's a loop. It's a serpent swallowing its tail. But there's other levels of existence, and the other levels are the planetary level and the individual level. And the individual and planetary levels, those cycles of creation have not completed themselves yet. And the only way that they can complete themselves is through the intercession of a conscious mind. And but because the cosmic level has already been reconciled, that's what's causing the expansion of the universe. Because what's happening is at the cosmic level of creation is trying to match the parameters of an infinite source that it came from. And that causes the universe to expand forever. It's a paradox. The expansion of the universe is driven by a divine paradox, because the universe is trying to match the parameters of an infinite source, and it will never be able to do it. And that's what's causing the expansion, and that is alpha. So, but that's what cosmologists would call dark energy or dark force, and they call it dark because they don't understand it. But what I'm saying is it's literally the universe itself reacting to a conscious mind, and there's a conscious mind projecting a pattern on the universe itself, and the universe is reacting to it, and it's expanding in response.
There was something in the book jumped out when you had said that. I remembered you had mentioned something about how science is reluctant to acknowledge alpha because it rings a little too close to the religious,
right?
And so that presents a really interesting challenge, I think, within the scientific community. I wonder at what point will science begin or not be afraid to consider an outside.
I think it's slowly starting to make some progress there, and it's making progress in the field of quantum physics, because some of the experiments and observations that they're making, even in the laboratories at the quantum level, is causing people's hair to stand up. Wow. And it's all implying a conscious awareness exists in the universe. And so I think ultimately it's going to be quantum physicists that start taking the lead on answering the questions about awareness, consciousness, the soul, and so forth. And eventually, religion is going to start taking a back seat.
We're going to get right back to where we were with the ether about 100 years ago or whatever. I mean,
exactly.
Bill Hicks already called all this thing. I heard Bill Hicks say this in a bit like 25 years ago.
Yeah.
Yep.
Well, he was talking about magic mushrooms. So where does if the mind's a reducer, do you think like psychedelics like psilocybin and LSD are reducing further or reducing less?
That's a really good question. I mean, people have asked me, so psychedelic drugs and psychotropics, what kind of impact does that have on the alchemical process? People have asked me that. And the truth is that any drug that causes a spike in dopamine or DHT can literally cause a chemical bridge between the conscious mind and the spirit, the form. But the problem is that it's really unsustainable and very risky to your health. So, it's not I think people are taking a big risk in experimenting like that, but it's worthy of study by scientists in a controlled setting. But, different rituals and stuff by different Indian tribes, they've used the ayahuasca drug and so forth. That's all, utilized. That's them literally trying to develop a chemical bridge between the conscious mind and the spirit. And from a scientific point of view, not from a moral point of view, it's valid. That there is validity to it. But then it opens up a whole can of worms about the moral implications and stuff like that.
So how do you recommend people that have been sort of on this journey maybe but don't even realize they're halfway down this path, or they might be in the second mountain, or I feel like I've been through a lot of this in the beginning over the last, say, 11 years or so.
Yeah.
So because a lot of it's really resonating with me, and but I kind of need to tweak everything to probably.
Well, one thing I would say to people is, have no concern or worry. It's impossible to get left behind. We are all in this journey together, and alpha is moving all of us. It's just how quick do you want to move, and but nobody's gonna get left behind, and so you just got to decide: do you want to do this over many existences, or do you want to propel yourself now in this current existence? And that's really a decision between you and God. You are not required to do it. You can continue your life as it is, and you will not be left behind. We are all in this together. We're all evolving together. We're all evolving towards a point of unity. But if you want to accelerate it, then it really just requires a conscious effort to interject your conscious mind into the evolutionary process. And so you learn about how alpha is actually directing the process. You realize that its goal is to literally unify the mind with God. So how do you collaborate with that? And the truth is it's very, very simple, and it's just learning the three factors. In the book, I describe a lot of the mechanics and a lot of the steps and stages, and I'm really kind of giving a mechanics guide of what's going on. But the truth is, you really don't have to know a lot of it. All you really have to know is the three factors, and that's really it. And you mentioned the three mountains. The three mountains themselves, what essentially are the three mountains? The three mountains are a psychokinetic organizational pattern that alpha moves our evolution through. It builds up in stages. The three mountains are three major milestones towards the point of unification in the development of what I call the monad. The monad is the unified mind. And the truth is that everybody has experienced the three mountains, all three mountains at some level in their existence. The third mountain is really our encounter with the Tao. It's our encounter with God. And most people have had some kind of encounter at some level of their life. The second mountain is really where we're really transforming ourselves and integrating our mind. And the first mountain is us really just getting all those wheels moving in motion. But at some level, we're always experiencing some aspect of all three mountains in our life. But by practicing the three factors, it organizes the process.
Okay.
Is what happens.
What's the difference between the straight path and the spiral path?
So the spiral path is basically, like I said, alpha is already directing all of us.
Yeah. Through that resonance, right?
Yeah, it's already directing the evolution of our mind, all of our minds, towards a unity with God. But it's doing it in planetary time. And so therefore, we're all in group sync together, and we form the planetary group mind together, and we evolve together in the planetary group mind, and we do it over eons of time. And that's why we continuously reincarnate, and because we're doing it over eons of time, and the physical body is slowly being jumped through one generation after another towards that eventual goal. And that's why, so we keep reincarnating and evolving in planetary time in group sync with everybody else who's on the planet. That's the spiral path. The straight path is, you know what? I don't want to be along just for the ride. I don't want to do this mostly unconscious. I want to do this in full collaboration. I want to know what's going on, and I want to collaborate with it. I want to get knowledge out of it. I want to understand it. And that's the straight path. when the moment you start recognizing this force at work in your life, and you start working with the three factors, you can literally unify your mind and develop the monad in one existence. And that is the straight path.
Initiative is the word that comes to my mind as you're saying, talking about the straight path. Yeah, taking the initiative to.
Yes. You're taking the initiative.
Yeah. Wow. Yeah. So when on your journey, one of the things that you mentioned in the book is the benefit of having an accountable group of people to share on your, with your alchemical journey.
Right.
Did you have people that you could go to and say?
Well, believe it or not, the people that I would go to and get help from, because we all need that, right?
Mm-hmm.
Were people that weren't even on the straight path.
Mm.
My dad was a psychologist, and I'd be learning from him all the time, and just learning from my peers and friends in life. They were always helping me too. So we don't necessarily get help only from other people that are doing the same process. We can get help from everybody.
Yeah, you should be getting help from everyone, I think, either directly or indirectly.
Yeah, for sure.
Yep, absolutely. And I find, believe it or not, indirect most of the time is the most authentic and direct way, because
it's more personal, right? Because indirectly, you have to teach yourself that lesson. It's not Buddy sitting you down on his knee and saying, "Listen, Frank, you got to get your shit together. You did it again."
Right. Exactly.
Wow.
The best thing that I've learned, the best way to go about this process is to kind of keep it under your sleeve, so to speak, and just be your true self. Don't go around telling everyone, "Oh, I'm doing this alchemical process." Just be natural with everybody and keep doing the alchemical process within yourself. But to the rest of the world, just be you. And be authentic and be real and have real human interactions with people, and don't try to be something that you're not. And because the moment we start faking and trying to be something that we're not, then we start to sabotage the alchemical process. The whole goal is to be authentic and to be your true self. So we should make an effort to be that way in our life, and we should keep the knowledge of our alchemical process sacred. And we do that by keeping it silent and not bragging about it and not putting it in people's face. I found that to be the best way, because if I had a girlfriend or something, or just a close buddy, and I start talking about the alchemical process, all of a sudden I feel the nature of my friendship with those people change. It's like now all of a sudden they don't talk to me the same way, or they don't want to hang out with me the same way, and I don't want that, and it's not good for the alchemical process. So it's better to just be totally natural and be yourself.
It's easier too.
Yeah, it's easier too.
Or at least once you get through the shit, it's easier. It might not be easier for the first little while.
What is the significance of the planetary group mind?
So,
communism.
So like I said, what Alpha really shows us is that the universe has not completed its process of creation yet, and that the planetary and individual levels of creation are still a work in progress. And so the spiral path is proceeding on a planetary level. We're all in it together. That's the spiral path, and that's the significance of the planetary group mind, is that all of us together our resonance together literally manifests the planetary group mind. And so the planetary group mind is a reflection of us as much as we are of it. And its growth doesn't get too far ahead of our own growth. And it's interdependent and symbiotic on each other.
We've talked a lot about the technical aspects of this, but can we get into a little bit about your experiences with,
sure.
Like specifically, I mean, the last half of your book with your experiences is pretty mind blowing, and I don't know where I want to go with that. Maybe about good and evil and your encounter with Lucifer, that kind of stuff that might be pretty enlightening for people.
So, yeah, and I think the terms Lucifer and Satan and some of those terms might throw people back a little bit when they first read it.
Yeah.
But the truth is, the reason why I allow those terms to be used is because those terms are mythological artifacts of our collective unconscious, and it's very much a part of human history. And those mythologies are signaling something very important about the human nature and about the human condition and about what's going on within the human psyche spiritually. There's all of the mythological terms that we hear in religions. Most of those have a direct correlation to a force of consciousness that the alchemist has to deal with.
Okay.
So like being an asshole.
Yeah, exactly.
That's the one I'm stuck on. I like that breakdown though. The idea of, the devil being in all of us, your dark side. And
yeah, you can't talk about spirituality and God and only talk about the light. You also have to talk about the darkness. Otherwise, the whole thing's incomplete. So I talk about both, and it's interesting. And some people may ask, why is the darkness talked about at the very end? And the truth is because the book is a process of regression, and it's tracing itself back to the very point of creation, and the darkness manifested before the light. And most religions will tell you that first there was darkness and then there was the light. So if the book is a process of regression, we first go through the spheres of the light, and then we get into the darkness. And then beyond the darkness is invisibility. The truth is the cosmic consciousness is an invisible force. But what I was saying is that these mythological artifacts, Lucifer, Satan, and etc., these are all constructs of the collective unconscious, archetypes of the collective unconscious, as John would put it. And so Lucifer exists in the unconscious mind of all individuals. So does Satan. But the reason why I'm using these terms is because I want to bring them to light, explain them so we can resolve them, and then put it behind us. And what I'm explaining is that these forces are actually nothing like of the religious nature that they've been described within. And so what I do is I say, all right, we've heard this term Lucifer before. What is it? Well, I explain it in the book what it actually is. And the truth is, and I don't want to get it into, I'd rather the reader read about it and try to understand it through the book, because the book really breaks it all down. But the truth is that these forces of darkness are forces that are within the human psyche that we have to confront within ourselves and unravel and integrate.
It's like that old Solzhenitsyn line where it talks about the difference between good and evil is blah, blah, blah down the center of every human heart. It's like not state lines. It's not ideologies. It's within all of us. And we've seen how quickly that can regress into terribleness.
Yes, exactly.
So how does the spiral up factor that in?
How does the spiral...
like when humanity seems to dip into these periods of genocide or general, know, hate-filled, whatever you want to call it.
So that's a really good question. So in order for alpha to integrate the mind, it's following a pattern that's already worked. And the pattern that's already worked is the pattern that unfolded at the cosmic level. There's a whole story of consciousness. There's a story of God. There's a story of creation that occurred at the very beginning of time. And that story and that same pattern is repeating itself. And what happened at the beginning of time is that light didn't defeat darkness. What happened was light came in to integrate darkness and bring it back into unity. And what the universe today is the outcome of that unity. The atom is the outcome of that unity. Everything that we see in life, light and darkness, hot and cold, odd and even, all that duality is the result of a unity between the two that occurred at the quantum level of existence at the very beginning of time. And that story is trying to repeat itself. But in order for it to repeat itself, it has to take its course. So that's why we're going through darkness and suffering in our world, because it's following the same story that happened at the cosmic level. And we have to allow it to take its course. Eventually, it will all get integrated and we will transcend all of it. But we have to allow that process to take the same path that occurred at the cosmic level at the beginning of time.
Nothing to it.
Yeah, that's interesting. It's I don't know. So I don't want to leave people feeling like your encounters with that, the way you wrote it in the book, are amazing. Like, it's very interesting to read about how you reacted to those archetypes, or good and evil, or Lucifer, or even at the end when you encountered the IAO, I think it is. I mean, yeah, it's very interesting how you describe it all. So I don't want to leave people with I want to leave them with a sensation that it is an amazing story in the end as well.
Yeah, it's an amazing story of the book. And the alchemical process, like I said, is a process of regression. And alpha is taking us all the way back to the beginning of time, to the point of creation. And then it retells you the story. And you literally re-experience the story of creation. And it's a story of light and darkness. And it tells you both sides of the equation. It's critical that the conscious mind is told that story, because it's part of the process of unifying the mind.
I feel like some of this was channeled. I mean, how did you encapsulate all the encounters and all this whole journey? Like, because there can't be many people in time and history that have been able to do this, to go where you've gone. And then encapsulate it, write it down.
So if you spent 30 some years doing daily alchemical meditation and freeing the authentic self and getting to know the spirit in that process, and then you start applying quantum meditation to it, where you literally start to try to extract knowledge out of the cosmic quanta, as I call it. All of this information starts to arise in your conscious mind. And so every one of you have the ability to tap into the same information. The same information is attempting to emerge within all of us. It's kind of like being in a crowded room in a party, and the phone is ringing and nobody hears it. But you're the only one that hears it, and you walk over and you pick up the phone. And you write down what's being told to you. The cosmic quanta, which is the living forces of consciousness that exist at the quantum level of all things is all accessible within yourself with your conscious mind. And all you really have to do is develop the psychocognitive abilities to access it and to extract the information. And through 30-some years of quantum meditation and alchemical meditation, I developed those abilities. And the stories that came out, the story of creation that came out, is what I wrote in the book.
Was that like the Akashic Record? Are you tapping into the Akashic Record?
Yes.
Who built the pyramids? Or is that a Carl question?
That's more of a Carl question.
Okay.
I think he's listening right now. But I would say the ancient builder race built the pyramids. And
well, earlier I was going to touch on because I mean, I think some people, someone came across the pyramids, found it full of seeds and shit, and started up a new civilization and called themselves Egyptians. But I mean, I was just watching Magical Egypt again last week, and episode 3, the original one, episode 3, where they talk about the Egyptian mystery schools, and I mean, a lot of that kind of resonated with this, you know.
Yeah. So everything I'm saying is really nothing new, to be honest with you. I might be saying it in a new language, and but
English.
Yeah, but it's really all there in the Kabbalah and in Hermeticism and in all the ancient mysteries. All of it is there. And like I said, and if you want to go beyond what mankind wrote about it, you can go to the source yourself and get it yourself. It's all accessible.
So what is next for you now? I mean, when you wrote this book, were you intending it to be sort of an internal, just cathartic process, or were you hoping that people would gravitate to it in the masses, and that there would?
Yeah. So the book kind of took on a life of its own. I really wrote it by accident. I never intended to write it. Because first of all, I'm not a believer in organized religion, because I feel like organized religion tries to control people, not for the benefit of unifying with God, but for the benefit of their own benefit, their own agenda.
Yeah.
So I'm a true believer that everyone needs to try to develop their own direct experience with the source, and that you all have your ability to do it. But when I started to write the book, like I said, what really triggered it was someone asked me to write it down for them. So I tried to do that, but then I realized it became a catharsis, and then it kind of merged with the process itself, because I realized that comprehension is completed through expression. So by expressing what I was learning and gathering helped me to connect all the dots. And then it was, you know what, I better organize this so I can give it to somebody. And then it became the book. So it's really kind of taken on a life of its own. I do have another book in process that I'm hoping that will be done by the end of 2019. And it's a book on alchemical dialogues. It's dialogues like that we're having here, commentary and questions and so forth.
Oh, wow.
And it's really a follow-on to this book, where people read this book, they had questions, and I'm putting those dialogues together, and it's called Concerto of the Rising Sun. And it'll be out in the next several months.
You know, it's interesting. I was reading again. I mean, I think I brought this up like 6 episodes in a row, but that book by Napoleon Hill, Think and Grow Rich. I mean, it really sounds like that was one of the books that first got me looking at specifically,
and
well,
intention
more
and
than that, more like faith and service and a lot of the stuff you can take out of organized religion. Specifically like the Bible and stuff like that, it's about faith, and it's about service, but the trick was that the faith wasn't supposed to be in some deity; it was supposed to be in yourself, and a lot of this side of lines up with that. It's interesting.
Yep, absolutely.
It's like Napoleon Hill wanted to say that, but if you said that in 1937, they just shot you.
Are there resource like like whether that be online communities or when people come to you and ask questions, do you refer them places or do you just kind of refer them inward?
I think it's a case by case. I've had some the book has brought some people into my life that I've had some really phenomenal interactions and conversations with. And I really just develop a one-on-one with each person, and each relationship is different, and it kind of takes its own course. So it's really kind of hard to say.
Have you thought about teaching it more formally at all?
I thought about doing some YouTube videos, just kind of explaining some things and deeper concepts. Yeah. But again, I'm trying to avoid turning this into
a cult or religion.
I don't want it to be a cult or a religion, because the moment you do that,
as long as you don't start sleeping with people, I think you're okay.
The moment you form a cult, you kind of isolate yourself and from a lot of other people. But if you leave it fluid and accessible to everybody, then it's better for everybody. So,
yeah, I mean, I'd be interested to see some videos on this for sure.
What about audiobook?
Oh yeah,
that's in the works.
Nice. Is that a challenge to figure out how to not become something that you don't want? How to not become a cult figure, or how not to become a messiah for people that are looking.
Or a guru.
I would say it's kind of early yet, and I'm kind of navigating through the woods on that.
Sure.
But we'll see how it goes.
Embrace it. We'll send you a sweet Technicolor robe. I mean, the thing is that it's tough to get people to read books these days. I mean, hopefully all of our listeners will head out and grab this book. It's pretty thick. It's a little intimidating, but it's double spaced. It's an easy read.
Yeah.
And, that the audiobook makes it a little more accessible to the general public, and that video just, kind of makes it accessible to everyone.
Will you be reading the audiobook?
I might get someone that has a more professional voice than myself.
Oh, it sounds pretty professional. There's no complaints here.
I know a guy. I'll put in a plug for my buddy Micah Hanks is doing audiobooks. Nice. So is my partner here, Graham, but his are a little more choppy.
A little more unprofessional.
But one thing I also did too was I also, that Song of the Immortal Beloved is basically 3 volumes, right? It's First Mountain, Second Mountain, Third Mountain. I also just released each volume separately, just so that, because that book is like $33. I don't really have much way to make it less, because Amazon kind of sets the price. But so to make it more affordable, I broke it up into 3 volumes. So you can buy it all as one or each piece individually.
Oh, okay, that's good.
Is that the all-in-one version
This
you
is the
got there?
all-in-one, yeah.
That's the all-in-one.
That better not be volume 1, or I'm out.
But I mean, really let us know when it does come out on audio, because I'm always listening to audiobooks. I listen to a lot of this in PDF form, actually. I had a computer read it to me. So I like the audio. So let us know when that comes out, and we'll plug it. We'll talk about it.
Oh yeah, and if you do a YouTube channel or anything like that, let us know, and we'll plug that. If you need any help on how to do it poorly, then we can help you there too. Yeah. We're sort of limping into that ourselves. Actually, I think it's worked, like, knock on wood, like 12 shows in a row. The live stream has worked pretty good, so we might have the bugs worked out.
Yeah, and maybe we should come back on as well, because it's pretty deep and there's a lot to get through. I mean, we already went through an hour and a half probably, and we're just feel like some of it we're barely scratching the surface.
Well, we'll do the next one in person, because Carl said that his mom said I'm allowed to stay at the house. Nice. And I made her laugh enough times tonight that I'm allowed to stay over.
Yeah.
Oh no, Carl's listening to the whole family.
Yeah, we'll all come down. You'll never get rid of us. But no, we'll do this again. I mean, we should get you and Carl on at the same time sometime. Yeah, Carl's one of my all-time favorite guests. He's just fantastic guy to talk to.
It was actually Carl that kind of triggered my whole alchemical journey.
Wow, really?
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's awesome.
Did he tell you first?
It's kind of a long story. Maybe he and I will tell the story together.
Yeah, that's
Nice.
a good idea.
Nice.
Let's save that one.
Yeah, any excuse to get Carl back on. Absolutely. Are you on any social media?
I haven't planned it yet. So, I actually do have a day job, so I'm trying to figure out I'm trying to navigate how to, I don't want to confuse the two professions, so to speak.
Don't do it. Trust me. Just separate it right at the beginning, or it just gets, you don't want streams crossing.
Yeah, exactly.
Right on. Well,
Did you finish the whole book?
Yeah, I read the whole book. Yeah, it was really good. I mean, but it's the type of book you can go, I'm going to be having this handy and be browsing through it and studying it over and over again. Like, it's that.
I thought you just go through. You're supposed to be good when it's you through. You're supposed to be done the journey.
No,
not this one.
No, not this one.
And if you guys have any ideas on some material you want to see in my next book on the alchemical dialogues, like say, hey, Erik, it would be good if you answered some questions on XYZ. Send me that, and I'll put it in the book.
All right. You shouldn't have offered that up.
I got questions.
Yeah.
And if any of the listeners, they can send me an email if they like. It's www.songoftheimmortalbeloved.com. You can go to the website and leave me a message, and I'll respond.
Awesome.
Excellent.
Right on.
Hopefully we'll get some more people singing that song. Anything else before we wrap up, Erik? Anyone? Do you have any more questions?
I have a lot to digest, so I'm in digestion mode right now.
So what episode number or whatever is this podcast?
Oh my God,
we might not know exactly.
If I get to take a guess, I would say it's going to be 345 or 6.
Okay. So it's my first time on here, so I'm assuming this will be accessible on your site, so other people can listen to it later. Or
you bet.
That's right. The YouTube stream stays up, so if people want to watch the YouTube live stream, that's available after tonight forever, or until YouTube kicks us off. And the other, knock on wood. And the podcast audio will I'll make sure Graham emails you as soon as we release it.
Yeah, it'll be a couple weeks and then that'll come out.
It'll be 2 or 3 weeks. Yeah. We've been chomping through some interviews lately.
All right, excellent. Well, I really appreciate the opportunity, guys.
Yeah,
it was great talking to you.
Thank you so much, Erik. It was a pleasure.
Anytime. Hopefully next time we get the video working.
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be great.
Okay.
All right, on. Tell Carl we said hi.
Will do. Take care.
Bye-bye.
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 And that was our chat with Erik P. Antoni.
Wow.
Into the mic.
Yeah.
Wow.
Wow again.
Yeah.
What'd you think?
There's so much material.
Yeah.
And to try to, I thought it was great because I anticipated that once the conversation started, that the conversation would go organically.
We don't want that on the screen.
Yeah.
Or that.
Yeah. No, that's I agree with you. Like we had kind of written out some points which we don't usually do, but for this it seemed important to keep it sort of. And I think part of the reason I thought that is because there was a lot of, and I don't think he wanted to go into detail on his encounters in the end.
And fair enough.
And that's good to leave that.
I anticipated that that we would probably talk more about the process, which is what we kind of probably did for the first 45 minutes at least, or more. But I'm glad that it wasn't as structured as the questions that we had put. So
I would never let you guys get away with that.
It was more fluid, and it was great to just hear him speak these things that he's written.
It is different than the book. I absorbed a lot of it, and a lot of the book came back to me as I was listening.
Because one of the things in the book that really, as a concept, came through to me over and over again was this idea of when we restructure information that our mind perceives it differently. So hearing him talk about the same information but restructured, I felt was incredibly beneficial.
Yeah.
Having already read it, but I think even for people who hear him and then go and read it, they'll experience that same resonance where they'll be like, oh, there's something about this rings true to me. And you know, he even mentioned that in regards to actually writing the book, how, you know, translating the experiences into paper again was reorganizing the information. So then it added this extra dimension. As a writer, I find that myself personally. When I write things down, it somehow changes the way that I'm internally processing that experience.
I think you can do the same way by talking.
Absolutely.
Well. It's like that same idea. You can't even fully formulate your thoughts without talking.
For sure,
out loud.
Absolutely.
Otherwise, it just rattles around the inside of your head.
It gives you this basis. You reorganize, you rearrange that information. Absolutely, I totally agree.
Yeah, and it even adds some new, it's interesting. Yeah, I like that.
Yeah, it was, you know, conversation-wise, it was like getting a complete restructure of the first like 300 or 400 pages of the book.
Yeah.
You know, which was brilliant.
I think he had to take it. I think he took a year off towards the end too, if I remember correctly. It's interesting, and I wanted to ask him about that, but I forgot at the end there is what, like, that process of having to stop for a whole year, and then finishing it off. Like,
stop the book.
Yeah, I think he stopped writing it for a year, and that was in some of his encounters with the IAO and Lucifer and those archetypes. I mean, it's really
again, there's so much that we could ask, that we can ask again. You know, and I think having him and Carl on, that would produce another wonderful dynamic, because that would again restructure the information in some way. But to be able to maybe ask some of those questions and say how you know, how do these experiences correspond with a work, with having a job and living in the real world, you know?
Exactly.
Like that would be a fascinating question as well.
Yeah.
That just means it's all on you. That's just further evidence that it's all on you, because you can't, if you're not allowed to blame, then you're stuck dealing with it,
No, for sure. And, you know, and you know, like he said, you know, you don't, if you're not sharing with people that you're going through this process, but you're having these fantastic experiences, and then you just go to work the next day and you're getting coffee next to the dude that's complaining because, you know, his child tripped at soccer practice. And how do you resolve like your internal battle with these forces with something that may seem incredibly mundane?
Best.
You know, like I would just love to know that.
Well, I think that's where like the conversation we had earlier with Haiti comes in, where it's just about compassion and just meeting that person where they are.
You're right. Yeah. And no doubt that's probably what it would be resolved to, because you kind of have to just meet the people around you with compassion.
Yeah.
I mean,
otherwise you're not coming out. You're not winning.
Yeah. You're certainly not. Yeah. You're certainly not winning if you're not doing that. So.
I'm ready to try the meditations a little bit more deeper level. It helped hearing him talk about it, describe it, because reading in the book, it's hard for me to try and not quantify it, but figure out how I'm going to go into this experience in meditation after totally relaxing, and then feel that in those different 5 bodies. Like, that's tough for me to feel stuff like that. I mean, getting better at it, but
yeah.
But I guess it doesn't even have to. It could be subtle, maybe, and just going through each body could be subtle, and then the more you practice that, the more you recognize that, and then it should bring out more of a that into the real life practice.
You know, like he said, there's, you know, he's got 30 years of doing these alchemical practices, so being able to feel emotion in your heart center. or feel something in your mental center that might be, maybe that's going to happen overnight. Like maybe you actually have to continually do this for a year before you feel it. But I would think that at that point where you do feel it, like the light's on, and then the light doesn't turn off again. I would assume once that actually happens, it's like you can't unlearn how to ride a bike.
Well, or even the mindfulness thing. That's where the light went on for me, is that I separated myself from my thoughts, and that's where the Buddhism thing, like, it seemed like the foundation at the beginning of that practice he was talking about is very Buddhist, like, well,
that
separation, that mindfulness of
the
awareness of what's the awareness of this pain and this thoughts and emotions and all that.
And he referenced briefly there, some of the early tantric practices as well. And, I think even up to the modern day interest in biohacking. I mean, really what people are attempting to do is learn about their biological system and hack it. And that's certainly what the tantrics were doing and the Buddhists were doing. That what so many of the Eastern metaphysical systems were attempting to do was to understand their biology and their psychology and transcend it. And they were doing that with the cognitive understanding that they had available to them at that time, which is, I think, why symbols tend to change through history, because as our cognition develops, we develop new symbols to relate to the world and to our own biology, and which is why I asked him about the cosmology, because I feel like that's a next step in our understanding of the universe, and as we understand cosmology, it'll naturally change.
And our connection to it.
Yeah, and our connection to it, it'll naturally change the symbols that we use to define these different archetypes. Did you have any favorite moments? Anything that really stuck out?
From the book or the interview?
Either.
No, the whole thing was just pretty cool. I mean,
I like the last half.
Nice.
Yeah. Once I figured out what was going on. Once I figured out
once you figured out what spiritual alchemy was.
I know this stuff.
Well,
it's just a different language.
It's just a different language.
Yeah. I think I like the resonance. Like the alpha is the resonance, which you mentioned is cymatics. Like everything is vibration and everything resonance, and we all resonate together, and that sympathetic resonance.
Sympathetic, resonance.
Yeah. So interesting.
You've seen those YouTube videos of like the rice that moves in the geometric
lines? Yeah, that's what I'm talking about.
Yeah, when you had mentioned that, I was like seeing that in mental picture of the rice.
That's what happens when I sing. It's a little known fact.
All the rice in the room just goes into a geometric.
This is why I don't sing that often. It just gets out of hand.
Especially at sushi, because then it just destroys everyone's meal. It's trouble.
Anyway, big thanks to Mark for joining us.
Thank you.
What should I call you now?
Either or.
Mark or Ram?
Ramfek.
Ramfek is kind of the preferred future, maybe you could say. It's more of an identity, so that I don't have to draw attention to myself.
Excellent.
Yeah. So
I should have done that.
I think
Graham was gonna do that. And I made fun of him for it. Now I'm like, shit, that was not such a bad idea. Wait,
nice.
I didn't think that we'd get here, but here we are. Anyway, huge thanks to Erik for coming on the show.
Absolutely.
Big thanks to Ram Beck for joining us.
Well, thank you both so much for allowing me to participate.
Yeah, for sure.
I see. You're welcome here anytime. You can sleep here if you ever need a place to sleep.
Thank you.
Anytime.
I appreciate it.
You can podcast from here.
Take that, all you listeners.
Yeah, that's right. He's a supporter.
I'm a supporter.
That's right. And you've been on the podcast several times now.
I have. Yeah. I thought of that today as I was coming here. I'm like,
4 or 5, right?
Yeah. I'm like, this is by no means number one.
Yeah.
There's been some.
Really, you get nervous still?
He's a performer.
Graham gets nervous.
He's a performer. You're a singer and a writer and an artist, and he doesn't get nervous, I don't think.
Nervous wasn't the word. I did feel something today, but it was more that I really wanted to listen.
Indigestion.
It was not indigestion, I don't think. But no, it was today. Like, I really wanted to listen. I was apprehensive to ask questions because I didn't want to cut his train of thought because I was so interested in what he had to say. So it was a different experience this time on the show. Yeah. For that reason.
That's the best
part.
Well,
listen to Mark's 13 questions. Go to 13 questions. It's coming out. Well, it's coming out.
It'll be out before this is out. Yeah, it'll be out before this is
cool.
out. Yeah. So, it'll be out. Go to that. What's the URL?
13 questions podcast.com. Sign up there. Sign up here. Grimerica.ca. Before you go there, how about you go to grimerica.ca/support and support this show? Because we're still only doing about less than 1 in 100. Let's get up to like 3 in 100. So I want 3 of yous right now to go support the show, or you're out.
Because we can't do it without you.
That's right. If I don't get support, I'm keeping the Grimerica logo over top of Graham's face for another couple of shows. Anyway,
you put the logo
I think that's about it. Sign up for the newsletter. Do all the stuff
is that what
in the show
giggling
notes.
A couple minutes ago?
Grimerica.ca/support. All right, guys. Thanks for listening, and we will see you next week. No, I just started doing that like after the call was over and you guys were talking and I was bored.
That's awesome.
I can see him giggling. I can see him
like,
giggling over there, and I knew
3 or
something
4
was
shows. That's hilarious.
It's because I can go in here now and I can just move this little Grimerica logo around while you move your head around. It even matches your shirt.
Nice.
Yeah, it's a good one. The guy's got a kick out of it. So what else? That's it. Oh, we're gonna do an intro. You ready? Well, we'll shut. Should we just do an intro right now?
No. I gotta go to the bathroom really bad.
Okay, we'll be back in 10 minutes with a couple of intros. We'll just call it intros, and we'll just do one right into the other. Something. We'll figure it out. Anyway, we'll be back in 15 minutes. Ugh.
All right. Jordan, Collin, welcome back to Grimerica. Thanks for spending some more time with us. How you doing?
Hey guys, I'm doing well. Thanks for having me back on.
Right on. Yeah, I mean, we're looking forward to it because I met you in person at the Cosmic Summit, which was great, and had a little bit of time to chat there. But since then, Darren was in the UK somewhere, and I was at the Cosmic Summit, but sort of like part of your presentation kind of clicked with both of us. So I wanted to have you on fairly soon so we could kind of maybe keep on that while it's fresh in our head. But just as far as like, because I've never really been able to wrap my head around how time is connected with sacred geometry and all that. So
yeah, these hyperspatial ideas are not easy to visualize because you can't really. But this does give us somewhat of a key to that. Yeah.
So that's why I thought it was really interesting that's kind of what your presentation was on. So, but before that, I mean, we don't have to get too like deep into drama or anything like that about the summit. But as far as like, being there sort of as, as Malcolm Bendall, one of his students and looking at the technology, were you pretty happy with the results of the testing and stuff like that?
Yeah, look, it went really well. Obviously there was sabotage on the main machine, which I won't even get into, but you've probably seen the video that I've done on that, and there is obviously some reasons behind that, but otherwise it worked fine because the thunderstorm generator part can be preconditioned. Like if you run it for even maybe like 20 minutes, a couple hours, then the plasmoids will embed themselves in the spheres, particularly in these new annealed spheres where the cubic structure of the ion just really encourages them to stay in there and continue to do work. So that worked out fine, and the test results worked anyway, despite that. And then they had the plasmoid Chevy retrofit there that 2 Australian brothers just built from my DIY build guide, which was cool. And so they did trials on that, and they turned out well as well. There was like a slight issue with the build, but nothing that ruined the results still. So they went really well, despite all of the controversy and all of the bullshit. And we've still got a lot more footage to come.
So can you describe to people, like they've heard us we talk about it sort of every week, depending on what's going on. I kind of update everybody. So people kind of know a little bit about it, but you want to just in your own description, describe to people what's happening here with this technology?
Yeah, sure. So the one we're talking about is the thunderstorm generator, because I know Malcolm's got a couple plans out there, including the direct matter to energy drive, which is kind of the next step. But the thunderstorm generator is a retrofit for standard combustion engines, coal power plants, nuclear potentially. Malcolm says it is. I don't think it's been tried yet, but there's no reason. Essentially, anything that has an exhaust output with something that you want to get rid of, particularly there does need to be a percentage of carbon, seemingly about 10% was what Bob Granier said based on other experiments in the output, or this can be added in, or obviously we've got enough carbon around in some of the polluted cities, particularly in the east, to be, playing around with. So that shouldn't be too much of an issue, but it converts the output to a much higher ratio of oxygen, reduces the carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, hydrocarbons, and nitrous oxide down significantly, pretty much to zero when it's working properly and well, and plasmoids are being continued to be generated in the bubbler, because the effect won't last forever if you're just using an infused thunderstorm generator, which is just the two metal spheres part. Like you can infuse it for a bit, but it won't last forever. So ideally you need the ionizer. Well, the ionizer, we don't know, how much of a difference that makes. It does make some difference, but whether or not you need this extra unit of the system is actually entirely questionable. But the bubbler you do want, that's where the water bubble cavitation happens. So essentially you're just creating a very large spectrum of bubbles, ideally very small ones, and they need to be symmetrical. But as Bob Granier says, this is just about, creating a as large a spectrum of bubbles as you can, like this different sizes, because then you're going to hit some of the right points. So that's what they're doing with the steel wool and the porous air stone in the bubbler. This gets pulled through into the next phase of the system, the thunderstorm generator, the Vajra, and you've got this cold stream meeting an opposing hot stream coming from the exhaust, and this creates this thunderstorm concept, hence the name, where this cold stream of plasmoids and water vapor is opposing the hot exhaust stream, opposing vortexes, which the Vajra encourages that flow pattern, but that's also the natural flow pattern. So this is what Marco Rodin, the mathematician, vortex-based maths, was talking about when he was saying creating those paths of least resistance, the way that nature already wants to flow. So Malcolm's literally replicating the form and function of a thunderstorm, and he's creating a device based on these ratios. That's where the maths comes in, and where we're looking at time. And of course, Malcolm views this all from the perspective of time, which is why I particularly study his work. There is a lot of other stuff on it, which I'm going through as well. I'm going through over to Brno in Czech Republic next month to help Bob go through Dr. Matsumoto's archives, the Japanese ball lightning researcher. So I am studying some other stuff, but Malcolm's stuff's awesome because he describes it in terms of time, which I think is the fundamental thing along with geometry here.
Right.
This is what makes up frequency.
So I mean,
what we experience.
Yeah. Which I'm looking forward to getting into a little bit. But I was there when they did the base model test, when you could smell the terrible exhaust, and then I was also there when they had when it was pretty obvious when the thunderstorm generator was attached and it was burning a lot cleaner. So when it's pretty obvious to me that something's going on. I mean, I just can't explain it really, which I'm okay with. But what do you say to people like that are still very skeptical, and people? I mean, there was a lot of people still even skeptical at the conference too,
Yeah, well, I mean, unfortunately, one of the independent investigators that came, he was very, very skeptical. I mean, he was repeating something from someone else, which I'm kind of happy to say because he was, and he was of the opinion that it was, essentially just a cheap, effective catalytic converter, which. I've got no reason to deny this, because that would be a good thing. This would be essentially an invention that no one has any concerns with. There's no risk in talking about a cheap catalytic converter. It's just not made of, expensive minerals that we have to mine, stuff we already have. The problem is it's not that. It is a ball lightning device. This is denying the last year of the research by Martin Fleischmann Memorial Project, which has shown, and Bob is sticking by his comment, that this is categorically ball lightning in this machine. Like, there's absolutely no denying it. You got 4 quadrillion microspheres, which are produced by this phenomena. Like, they don't come from anywhere else. They're not in any other machine. Yeah, so unfortunately, it just doesn't line up. We've got the carbon dating, and there's more ratio testing going on. So I'm just kind of leaving it. If people want to think that it doesn't matter, that just means the invention will be commercialized quicker, and no one will be freaking out about ball lightning flying out of these things. So that's fine, but it's not the truth. I'm open source, independent. I've been going on about it for about a year. Everyone can see my videos, so I'm not gonna change my narrative for that.
Well, wasn't Bob saying, like, if it just acts as a catalytic converter, that's fine. If the bubbler doesn't end up sort of doing anything?
It doesn't affect the rollout of the invention. It's just simply people don't want you to know about plasmoids. It is that simple. There were multiple factions there at the summit that had their own narratives, and for the most part, they didn't do a lot, but they were there.
But Bob's doing quite a bit for it, though, isn't he?
But Bob's honest. He's independent and genuine, and he's in a bit of a position where, it's not really for me to say, but you'll notice that his story changed maybe a week before the summit, and he went along with something else. And I've spoken to Bob since, and he's sticking by his statement. This is categorically ball lightning. However, he says one step at a time, and essentially he's been threatened. That's
right.
Yeah. So he's all right. Give him time.
Yeah.
He's an honest guy, and he will come out with the truth, I'm sure.
Well, he seems to be very good at distilling all the information down to everybody. All the stuff that he's working with, and Malcolm's stuff, and he seems to be very And he's also got that sort of spiritual side as well, which fascinates me. Like, I love the fact that Malcolm and him both have, a sort of a spiritual outlook on life, not coming from a materialistic perspective.
Yeah. No, it's kind of necessary, isn't it? And he does. Yeah.
So what about the fuel efficiency then? Because I was talking to somebody there that seemed to make that he didn't even make it properly, but he made it on his generator the point that he thinks it's doing better fuel wise.
Was that Philip who made the one that was tested on Saturday? I don't
think so. I don't think he brought it there. No.
Oh, okay. It was another guy. Yeah. So there was about 10 different guys who built thunderstorm generators turn up, which was really cool. One guy built 6. I'm not allowed to say who he is because he's keeping them private, but he's got them on his tractors and stuff.
Really?
And yeah. And then we have one guy, Philip. He bought his, and it didn't go that well, but mainly because he put the pipe kind of right under the fuel tank, which gets really, really hot. And so after a while, when we noticed that, we were like, oh, okay, let's just leave that. And he was like, okay, I'm going to make some adjustments to my build. And then the Plasmoid Chevy guys, like I said, they were just 2 Australian mechanics that saw the build guide, went out, put one together. They saw plasmoids flying out of the spheres right at the start. So he was like, all right, I'm going to pursue that further. I've got that footage to post with an interview with them probably today or tomorrow. Anyway, I think I'm going into some other stuff.
No. Was the size of the thunderstorm generator? Did it match the truck properly? Was there a concern over the?
It was a bit small. Yeah, that's why they were seeing their unit overcharged. And there was also like a constriction with the exhaust where I think they put like a 1-inch pipe onto the 2-inch pipe, so you were actually only getting like half the, or like quite a pressurized exhaust stream. I'm not exactly sure, but I know that there was some issue there. But test still worked fine. The first one was a bit shaky, but then after they warmed it up on the second one, they got pretty close to 0 carbon and much higher oxygen, about 20%.
What about this tractor guy then? He's functionally using some right now?
Yep, he's got his welder to just make them up. He's using those. Met a bunch of other guys. One guy had made one from some kind of like a vacuum cleaner for the pulsing, and then he was just using like a wood fire, literally just outside, and he was doing something with that. So Malcolm was talking about I might try and retrofit one to my fireplace as well. we're going to see how that goes. And there was another guy who he really knew his stuff. Hopefully I can catch up with him and find out more about his build, but he actually had some good advice for the other people that were there. I can't remember his name, I'm afraid, but anyway, there was a bunch of people that built thunderstorm generators, and that was cool.
So what was the tractor guy seeing more fuel efficiency? Is that what he was saying? Or?
Yeah. He was just they worked just as they should. I think I posted the fuel consumption trial that they did just after Cosmic Summit. Which was about 20% fuel efficiency increase.
Yeah. I was kind of hoping for more than that. I was kind of hoping for like 66 or something, like 2/3 type thing, or 1/3 even. But I mean, you never know.
You know, maybe I think we're just going to wait for everyone else's results to come out, and we might see those.
Yeah, exactly. Or even doubling or tripling it. I mean, like, it would be nice to see something like that. So what about
you will see those results. Yeah.
What about the smoke testing then? So at the end, like, I think Phil got his way. Phil and Bob got his way, which credit to Malcolm that he allowed these guys to do their own testing, like do not their own, but to just do different.
To do what they wanted to do, and that was fine. I think there's a misunderstanding that test somehow bothered me. It was more about Phil talking shit about us all weekend than that. So I was kind of lightly reprimanding him there, but the smoke test was no problem. I mean, it's a vortex machine. That's exactly what it is claimed to do. So of course, Phil's claim was that I believe, and I'll post the footage in full so everyone can kind of see what they were. It's not just me saying it, but they were saying, well, if it's pulling in air there, then that, fucks with the credibility of gas analyzed testing at that point. Thing is, it's already been trialed at a bunch of different points. Like, there was 2 points on that generator alone, and then there was the claim that might be messing with it, but every other unit hasn't had that, number one. So that's not the issue, the 2 measuring points. And also it's been measured coming right out of the point, right after the Vajra as well, and at the engine, and multiple other points as well. So it's kind of just, that's why I was a bit bothered by those claims, because they don't take into account any of the other stuff going on. Neither the point that you cannot go and just jam something on the end of the unit. It is a machine that functions on geometry and resonance, and you can't go and bang things onto it willy-nilly. Malcolm said you can put a curved pipe on the end, then you'll follow the natural flow, and you can do that, but putting a straight pipe on is not going to produce an accurate or reliable result as per the inventor's claims. So that was the controversy over those tests, and why I was just a little bit like, all right, I'm going to let Malcolm give his response, and not just post these as is, because otherwise, I genuinely think it misleads people.
Oh, okay, that's good to know. Yeah, I mean, I do like how Malcolm started using the analogy like that's a violin, like it's like a musical instrument in a way, right? It's
and it is
kind of like you can't just throw things on it and expect it to operate the same way.
Yeah, and that's the problem, is people need to actually listen to that. He is the inventor. He made the machine. He's got extensive notes about this. Phil went and worked on the machine, and I'm not here to bitch about him. I'm sorry, Phil, whatever, man. Like, I don't care. But he went and worked on the machine for months. He never read any of this stuff. He never followed any of this stuff. I'd been hearing these stories for months, and we just kind of let it go. And then for him to come and do that, I was quite offended. And
just the timing of the conference.
Couldn't be bothered with. It was very suspicious. I'll say that much. Yeah,
because it's at the conference where people are showing up, a whole bunch of people that have made this stuff. Like, it's just that it's probably
that put the pressure on.
Yeah.
It's the fact that 10 guys turned up. And they were ready. They were waiting there. Like, everyone was a bit tense. They were waiting for someone to come out and be like, "Here's the debunking," and they were going to be like, "Hey, we've actually seen it working, mate." Like, so it didn't really happen like that. Like I say, there was no problem with those tests. Fair enough that he wanted to do them. Not a big deal, but it was done with a bit of ill intent, and no one was really thrilled about that.
Okay, Based Taz. I don't know if you're an old buddy of Based Taz or something, or if this is just the way you Aussies call each other stuff. But he was like old mate Jordan, so I don't know what that means.
We're all old mates over here.
Okay. So Based Taz says, Where's the question now? Can you please ask about HP increase as related to the fuel efficiency? So I guess he's talking about horsepower to the related to the fuel efficiency, but he's also talking about he's just describing it in his own way as well. Think star in a jar, but much smaller. It creates plasma, which becomes stable, coherent, and lasting. Bendel calls them plasmoids, essentially micro ball lightning. But yeah, you can answer that horsepower question.
Yeah, well, that's all accurate. I don't know about the horsepower. There is an increase, whether it's been measured or not. I suspect it will in the UK certified tests that Malcolm said will be published this week. They were done last week. They've already been completed. I don't know entirely what it entailed, but they did have a fuel consumption trial. So I don't know if that's been measured. I will hopefully be going over to see the machines again myself I won't say when, but soon. Cool. And so, yeah, maybe I'll be able to do a lot of this stuff.
Cool.
Been asking. Yeah.
I mean, I guess I want to get Darren to jump in here and ask some questions too. But while I'm thinking of it, like as far as the modern alchemical kind of process that's going on here, like this is being transmuted to oxygen. Why oxygen? Is that part of the resonance? Like, has he designed it that way, or is oxygen the next default that happens?
Well, Malcolm uses the proton counts to explain it, and you can see a little bit of this in the video I did in December on covering Bob's transmutation. I think it's called like transmutation in the thunderstorm generator, or plasmoid transmutation, or something about that. And that shows you can literally add up the isotopes, which shows again these numbers are integrally related. This language of mathematics is there even in particle theory, which I don't actually go by, and so I'm not the best one to really describe the stepwise transmutation process as probably people would like me to describe it. I mean, it's a matter of time for me. Like, essentially, once you strip it, you've got a certain amount of energy that's going to reform into what's most convenient. And in this case, it's, well, yeah, you've got all of these. You've got, hydrogen 111. You've got carbon 666. You've got, that's, I guess, primarily what you've got from the water vapors. You've got oxygen 888. And you get oxygen out. You can mathematically add it up.
Can I jump in there? Because I swear to God, that is the part that Terrence was supposed to explain to Joe and Erik that he didn't get to. It's that when you take away those spheres, it leaves that he was modeling the empty space, like that space that gets filled up with energy, or when that's where the transmutation happens. Did you happen to see that at all?
I actually haven't watched it yet, but I will. I mean, like the way I put it is, the alchemists and, as well as Tesla and Maxwell Planck and, sorry. Yeah, is that who I'm thinking of? Yeah. Him and, who's the other Maxwell? The other one. Heaviside, Tesla, Ken Wheeler, Malcolm, even Einstein, if you go by his work before he got funded to say that it wasn't real. There's the ether. There's a medium. The Greeks knew it. The Indians knew it. Everyone knew it. There's a medium with which this is all happening. That's DC, what Malcolm calls DC. It's not moving. It's just potential, energy, unlimited. You've got AC. Everything's a perturbation. This is where we can measure everything using frequency and see that it's formed from a coherent geometry, which creates that frequency, creates that timing. Time is the mold in which matter is formed. Malcolm was quoting, which is apparently also a quote from a guy called Kosyrev, who I haven't read yet, but he was a Russian time researcher. So I've got to catch up on his stuff. Walter Russell explains the same thing, but essentially, like, these are cavitations. It's like when we see a bubble in water. This is, suddenly we've got something polarized. We've got polarity. This means there's a timing happening there. This is what's occurring in this medium of the ether. We're getting all of these elements, hydrogen, helium, all of these. It can be brought back to base energy, essentially. We form a thunderstorm. The energy is already there. Like, people think you're creating a 0 point, you're pulling energy out of the ether. We're not pulling energy out of the ether. We're in the ether right now. You know, it's just in motion all around us. But we can bring this back to its DC potential using two opposing vortexes once it passes through that plane of inertia. So it's actually about creating that geometric structure, right? Once you've got that structure, it's going to utilize the energy and reform it into something cohesive. And that's when you'll either get, you know, Bob shows in his O-Day videos, you know, a nuclear bomb being dropped above the ground. It creates this toroidal, hyperboloidal inverse form, the two opposing vortexes. And then you can see it pulling matter up, pulling, you know, just the space around it in a set of, you know, it's obviously not really space, the fabric of reality around it in, and then just creating this constant stream of energy. Because it's not just an explosion, you know, it doesn't just go boom and it's done. It just keeps feeding. And it's because the geometry of that vortex has been established. So you're not pulling it out of the ether or in the ether, but we're seeing it in movement. And so that everything has a frequency, like Tesla said. All of the elements do. This is what Terence Howard was talking about when he was talking about Walter Russell's model of the elements, which is what Malcolm's plasmoid unification model is pretty much fundamentally based on for all of the elemental stuff. And I've really got I'm reading Walter Russell's The Universal One at the moment because I've held off looking into his work. I didn't really understand how important it was to all of this until recently. And I'm like, oh, that's got all of the elemental stuff. So I'm kind of catching up on that now. And hopefully those will be my next set of videos. But cool. I get the basics, you know.
How far in are you? I'm like, I think I'm about halfway through.
You're reading
not that far. I'm like
you're reading the other one, though, aren't you?
What's that?
You're reading the other
the universal one.
Yeah, Universal One seems to be the starting point. That's his cosmology and his elemental ideas. It's got those two tables in it. Good read. He knew what he's doing. He's also got some children's books that he wrote for adults, and they're very good. They bring you back.
Children's books for adults?
Yeah.
Interesting. Yeah, it is pretty good. I find it's a little fluffy, you know. It's probably it could use
a little bit,
but you know, it's kind of.
I think his wife forced him into publishing it. You know, like he kind of written it for himself to some extent, and then he got pushed into publishing it later. So
yeah, in some ways, it's almost got like a bit of a David Dita's Way of the Superior Man twist to it. It's just like, oh my god, okay, I got it. You know.
Yeah, he gives a bit of an Ayn Rand style spiel on genius at the start. You know, about the suppressed geniuses, but you know, they all put that in the beginning.
I was actually I was just listening to The Dim Ages by I forget his name, but he had a whole. He has a whole chapter on Ayn Rand, which is great. She's, you know, one of my favorite authors, probably one of the best.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, big fan.
So you listen to
artist.
Yeah, did you listen to the? And people hate her that I've never even read her. That's the thing. You know,
they assume you're some kind of like, you know, I don't know, yeah, like libertarian mania. I guess I am. That's why.
That's why we are. But we are.
Maybe even a little further than that. So you listened to the first Terence Howard, obviously.
Yeah, I did watch that one. Yeah. No.
So he was talking about. He was talking with a lightning gun. Can this thunderstorm generator? Can we saw that off at some point to create that sort of thing? Or those two things?
I wouldn't know, Darren. You know, I wouldn't know about lightning guns. You'd have to try that out. Not recommending it.
Out of a thunderstorm generator?
Well, I don't know. You could certainly direct energy in all sorts of ways you wanted if you understood how plasmoids worked.
Interesting. Can it be weaponized easily?
No.
Well, I mean,
look, if it has been, you know, there's that, but can it be weaponized in the form that we're propagating it? No.
I'm trying to find the quote that I should have had it ready because I knew we were going to do this show, but here it is. Holding a dorje. And so I'm narrating the Tibetan Book of the Dead right now. And this Vajra, the dorje, they call it the dorje too. Have you heard it been called that?
Nope.
No, and it's they've got a picture of it in here and everything, and it comes up constantly when you're going through these levels of the Bardo after death, and you meet these deities that are part of your subconscious, and they have like the Vajra in their hand, and they call it the Thunderbolt. Like he's got basically the Thunderbolt weapon in his hand. I mean, they mention it in the Tibetan Book of the Dead over and over. I couldn't believe it.
Wow. Yeah. Look, I keep getting random messages from people all over the world. Like, like my wife found this inscribed in a jungle when she was a kid and like's been trying to figure it out. And there was a lady who had some Vajra earrings at the summit. And it's like, they turn up everywhere. And then, it's really there. It's like you go back, like I say, Vedic scriptures, it's all there. It talks all about the Vajra made of the bones of Maharaj Dadichi, given to Indra to save the earth from the demons. It's all there. Zeus is holding it.
Is it? I wonder if it's related to that little purse that all those dudes are carrying around all the time. Little bag. They got that little bag. All the motherfuckers all over Egypt. Okay. They all got that bag, man.
Look, I don't know what they have in their bag, but surely some tricks.
Well, it seemed like they were clearly flying around. Flying around from.
They were flying around. Yeah, they were definitely flying around.
In Vimanas.
In the Vimanas, yeah. Praveen Mohan was there at the Cosmic Summit. Did you guys happen to catch his?
I did, yeah. I did, yeah.
Cool, yeah. No, he's tried to build some of this stuff as well. So he made some nice comments about
the
whole ordeal. Yeah.
Cool. Yeah, Darren's just a hunter. He wants weapons, it's crazy. He's just here it is here.
I don't want to give those to you, man.
Here's one here. Oh, nobly born, there will dawn from the east the dark brown yak-headed Rakasha goddess holding a dorje and a skull.
Okay. Yeah, there you go.
There's a whole bunch of references about this.
Yeah. I believe it. I haven't heard that before, the dorje.
Yeah, so Darren, do you have any other questions besides how to weaponize this technology? I mean, come on.
Well, I mean, I don't know. What did you think about the test at the summit? Because I've gotten 50-50 results. Graham's sort of all in, and then I got some other feedback from some other people that were like, well, it really smelled like exhaust, and I'm not sure what was going on. Yeah, this is,
I mean, I don't know. I didn't get that feedback. Like, it was all positive. I mean, a few people came and told me once again that there was someone going around saying all sorts of stuff, but all I can say is there was plenty of people there. I've got it all on film, and I'm publishing it. You can see the test results. I smelled the difference. I don't know, Graham, you mentioned did. I don't know. I can only let people decide for themselves at that point. I'm open sourcing everything and being honest about it, and even the stuff that is supposedly negative, I'm open sourcing. So people can make their decisions. There was enough people there that had built one, enough people there that were there to see one, that I'm confident that it doesn't really matter what I say now. We're going to see plenty of results coming from others to back it up.
Do you think this tech's like about to be rolled out then?
Yeah. It's been licensed in several more countries since, as far as I'm aware. I mean, I met a number of people. One guy who had full manufacturing and production facilities in the West to do it. As far as I'm aware, it is being mandated in India at some point. I don't know when, but licensed several more places. So it's going to get rolled out. There's no doubt about that. Because like I say, even if they want to tell the mainstream it's just a cheap catalytic converter, then, well, that's more sellable than a plasmoid generation device. So either way, people are going to see the technology, even if they don't know what it is. Hopefully they'll know what it is. It's what we're going to push for.
Okay, so I got another question.
Talk to you, Darren, about that. I mean, I hope it's not who I thought it might be, because I mean, when it was running with the stuff, it wasn't smelling.
Well, I mean, I'll forward you. I got emails.
Major difference.
I got definitely some feedback from people that said it's, it smells like this or it smells like that. And I wasn't there, so I don't even know why they're emailing me. To be perfectly honest, but
because Because they know I'm all in, I guess, and they want to give.
They know Graham's all in. They know he's already on. So I got another question. You don't have to answer it if you don't want to. But the other main sort of feedback that we got.
Frozen up.
What's that? Can you hear me, Graham?
I can hear you. Yeah, I can hear you both. But Jordan's been freezing up video wise.
Okay, I've got you back. I can see you now. Yep.
So I gotta ask this because it's what the YouTube video got a ton of views, and the chat we did, you were on last time with Bendall, and the dude just sort of casually dropped that he was the king of Scotland, and this sort of been coming up, and it's like, it kind of muddies the waters though in some way, don't you think? Like, I mean, like we're.
People don't like it, sure,
No,
yeah. But I mean, that's the thing is people don't like any of this. What can I say? It's Malcolm's claims can be verified, and they're wild. He's lived an interesting life,
but I don't think he's saying. I don't think he's saying like. I think we have to be careful of context. I don't think he's saying he's the king of Scotland now. It said he's in the bloodline or something, I think is what he's saying.
Yeah, he's in the bloodline. They've said that, that he could be crowned. But of course, all of this is quite muddy. There probably is, another 100 people out there who potentially are in these bloodlines. So it's not. It sounds like a pretty incredible claim, and it is an incredible claim. Which can be apparently backed up if someone wants to visit Iona and talk to the priest there. But yeah, what can I say? He's King Malcolm V.
King Malcolm V, and and also like
Plasmoid infusee.
Yeah, and the King of Tasmania too, I think.
King of Tasmania. Yeah.
That's a lot of titles. That's
great grandfather of the
Mohicans too.
Yep, these things, they condense. They condense into one renegade Australian man.
Is there any metaphor there, or is this all like? Because I mean, it is a lot to take in. It's a lot to take in, and with alongside the tech. It's almost like we better if some of that stuff was just left at the door, and then
people would be so happy. Yeah, they would be, but it's just it can't be, unfortunately. Like, this is genuinely the way. I've been talking to Malcolm for close to a year now, and his story doesn't change. This is who he is, and this is genuinely how he's realized the stuff. I've spoken for hours and hours and hours about the science. I don't question him too much on the really far out stuff, because there's so much stuff that I can verify, and I've just verified again and again and again and again what this guy's saying, and he continues to make these claims. And I know it's confusing because from the outside, like, you're looking at it and you're just like, what is going on here? But I mean, unfortunately, legends are true, and this opens up a whole lot more than science. There is this spiritual aspect, and that brings into question whether we've just been here for one lifetime or whether we've been here for many lifetimes, and we're back for another spin. And then, of course, sometimes you can remember things. Sometimes, if we just look at let me share the frequency spectrum here.
Yeah. Here, I'll put it up there.
So we're using these slides.
Is it your presentation or?
Oh yeah, here it is. Yeah, that's the one. Yeah. All right. So, I mean,
it's not working.
We're living. Oh, it's not coming up.
No. Can you?
That's right. I forget what.
Aaron, do you know why it's not? It doesn't seem to be on our screen, but
I can try present it.
Yeah,
again.
try again.
Oh,
I'm gonna remove. Okay, now try. Yeah. Oh, maybe I don't know why, but it was left there out, and for some reason it wasn't catching it. Okay, let's see here. Uh-oh. Darren, why is this not working? We did a test before we started and everything.
I don't know.
Anyway, it's not a big deal.
It's not showing now, like, it doesn't show me a thing down in the box either. It shows it as all white,
Yeah. Okay, there it is. There it is. That's the one I took.
Got it?
Oh, Darren, I know. Oh no, now it's not going on again.
It's not gonna work.
What?
Okay, try it once more. This is really weird. It's right there, and yet it's just not coming up on the screen.
I wonder, does it allow me to? Yeah, no, it doesn't. Anyway. Well, that's fine. It doesn't matter. I can paint you a picture with words.
Okay, let's do a word painting.
All right. So visualize. Close your eye. No, you don't have to. The frequency spectrum. You know, we start at like at least our reference point as humans, 0 hertz, 0 to 4 hertz. We've got the delta brainwave spectrum. You know, just as you go into sleep, you can chuck an EEG scanner on, and you'll be able to read that your brainwaves are the emissions that you're picking up. These electrical signals are at 0 to 4 hertz. What's that mean? Like the neurons are literally resonating at 0 to 4 hertz. You know, you've got theta 5 to 8 hertz, alpha 8 to 13 hertz, beta 14 to 30 hertz, gamma 30 hertz plus. And, you know, the work of Joe Dispenza, Wim Hof shows that, you know, you're getting like up to over 2000 hertz. So we have this huge control over the human brain. But obviously that's like a bandpass filter, right? Like these are just these are the thoughts we can think, you know, like this is what we are picking up with that sense that is our brain. You got human hearing spectrum, 20 to 20,000 hertz. You've got the visible light spectrum from 400 to 790 terahertz. And so that's going to be, oh, cool. You got it up there. Yeah, you can see that.
I took a picture of your presentation, and this is what I got.
Nice one. Yeah, that's exactly the one. So yeah, 400 to 790 terahertz visible light spectrum. This is what we're seeing, you know. So once again, we've got this bandpass filter. Our eyes can only see those frequencies. You're not going to hear the visible light spectrum. You're not going to see the musical scale. So they're like just dividing this up. But look how much more there is of the frequency spectrum. We've got obviously all of like the radio frequency bands. We've got X-rays and nuclear and all these really fast frequencies on the other end. We don't have sensors to pick up those necessarily. I mean, some people do seem to develop some sorts of sensors, but they're all occurring, right? You know, it's like this should be a signal to us that we are not seeing all of reality, like, you know, not even close to it. And we don't even seem to understand it at all because we don't understand it in these terms. And this is incredibly simple to understand, right? Like it's just a scale, 0 to whatever. And then that's just a frame of reference. You can go and apply this to any much slower frequencies. You know, we've got matter, which is really slow. Contraction, things slowing down, expansion, things speeding up. Like this is how it kind of relates to time. It's because all of it relies on timing. Frequencies just work over time, kind of velocity, I guess, you know, over time. I don't know if that's correct technically, but it sounds right. Speed over time, the force over time. But obviously, you know, this should lead us on to go, well, you know, if this is all we're observing and we're just viewing everything through these bandpass filters, who's viewing it? And can we have access to, you know, further, you know, the entire frequency spectrum? Like I would claim that every ancient culture and secret society and religious order was correct, that there are 3 bodies. We've got a physical body, we've got a subtle body, we've got a conscious body. So we're going to live after this lifetime, you know. We have lived many lives. We can remember some of this stuff, at least vaguely, and we can pick up on plenty of other stuff going on as well. I've met plenty of scientists who've had downloads. Pretty much all of the good ones have, you know, visualized their work in some way or just had some moment. You know, Malcolm genuinely went on an island and, you know, prayed, fasted, meditated for 40 days. And that's how he realized this. You know, he saw a remarkable stillness that allowed him to observe nature calmly and actually see what was going on, which I think we can all find. You know, they go on. This is why I think Walter Russell and Ayn Rand, they go on about geniuses all dying before they're 12 and this kind of, you know, inspiring the individual to kind of try and do great things, because we do have it in us. You know, we say that polymath is just, you know, an unachievable kind of level of genius. It's not, you know, it's like, it's just seeing through all the compartmentalized bullshit, being able to observe nature bring this form and function into this reality. But we can draw a lot of conclusions, like that we're not going to die, that we are plasmoids.
Let's try that screen share. See if it works.
Okay.
Here's hoping.
You can do it, Darren.
I can do that. I'll do it so we don't go back and forth.
Yeah.
It's not looking good.
I can see it.
I cannot.
You can see it on the screen? Try and move it around, or try and change slides or something.
You see that?
Try and share
there it is. Yeah, we got it.
Yeah.
You can see it?
I can see it.
You betcha. Yeah.
All right. Well, look at that. We've got all of the 2D geometry, and we can see how all of these cosmic numbers are there while we're on that slide.
1,440 minutes in a day.
Yeah. Yeah, that's true. And we can see that right there. 24 hours, 1,440 minutes, 86,400 seconds. 864,000 miles is the diameter of the sun. 43,200 seconds in 12 hours, 432,000 miles is the radius of the sun. We've got,
okay, wait. Can you go over that?
Up.
Can you say that again? And where are you getting that? Is that on here somewhere?
Yeah, that's on this one. So you'll see if you go, what do we got? 31,104,000 seconds, 2,592,000 seconds. You remember?
Oh, maybe we're not.
Great year.
Maybe we're not. I don't think we're on that slide here.
Okay, maybe you didn't get the update. All right. Well, I don't know where we are.
Okay, there we go. Okay, thanks. Now I'm looking. I just wanted to follow along while watching. So.
Yeah. No. Sure. Are you seeing traditional systems of measurement?
We're seeing divisions of time right now.
Okay, I'll go back there. You're a bit behind.
Yeah, weird.
Hopefully, it'll probably flick through some other slides in a moment. We'll be quick. Can you see in that last column, you got 31,104,000 seconds.
Yes.
Yep, and then 2,592,000 seconds and 720 hours. Yep. 24 hours, 86,400 seconds, 43,200 seconds, 36, 60. And you'll see all the other divisions there. Darren's 1440. And of course, these are in the year as well. This is like just a miniature version of the zodiac cycle, the great year cycle. You got 2,160 years in each zodiac age. 12 ages adds up to 25,920. You got negative 259.2 degrees is the melting point of protium. So we can see this as above, so below concept demonstrated really, really clearly in that.
And the 60 arc seconds, like the 60 seconds of an arc, goes back to ancient times. So I mean, this is not just something you're making up now. Like they used 60 seconds.
Yeah, these are, and I mean, look,
as a way to measure.
People claim, exactly. Yeah, these are like self-evident divisions because I had a few people like asking, but these are arbitrary, right? And they're not. Like if we go back to the Vedic scriptures, lifetime of Brahma is 311 trillion and 40,000 Earth years, which is 8,640,000 Daiva Shakti, just Deva years. And then that's also, if we go to the Bible, I keep trying to click on the wrong image. In the 6 days of creation, we got 31,104,000 arc seconds. And then with, again, same thing, that's 8,640 hours. We've got 31 million.
Yeah, that kind of can't be a coincidence. That can't be a coincidence.
Well, it's just ridiculous, isn't it? And then you got the 4 Platonic seasons, 12 zodiac ages, 25,920 solar years. 1 Platonic season is 3 zodiac ages, 6,480. So see that 648, that's your 864 from the sun shuffled. 1 zodiac age, 2,160 years. And then the moon moves its own diameter of 2,160 miles rather than years every hour. Adding up to 51,840 miles in a day, 5184, double the great year of 25,920. And of course, you these can be slightly off. We've got those 5 extra days and and all of that. But it's like Randall says, this is it's an architectural plan. There will be slight deviations. Once you go and do something, there might be some wind in the area. There might be some rocks in the terrain. There's a feedback mechanism that needs to be accounted for. But there is an architectural plan beneath it that we can see clearly, and it's based on these numbers.
What if it's kind of like a law? What if it was like if the sun was say 10,000 miles or whatever instead of 86 whatever.
Yeah,
we'd have that many seconds in a day instead of as many seconds as we do.
Yeah, well, and that's exactly what this signals. Is that time is going to move differently depending on where you are and depending on these rotations, because our whole system of time is based on those celestial rotations. That's where we get our day from, and we see it from our frame of reference. But and that's just where harmonics come into it. Is because we play one note, and it's not just one note. It's made up of a mathematically determined series, which is bastardized with our equal temperament tuning that we use these days and based on 440. But if you bring it back to this 432 based system based on this template tuning, which is, I believe, how Pythagoras was actually tuning rather than the ratios, which are secondary, then you can see the harmonics laid out really easily. You can determine them. I mean, look, it's as simple as, like if you, for example, the note A based on 432 hertz, we could say its harmonic series is 1 times 432, 2 times 432, which is 864, 3 times 432, 4 times 432, 3, 4, 5, 6, which is the square of the sun. This is essentially, well, that's just octaves, but you find out the harmonic series, you can just mathematically determine it. That's how everything's going to be moving. And that's what we're seeing going on here. We've got the sun, that might be the fundamental. We've got something going around that. That's got a certain frequency, but that's going to be a harmonic of the fundamental frequency of the sun. And then, we've got smaller bodies rotating those bodies and so on, and down to the fractal scale, because then you can zoom in as well. And that's where we've got these extra axes that people don't really consider, is you've kind of got the going in, like actually going in, like contraction kind of down to the micro. And then you've also got these, XYZ spatial references.
Do you think that these numbers sort of baked into everything signify a higher power or intelligent design?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's undeniable. Like, I think it's either that or we live in a holographic universe that was made by someone. There's some alchemist up there doing this, and even if there was one, it seems like obviously there's going to be a fundamental at some point, just like there is for every note. You've got your fundamental tuning, then all the harmonics come from that, so that's, I guess, the musical description of God. But I mean, if you look at, Malcolm talks about 9 inches and 9, and obviously Marco Rodin talks about 9. This is the whole source of vortex-based maths, and it is the source of the first 9 numbers. All come from the number 9, but it's the handspan of God in the Bible with which he metes out creation. The span is the span of God's hand. That's what it's based on. You've got it's the span of Krishna's universal form, and this is in Canto 2 of the Srimad Bhagavatam. So there's 2 of the most major world scriptures, pretty much, that are saying that 9 inches is the metric for creation. It's the most holy number mentioned in the Baha'i scriptures, and I'm sorry, I can't remember their prophet's name, but you can convert it to 9, essentially. 144,000 faithful followers in the book of Revelation in the Bible, 144 square cubits in the sacred city of Jerusalem, 108 beads on the Japa Mala. Like, it's peppered. And then, of course, if we go back to measurement, people will either say it was arbitrary, and they're idiots. That's not correct. Maybe metric is, but I found a lot of claims that show that it's actually can be converted back into like there is a conversion metric between how they created metric measurements. But if we look at the imperial system and all of the older imperial systems and all of the systems for volume and measurement, like the apothecary system, which was used for medicine, like in pretty much every culture from Greek, Roman, all of the European countries, they just kept using the same apothecary system for all of their weights, all of their volumes for medicine, even when everything else changed. They kept using it for medicine. It's because these harmonic numbers, they matter, like these are harmonic amounts, like what I'm trying to say is these systems, they're not arbitrary, but they are based on nature. So it is as simple as a span is just, it's the length of a hand. A foot is a foot. An inch is 3 barley grains put together. And that's true, but why do they all add up to these perfect divisions? Why does the inch fit into the foot? Why does the foot fit into the cubit? Why does that all fit into the yard? And why does that fit into the mile? You could just make it up. You could just fit it together, but it's mathematically precise. It's mathematically perfect. And these harmonic measurements, like, this is the programming language of creation. Like, it is intelligent design. That's why 3 barley coins will add up to an inch, and 2 wheat corns will add up to an inch as well. It's, you've got this doubling and tripling embedded in the fundamental fabric of our reality, including all of the cycles of the celestial bodies. And it's not just the diameter of the planet or the amount of time in years, it's also the circumference, of these orbits as well. You will literally, I won't find it now, but there's a document, I can send it to you guys, by a researcher from, I think, the Netherlands, Don Ojic. And I've got to read through some more of his stuff, but he's worked out a lot more of this stuff as well. Going down a lot of the same rabbit holes that Ed Nightingale's been going down with these numbers too. You're on mute.
Thanks. Sorry.
Wah, wah. Did you say Ed Nightingale?
Yeah.
Yeah. He was at the summit as well. And
oh, did you see Ed too, Graham?
Yeah, I got to see Ed. Yeah, well, he didn't have a presentation. He wasn't on stage or anything like that, but he was trying to get a presentation to a bunch of us on the side, but it was just too hard to schedule it in. But the poor guy. We should have him on the show actually, and he can go over some of his latest work. We had him on way back.
Yeah, that'd be cool.
Jordan, like back in 2014, 2015 or something like that. We had Ed on.
Nice. Yeah, he's been around for a long time, but I think we're just coming to that point now where his work can be more easily understood now that Randall's been promoting a lot of, these base numbers, and Malcolm has as well. And now I think a bunch of us have kind of, we're starting to build up to where Ed Nightingale's found kind of, a lot of these really precise conversions between a lot of the ancient measuring systems. Like, he's correlated a lot of this in quite a profound way.
So how do you connect time to this imperial system then? I mean, I know we kind of went over that already, like we kind of sort of went by it, but just for my own, like, just to hammer it into my own brain, like, can you summarize
the mathematics?
Yeah,
the mathematics creates the link. When you can see that all of this is built on doubling and tripling off this lambda sequence. We have a language that shows us the correlation between all of this. And of course, all of these are frequencies as well. So, 3 hertz, 6 hertz, 12 hertz. This is a musical scale. You've got your octaves going down, and you've got perfect fifths going across, and you can find every musical note there and all the notes of the Western scale. And if you continue building this out further to the right, then you actually start getting microtonal notes, and you can build 24 note scale, and a lot of these other traditional scales. You'll begin to fill in gaps and get even more notes, so you could use it to tune a sitar even, and it's just doubling and tripling. But that is, of course, what our universe is it's a sitar. Everything can be identified in octaves, perfect fifths, and harmonics to each other.
And I guess
it's the relations.
And I guess that's why Malcolm kept repeating, like, the moon moves the diameter in an hour. The diameter of itself in an hour, because that's the direct thing right there. So an hour and that sacred number of 2160, and then that's sort of really
that's so much more important.
Pretty good connection right there, right?
Yeah, this is so much more important than any technical explanation I could give, because it just explains all of our history, all of it. This gives us the key, the language. These numbers, we can see them they're the self-evident part, which you can just go out and look for them, and you'll find them every fucking where, like everywhere. They're not really skipped out of any culture or every civilization. 1080, the moon's radius.
Oh yeah, the 108 goes. It's crazy the way the celestial mechanics incorporate the 108. It's not just in spiritual stuff. It seems to be like hard encoded into our
hard encoded into geometry, into our solar system. The sun and the moon's average distance from Earth, 108 times their respective diameters in miles. But yeah, I mean, the link between time and space, it's just that, it's the numbers. It's the fact that we determine time because of that rate of movement, the frequency of how many times it orbits within a given period. And then we've made our divisions based on that and the movement of those celestial bodies. And so, we're looking at space and we're turning it into time.
I think that's the way to look at it.
Yeah, but that shouldn't explain why the seconds in the day match the diameter of the sun in miles.
Well, that's the harmonics.
That's how it connects, right?
That's what I think. I agree. That's how it connects. I think harmonics is a nice way to put it. So here's a bit of a curveball for you before we start to wrap up. What about, have you ever considered that? I mean, because we're into the field of intelligent design, so why not go a little further and of putting the Earth back at the middle of this thing?
Just how do you mean? Just like being more Earth-centric about
like geocentrism.
Yeah. Well, look, I mean, it's got its use. It's just like we've got these two. Everything has kind of two considerations, right? Like this is where you get that yin and yang, masculine and feminine. And like we've got a helical consideration where everything's kind of corkscrewing. This is that movement forward, that forward trajectory. And then we've also got a radial consideration, so we're just like looking at everything moving around us in Earth like a clock, and that's the clock face. That's what that represents. We just take it for granted, but this is an archetypal form, built on our cosmos. And it's so we look at that radial trajectory from the geocentric perspective, and that's why all of the old astronomers and astrologers did that, is because then we can make determinations based on that. And of course it ignores that helical trajectory, because ultimately the Earth is orbiting the sun's orbiting another point, but it's important to know what's happening from our frame of reference, isn't it? Right? It's kind of like scientists always seem to want to view things from the perspective of God himself. And you're just kind of like, well, maybe that's not as useful to you. Maybe that's why in ancient times they were able to actually see how the cosmos, the as above, affected us on Earth, because they took a little more note. They were a little more geocentric about it. So I'm all for it. Yeah. Let's use geocentric calculations.
Yeah, this is actually from the Tychos model, which is more of a geo-axial thing, but they think that part of the reason for the moon's precise movement every hour and stuff like that is because it's actually the moon's the whole thing that's pumping this whole sort of solar system around. It's like the
drive shaft.
And they call it the drive shaft here, but
well, it is, isn't it? Really, like it's the small kind of gear there. Malcolm calls it the metronome because it is driving our scale of time. Certainly,
wow. That's what it looks like. That's what I think they might have even called it that at one point.
Yeah,
somebody built a model, a website model on this Tychos thing, and it's quite incredible the way it moves.
Cool. Yeah. I'd like to see that. They're coming up with some really good visual models of what I'm talking about with that gyroscopic movement going on. Because I was really surprised because I came at it from that angle and just kind of like looked at it and I was like, well, that's how it works. And then I found a few other guys that thought that same thing, including Randall and Ed and Brad, and they kind of intuitively already understood that, and we're obviously, maybe you all were. I just didn't really know because I hadn't looked into it. And then I found out that they hadn't determined that it was a gyroscopic motion in kind of mainstream astrophysics. But it seems like that idea is coming in now, and most people are accepting it. That we can clearly see, the moon orbiting the Earth, and then the Earth orbiting the sun, and then why wouldn't the sun be also moving and around another point?
This model says that the Earth is not orbiting the sun. That the sun and the sun and the moon are sort of orbiting each other. So the sun and the sun and Mars. Mars is the sun.
Oh, okay.
So here it is. Here it is, right here, basically.
So is this pure? Oh, so that's still heliocentric, right? Or it's kind of. Oh no, it is geocentric. Maybe I'm just the wrong way. Yeah.
So, but it's all sort of locked into Earth. So they call it actually geoaxial system, and it's.
All right, that's something else. Yeah.
Yeah, it's real, dude. I mean, I've been going down this rabbit hole. I went to the conference over in Europe. I mean, it makes so much sense. It's a little bit crazy. I'm sort of still drip feeding it to Randall. I'm frozen. Ah, God damn it!
I can hear you, Darren. I can hear you.
I know you can hear me. Yeah, I figured so. I figured Jordan's. Is Jordan down under?
Sorry, I couldn't see you.
That's okay. No, I'm still drip feeding this to Randall, but I keep coming back to this Tychos model. It's starting to make a lot more sense to me than the heliocentric stuff. It really is. I mean,
I just think they're both there. We have to see from two different perspectives. You know, that's the difference. You know, when people are going like, how does the time correlate with space? That's all it is. This is a different perspective. It's a different viewpoint, you know, and they're both kind of there, you know, you just have to decide
it's different because they've got like the Earth only moves at 1 mile an hour. It moves at 1 mile an hour. That's how fast the Earth is moving through space, and everything else is sort of moving faster than that. The outer planets are moving at the speeds we think they are, and that's why they don't have life on them, and the Earth does. That's what sort of makes the Earth special, not unique. It looks like Sirius is the same sort of a system, but it really, because when I'm listening to this Tycho stuff, I'm thinking of all these sacred numbers, right? And it's like, well, shit, man, all these sacred numbers start to make a lot more sense if they're just like laws. It's just laws of this system that lock it into place.
That is what they are. Yeah.
Like 1 mile an hour doing too, right? Like
1 mile an hour makes a lot more sense to me in how we can maintain an atmosphere. You know what I mean? It makes a lot of just sort of that stuff. You know, dude, in some ways I feel like I'm meeting the flat earthers halfway. Trust me, this ain't easy for me to go down either, because I've been like a space nut. And that's been my thing my whole life. And all of a sudden at 40, I'm like, shit, man, this Tycho stuff is blowing my mind. And the more I try and just sort of disprove it to get out of it, it just keeps sort of grabbing me in. You find out that all these alignments, they're sort of fudging the numbers on a little bit in the standard model. So it just becomes, it's really sort of seeping in. And the mile an hour makes sense to me on how I'm still looking at the same fucking stars that my ancestors did 10,000 years ago. You know, if we're going through space at 90 times the speed of sound, I feel like the night sky would have to be at least a little more fluid than it is.
Yeah. Well, speed of light, speed of sound, they're variable. You know, once again, depends on where you're viewing them from. Well, and they're not relative; they're harmonic. It's all working as a system. But yeah,
well, that's what I mean. I feel like this Tychos can slide right in there with the Randall stuff and the Bendall stuff and the Terrence Howard stuff, and it could be. I feel like part of it could be this missing thing is that, you know, that's this other thing we're having a real hard time letting go of, because religion has tainted it so much to the point that none of us can just, we can't do it. We can't go back to Earth being in the middle. We just can't. That's the new fucking heresicism, you know, or that's the new, you can't do that. It's like it's a third for a lot of those people, because they'll just start. I mean, Randall starts calling about floods and Earth at the middle. He just sounds like a crazy creationist.
Well, because it's not, and you're not saying it's necessarily Earth centric. It's like a binary thing that happens to be, the Earth happens to be. It happens to
no, dude, because now the latest stuff on the Tycho stuff is that it has to be there. The Earth has to be there. It's an instrumental part. It's not actually a binary system. It's a trinary system that the Earth is. So the Earth and the Moon are involved in the whole thing.
But is that why the Earth is so special and we have life?
Yeah, exactly. And those are the only systems that can support life. And it looks like the only other one we really know of is Sirius, which for me, being Sirius has been coming up for me for 10 or 11
But what
years.
do we term as life, you know, like?
Well, intelligent life, which I think there's there's a real possibility that carbon evolves to be bipedal human-like, and that's, you know.
Yeah, we are definitely, we're carbon based.
Yeah, and I feel so. I think I think there's room to say that, like, any other people you find are going to be sort of human too. Like a carbon, we are the. I mean, I hate to call us the pinnacle, but we're on the trajectory of carbon life, and carbon life sort of follows that same somewhat trajectory, at least to become intelligent on the high end of it.
That's true. I mean, Bob shows that the fractal toroidal moment is, it can be shown in the human face and the human body, and our whole forum, of course, Da Vinci noted this, and many others as well. That we are made in the form of God, essentially. That's where we're getting that handspan from.
Is volume 1 in your presentation as a sacred? Is that something they were paying attention at? I just wanted to check on that before we run out of time here.
Let's have a gaze.
Try and shift your. I've got you on the screen, but it's not there again. So maybe if you click slides, it might come on or something. Or...
Okay, I'm clicking around.
It's not working.
Traditional systems of volume.
Nada.
All right. Well, it's pretty simple. Like if we want to look at even the modern ones. Ed Nightingale, his book has a lot of the correlations with the ancient ones, and it gets a bit more complex once you get into like royal qubits and root qubits and stuff. But if we just go simple, UK imperial system, 1864 to 1971, and this is pretty much the same, or it's very close. They've used different harmonic numbers actually, but the US one from 1809 to 1864, we got 1 pint. 16 fluid ounces, 128 fluid dram, 384 fluid scruple, 7,680 minim. And then we've got one in the new imperial system in the UK, 1 imperial gallon, 8 imperial pints, 160 fluid ounce. Then, of course, the numbers get more complex. We've got 1,280, 128 hertz is, below middle C on the piano, 38,400 minim. Of course, 384 again, 96,000 minimum. We've got 96. You just see these numbers repeating again and again in those systems. And then there's the apothecaries. Oh, no, sorry, that is weights actually. On the other one I had in there, but you see the same thing: 288 scribbles, 5760 grain, and again, all based on grains and human finger lengths and the weight of real life stuff. It's just that stuff is actually produced on this programming language. These are the laws, and so it's both based on measuring a foot, and it's also based on an inherent mathematical system that governs our universe.
Seems to, at the very least, it seems to.
And all of geometry, right? Like if you look at the Platonic solids, we see the same thing: tetrahedron, 720 degrees. 4 faces of 180 degrees, 12 angles.
And the 9 too. The 9 shows up in every one of those, right? And all the angles.
They're all divisible by 9. And so if you take that table, you can reduce everything but the first 2 columns down to 9.
Try again.
Oh, can you see it now?
No, but try again.
Just keep trying. Come on, it'll work, baby. Come on.
Hopefully, can you see any version of the table there?
No, nothing's on there. Nothing.
That's
the first time this is ever.
Well, anyway, everything but the first 2 columns can be reduced to 9, and you'll see that 9 is the root. So you just add the numbers up. Like for example, 108, 1 plus 8 is a polar number pair is 9. 216, 2 plus 1 plus 6, 9. 432, 4 plus 3 plus 2, 9. 864, 8 plus 6 is 14 plus 2. 16. That can't be right. 8 plus 6 plus 4. Is that right? 14. Oh, no, 14 plus 4. 1 plus 8 is 18. 1 plus 8 equals 9. The first column reduces to 124875, 124875, which is the doubling sequence from vortex-based maths. And then the G column, the second column, all reduces to 363636, which is the 2 extremes of your field. Like these are your 2 aspects of polarity. The 9 is your hyperspatial element, kind of the trajectory of the 0 point. It's kind of like, I guess, maybe the radius, you could say, almost, of like a bit of a sphere. Do you call that a radius still? I don't know. Yeah.
Are you going to do this presentation? Are you going to do this presentation in full on your channel at some point, or have you already?
Yeah, I am going to do that. I'm going to do that next week. So
okay, good.
Yeah, we won't go through this too much more because I'll go through all of that.
Yeah, let me know when it does, and I'll point to it. And we'll talk about it on one of our shows because it really does put everything into perspective as far as time goes.
Yeah. I hope it moves things a little closer to unification.
Yeah. Are you pretty excited about the future now? Then, I mean, with everything going on.
Yeah. No, I'm very excited. It's all happening. You know, or it's kind of the end of the beginning of the beginning of the second phase.
Yeah.
So it's all looking positive, and we'll be coming with lots more stuff, and it's going to be crazier and crazier.
Beginning of some things and others. But I mean, I'm excited. George, is there anything you feel like we didn't get to that we should get to before we start to wrap up?
No, I think we covered a fair bit of ground there. Yeah,
we did.
Thanks good questions.
Where can people find all your stuff? I mean, alchemical science, obviously. Where can people? What are the URLs? Some people read the show notes, some people won't. It'll all be there, but it's always good to just get that URL out here.
Yeah, so that's youtube.com/alchemical science. Very easy to remember. Go and subscribe. Plenty more Cosmic Summit footage to come. About 30 videos talking about plasmoids, a couple about VBM. Lots of fun stuff. That's where you'll find me.
Awesome. Thanks.
Thank you, guys.
Yeah, thanks, Jordan. This has been great. We appreciate you working with us on the timing. We had a bit of a timing fiasco, but it all worked out. So, yeah, big thanks for coming on the show, and we hope to see you real soon.
Absolute pleasure. Catch you guys later.
See you, buddy.
Ciao. And that was our chat. Jordan Collin, Alchemical Science. YouTube, what'd you think?
Well, I mean, there's a bit of a delay there with, I don't know if it's his internet or Australia or just the time and space difference between our continents. But
Australia has an
internet problem.
Yeah, they seem to have an internet problem. They
really do. I wonder if he was on Elon's thing. I mean, but anyways, I mean, so hopefully it's not too bad for the listeners and too bad for everybody as far as audio quality goes. And of course, we've never had problems with we did a test before we did it. And so some reason the presentations wouldn't share, it would share sporadically. That's kind of weird too, but I don't know.
Can you get Starlink in the Southern Hemisphere yet?
I don't know. That's a good question.
I don't either. I always wonder if it's got to do something with my angle of the earth that I'm getting. If I should be moving my dish a little bit here and there to get because maybe some people don't care if you just Netflix and stuff. But when I've got a lot going on, I need premium connection. So maybe there's a way to prioritize that.
Yeah, for a couple hours a night, you need it to. Yeah,
a little bit. Yeah, it's interesting how that all works out. I mean, the two thing is a trick. Because you listen to Weinstein and Howard, I listen to that too.
What two thing? Oh, the number 2.
Well, 2 is a weird number because it's the only one that the square root of 2. Because you do the square root of 49 is 7. So 7 sevens is 49. You do the square root of 16 is 4. So 4 fours is 16. You could do the square root of 9 is 3. 3 threes is 9. You do the square root of 4 is 2. So 2 twos.
Square root of 2 is
1.4.
The square root of 2 is 1.4?
Yes.
Huh. So that's the big controversy is why is this different?
Yeah. Well, that's what Terrence says is wrong with their math. It is an interesting conundrum.
But they just gloss over it, right? He doesn't agree. He would listen to him and then just come back and say that you're wrong about that. Just like he was wrong about the other thing too. And it's well, you haven't really acknowledged why, it's still a problem, isn't it? In the maths?
It seems to be a problem.
And I just don't like how when he was showing his models, that linchpin type thing, if you listen to it, you miss some of the visuals, but he was handing those things around. And honestly, I wish they did a better job setting things up. They weren't like even ready for the presentation type thing on there. Joe should have been fucking ready to present all that. They wasted a lot of time trying to figure shit out logistically, which was a bit frustrating. But he's talking about that space between and the ether between the bubbles, like that when you take that away, that there's an energy that fills in that sort of gap. And I think that's what the whole thing should have been about, is how this relates to, you know, some sort of 0 point or free energy thing that he could never get to because fucking Erik kept telling him to stop teaching and, oh, you can't go there. Like he would never let him get through that the analogies into where he was trying to go, you know?
Erik, the chosen person to hear
Erik, the chosen gatekeeper
to save us from himself.
Yeah, because he's the UFO gatekeeper too, right? He's been tapped. He admitted he was tapped on the shoulder to go after the UFO problem.
You listen to the one where he said that the Jews were responsible for shepherding us through this atomic.
Yeah. I tried to find a clip of it.
I'm so convinced
that
him and find a clip of it. His brother are Mossad.
Yeah.
They honeypotted Joe.
Yeah. I mean, and then he just, you know, he's good enough. He's a good enough thespian to be with all the talking, and he goes around in circles and he has to explain everything to the point where you're just like, shut the fuck up and get to the point already. But he's good enough at doing that he can gatekeep and make it seem like he's open to it all, or the scientific community is open to it, because he bashes the scientific community like he should, but he still doesn't let Terrence get to the real meat. He's just talking about his little toys and, oh yeah, they're nice and you're a beautiful artist. And if anything, you know, you've made some beautiful toys here. Fuck off, Erik. It's deeper than that. Get to it. Somebody's flying around in the big black triangles, Erik. Get to the fucking bottom of it.
The big black triangles. You always get back to the big black.
That's right. I mean, that's what my go-to is. Like, there's humans flying around in big, quiet, big black triangles.
BBG.
And Erik's been tapped on the shoulder. So go figure it out, Erik.
That's why they call you Gaping Graham. I have to agree. He did come off as a little obnoxious.
The first half was fine, but then after a while, you're like, oh fuck, okay.
Because they were drinking. As soon as they broke out the whiskey, I was like, oh boy, here we go. Dude, if I had a couple drinks of whiskey on the Joe Rogan Experience, I'd be going to jail.
I felt bad for Terrence. He got fucking handled. He got handled.
That nigga got handled. Grimerica.ca/support, guys, if you can, when you can. We are, of course.
And he was so nice about it. He was so nice about it. You know, he was all polite and nice and, okay, I'll listen to you. You can help me with my papers. And
he's a little rapey sometimes, but other than that, he seems like a nice
guy. Did you watch the clip of Terrence? I mean, I want to play it right now. Did you watch the clip of Terrence in the wig that Joe was talking about at the beginning of the show, where he was in that interview and he's talking about how he's an actor and some people just pretend that they're how did he describe it? Some actors, do you remember how he described the first part of it?
He basically said he gets himself possessed.
But he goes into the mirror, goes into the dark, he fucking sees himself change, and he basically takes on some other fucking thing, like a demon or some kind of possession, and that's how he acts. Like, that's how he does it. So I mean, that was just a crazy clip. I mean,
you'd think he'd be a better actor.
He's pretty good. He's pretty good.
You think he'd be like the
best. Maybe he did that to go on Joe. Did he do that to go on Joe show? Is this all an act? Is he being possessed when he's on there talking about his linchpin and everything?
If this is like some devil's advocate shit, he should be like, you know, should be just the best actor, right?
Maybe they all do it. I mean, maybe the
devil's advocate, but he's just like,
maybe the bar is pretty high because that's just the thing that all of them do.
The devil wants to just be a B-lister. You're possessed by like whatever.
Get kicked out of
one of the shitty
Marvel universe. Like, you only make one movie in the Marvel universe and that's it. I mean, come on.
Not Archangel Michael, just one of the shitty ones you never heard of. A fallen angel or something. Like, looks like Borderlands. He's one of the best. Come on, Curtis. Who are you kidding? He's not one of the best. Anyway, grimerica.ca/support, guys, if you can, when you can. If you're getting some value from our little show here, for some reason, YouTube won't let us have money anymore. But you guys can still head there, support us directly, grimerica.ca/support. All out there, all for free. If you do like it, just head over there, throw us $1, throw us $2, throw us $100, throw us $1,000. You decide. And the Sacred Geometry International guy's talking shit on Twitter tonight. That's nice. Grandma will be triggered now. He's gonna have to go check it out. I abstain.
I haven't seen him lately. Maybe I blocked him or something. I don't know.
Just block him and be done with it. Anyway, grimerica.ca/support. Of course, check out our other podcast, grimericaoutlawed.ca, for some more controversial stuff. Let's check out adultbrain.ca for all the audiobooks that we've done. 130 some audiobooks out there for now, and more coming. We got finally contact@thecabin.com. We got some great trips coming up. One with Randall Carlson, who we talked about a little earlier, doing the Columbia River Gorge thing. And we got our own event in Invermere. There's some add-ons where you can go hunting or do some psychedelics. So check that out. Contact@thecabin.com. Graham and I will be there in Invermere, holding you up with some Canadian hospitality. All right, guys. Other than that, we love you guys. Thanks for listening, and we will see you next week.
All right. We are live with Kevin B. Turner. Welcome to Grimerica. We're going to chat about your book, The Secret Fire of Alchemy, Kriya Yoga, Kundalini, and Shamanism. And, of course, your journey and anything you want to talk about. So welcome to the show.
Thank you. Good to be here.
Yeah, this will be a lot of fun. We've talked a little bit about this kind of topic over the years, but it looks like you've had quite the journey and the experience up to this book. So, I mean, where do you want to start? Do you want to start like a little bit about your history and stuff and how you kind of met your guru and stuff many years ago? Or
the book details 15 years of my life from 1982 to 1997.
Okay.
But really details a project that started 400 years ago and across 4 or 5 lifetimes.
Wow. When did you figure that was going to be a part of it?
Well, I didn't know. It was slowly revealed in dream states, dream initiations that I could only find analogies in alchemy. I discovered most of the alchemical processes later, but when I was in it, I was just in it. But when I found those correlations to alchemical initiations, it eventually led me to Asia, led me to study Tibetan Buddhism, Dumo, Heat Yoga, Kundalini Yoga, and then eventually Kriya Yoga of Sri Yukteswar of Yogananda, of the famous book Autobiography of a Yogi. So I studied and was initiated in Sri Yukteswar's original ashram in India, where Paramahansa Yogananda was. And now I teach shamanism. So I Kriya Yoga, but it is my personal practice, and it has been a huge part of my life. And essentially what I discovered was that there is a universal inner alchemy that cuts across traditions. So the whole book is about how there is a Eurasian secret tradition going all the way from the alchemists, the Rosicrucians, all the way east through Egypt, Persia, all the way to India, and then on to China, where it's called Neidan, or inner alchemy. So this is not a yoga like hot yoga or something that you do outwardly. This is all completely inward, and it is all about upgrading the psychic circuitry of not only the physical body, but the astral and the causal bodies to be able to contain the voltage and the amperage of merging with deities, merging with the Godhead, merging with cosmic consciousness. So this has been known, I mean, since, well, it's difficult to know, probably pre-Ice Age knowledge. But it has always been secret, and it's been held for a very long time. And it's very slowly leaking out. I see bits and pieces of things coming out over the past 10 or 15 years, and I'm thinking, it's finally coming out. And Hariharananda told me, Sri Yukteswar did not give this out, but this is the scientific age. And that is why 30 years after all this happened, I finally wrote this book.
Wow. I
So
mean,
does that mean you don't stretch or nothing when it's inward yoga? Like, is that just like meditating then, or how does that work?
Stretching can help, but all the physical yoga postures are just to open up the nadis so you can handle the voltage of merging with cosmic consciousness, or merging with a deity, merging with an archangel, merging with an angel. And so that's also classic shamanism. So in a sense, shamanism underlies all the spiritual traditions. Shamanism probably goes back 100,000 years at least, which would make Hinduism, Taoism, Buddhism newborn babies compared to shamanism. So shamanism was the beginning of all this, and the shamans realized, what do I need to do in order to be able to contain the power, the spiritual vitality of merging with these spirits? And so that developed into Hinduism and Taoism in China, Hinduism in India. So it's classic. I mean, Vishnu rides Garuda, so the power animal. Ganesh rides a rat as power animal. I mean, you can find shamanism underlying all the traditions. Taoism is essentially the legacy of shamanism in China. It's just been codified into kind of a system. So Taoism isn't really even a religion, and neither is shamanism. You don't need to believe anything to practice shamanism, because shamanism is practical, operational methodology for working in spiritual realities. There's no belief systems necessary, because shamans, the definition of a shaman is one who knows through direct experience. So shamans go to the places that the prophets went to, the founders of the great religions went to, directly. They don't need to study books. There's no pope of shamanism. There's no church of shamanism. There's no holy book of shamanism, because shamans are accessing direct revelation by their own experience.
Oh man, I have so many questions already. So let's stick with the coming out of all this information, because it seems to me like you shouldn't really say, not you personally, but you're initiated into these things for a reason. It's supposed to be secret. Your book is even titled the Secret Fire of Alchemy. Is it sort of been a planned release? Because I know that there's the Templars / Rosicrucians seem to be in the midst of also releasing this secret info. Like, is it time that the world sort of hears this spiritual reality? Like, we've been sort of plundering through materialism for a while. Like, is it all sort of part of the plan, or is it just inevitably going to leak out eventually, and that's what's happening?
Well, from another dimension, it probably is, but I wouldn't be in any position to presume to know that schedule.
Right.
Playing my small role. And so, yes, I was inspired, you could say, by the spirits to release this information. Now, I never thought I would write this book. I thought, this is too personal, this is too private. But the time came. And so here it is.
Along with the rest of the, not, like that there's a lot, but I mean, along with the other leaks that are coming out about our spiritual reality. So, and then the other thing, which I find fascinating, because I was going to ask you about cataclysms, like what those wisdom traditions teach you about, especially from the East, about the cataclysms. And you mentioned the Ice Age, like this goes back, the shamanism goes back to pre-Ice Age. So is that a common thread there as well, that we've been through the fall of man, like through cataclysms, and we've sort of had to...
Yogananda did mention in his autobiography that there were pre-Ice Age civilizations. So we have the legends of Atlantis and Lemuria, etc. And he said these are not legends, that there were many pre-Ice Age civilizations, that it didn't just start in Sumeria 7,000 years ago. I would say that's probably likely, but again, that's really not of my concern at this point. It's really, bringing out the information as best I can. Now, let me say one thing, though, is I teach shamanism. Kriya Yoga is my personal practice, but I don't teach it myself. So you'd have to go to Don Abrams in New York, or Peter Van Breukelen in Holland, or Swami Pragyanananda in Vienna or India to take initiation. So I don't give the actual Kriya Yoga techniques, but I write more about them than has probably been revealed before. Because I think it's time. And that's what Hariharananda said to me. He told me Sri Yukteswar did not give this out before, but now is the scientific age. That was all 29 years ago. So I had to wait 29 years, but that's a short time in the long view.
Short time in the yuga. So what are some of the things that you're revealing that? I mean, what are some things that people need to know or should know about our spiritual reality that would sort of blow their minds, or things that you've even experienced personally that because I
Sure.
always find this Eastern stuff so fascinating,
Just
especially
curious.
the
Read the book.
yeah.
Did you read the book?
No, I didn't.
No, we didn't get it yet. They sent it to
No.
us, but it didn't show up in time.
Oh, it never showed up. Oh, so you have no idea what's in the book.
No,
What?
usually it's pretty good. Usually they get them to us ahead of time, but I've been waiting for the shipment and it didn't show up.
You should have let me know. Well, here it is right here.
Well, we figured it's best to have you on anyways, because I do like to prep and read books and listen to stuff, but I mean, we're so busy now too. So,
I was assuming you knew what I was talking about.
well, I mean, usually I do. Usually Darren comes in cold, but
Oh, okay.
Graham's got a pretty good idea what you're talking about anyway, though, because he's read all the old books and he's been sort of dipping around it.
I haven't been initiated, but we've read a lot. Like, we've done a lot of work.
No worries. But now I know you haven't read it, so I can alter my conversation here.
Okay, good. Yeah.
Okay, so wow, where to begin? There's 47 chapters in the book, which over a 15-year period. I'm not sure where to start, but essentially I'm connecting the alchemical Rosicrucian connection with the Asian traditions from the inside, though. So it's not an academic book. I am an academic. I was a tenured professor north of Tokyo. I've published lots of academic papers. I've written many papers on shamanism as well. This was not really meant to convince academics. This was written from the inside by an initiate. And my initiations in alchemy started at age 21 in 1982. And as far as I can tell, there's very, very, very little information about that. And I'm quite sure you have not read anything like this book before.
Okay.
I've read everything.
Okay, hang on. Let's get into the definition of alchemy then. What you're talking about, spiritual alchemy, because when people think of alchemy, there's a whole bunch of different definitions floating around people's minds.
I'm talking purely about spiritual alchemy. Now there is a relationship between the other alchemies, the medicinal alchemies, the spagyrics, the tinctures, and metallurgy.
The transmutation part, yeah.
Well, the transmutation spiritually is transmuting the actual physical body, the etheric body, the astral body, the causal body, to be able to contain the power of cosmic consciousness. So that's the real key. Now, what is interesting is that metals are very vulnerable to alteration by consciousness. So it is quite common for silverware to bend on the table around me by itself without any intention or without any touch at all. And I would say that is a partial result of alchemical initiations as well as Kriya Yoga, Tibetan Buddhism. There's 6 chapters on Tibetan Buddhism where I'm in the Himalayas with Tibetan lamas. And I connect also the Dumo practices to alchemy and to Kriya Yoga, as well as to the Taoist alchemy practices.
What about a more practical practice or definition of spiritual alchemy? I mean, we've talked about that a little bit, about transmuting sort of emotions through the centers of your body. Maybe your chakras. The way Gurdjieff has his 5 centers: the head, the chest, and there's you can bring in negative emotions, negative stuff, transmuted into love, that type of thing. Is that part of it?
Not the alchemy that I'm talking about, but it's all related. There's also a later development, kind of a mythopoetic aspect, which really Carl Jung sort of, I would say, projected onto alchemy. I think he did not understand at first that alchemy was actually an internal psychophysiological transformation. that the real primal matter is us, is the physical body. And although he did say that alchemy is the yoga of the West, and by yoga, I don't mean the hot yoga thing that you see on TV. I mean the internal yoga. Yoga means to yoke your consciousness to the Godhead. That is merging. So that takes a tremendous amount of preparation, because otherwise what happens is you burn out. Can you plug a toaster directly into a nuclear power plant? No, it'll just fry, it'll melt, it'll explode, because its power capacity is too low. So this is the goal of all shamans, as well as the saints and sages, is to transform themselves to be able to contain the power. That's why many shamans, saints, and sages, they shake, they vibrate, because it's a little bit like driving a car at top speed. The car starts to shake. But if you can transform the car into a Ferrari, it doesn't shake even when you're going 250, K an hour. So that is the goal. That is how yoga got started. Yoga was all about preparing the body. And it's when all the shamans in old India got together, compared notes and said, well, I do this and I do this. And if I eat this way, if I clean my body in this way, I can contain more power so that I can merge better with the deity or with the Godhead. Now, Carl Jung, I think he was much more onto things than he let on, but he developed this big psychological system, which is valid in its own way, but it is, to me, not the original alchemy. The original alchemy, he talked about the progression of humanity is the incarnation of the deity, or something to that, very close to that. And many people were mystified. What on earth is Jung talking about? I think he lost it. And what he meant is the incarnation of the deity in us. So the whole process, in a sense, is we are embodying higher self. And if you keep going up, higher self is the deity. Higher self is the Godhead. Higher self is cosmic consciousness. So the goal of any spiritual path is going to be ultimately embodying that cosmic consciousness,
which is enlightenment.
But you can also say that, then ethics, compassion, morality is all just natural. It's not something you have to force on people. It's something that we simply know, because there's no difference between you and me. We are in oneness.
Does this change what happens after you die then? Is this a goal for after death or while you're alive?
Well, alchemy is mostly for while alive. However, certainly in shamanism and alchemy and Tibetan Buddhism as well, we can learn to navigate the afterlife before we die. In fact, when Plato was on his deathbed, his students asked, what can we do? What's the best thing for us to do while still alive? And he said, practice dying. And some were probably mystified by that. But when we practice dying, we learn how to navigate the afterlife. So in shamanism, I beat this drum. People can go into the theta brainwave pattern immediately. They can go into the transpersonal realm directly, awake rather than asleep as we usually are. And we can explore the afterlife realms before we leave the physical body. We're all guaranteed at least one full out-of-body experience in this life at the end. Until then, we're having partial out-of-body experiences, also called shamanic journeying. So this is really a phasing of consciousness to elsewhere. If we completely left the body, our breath and heart would stop. We'd be dead. So there's some portion of consciousness is remaining with the physical body, even if it feels like, oh, I'm floating out the window, I'm going down the street. So the beginning of my book is this whole series of out-of-body experiences happening in the night and initiations happening in the night.
Well, can you explain what one of the, like a dreamtime initiation or an out-of-body initiation would feel like or look like?
Well, there are many. Robert Monroe journaled several of them and wrote 3 books. And I worked for the Monroe Institute for more than a dozen years. I was involved in them for 20 years, flying from Asia to teach in Virginia and flying back. So now I don't do that anymore. I'm too busy teaching shamanism.
Was that like the psychopomp type soul rescue stuff, or?
Yeah, yes. I teach the shamanic way to do it now rather than Robert Monroe's way. But Robert Monroe was of a natural shaman, and so he actually didn't have a teacher. He just sort of stumbled onto it. But later he did get what he called inspecs, was intelligent species were teaching him about how to navigate these realms. But he didn't actually go into the afterlife transcendent realms until quite a bit later. I think he was mostly journeying in the middle world, which is kind of a dodgy area. We are in the middle world. This is called the pain world, the confused world. This is where we are. But in the transcendent realms, everybody gets what they need. So no mosquitoes, no taxes. We can call it heavenly realms, Garden of Eden, paradise, what have you. But here in the middle world, we've got all kinds of confusion and problems, mostly run by greed and fear here in the middle world. But it doesn't mean it's all bad. It's mixed.
So even though it's not physical, you're still in this middle plane, in this mid-world plane. So even though you're out of your body, you're still attached to this plane, kind of.
Typically in the beginning, but later we can learn to journey outside of that right away. In fact, I would say that I teach in 2 days how to go places that at Monroe Institute you really have to study for 2 weeks.
Right. Yeah.
So shamanism is quite a bit faster, and I often joke that shamanism saves time and money because you can just go directly to where the prophets went for their revelations. From those,
don't you have to be careful with not you, but the people with going too fast into this whole thing? I mean, some of these these teachers from the 1800s were warning people about this. You need to go through initiations first. You don't play around with this kind of stuff. You've got to be very, very careful.
Yeah, Rudolf Steiner, really, God bless him. I love his material, but he was speaking to the people of his time, And when I mean, we're talking, the 1910s, the 1920s, which was the time that Yogananda actually went to California, was 1920, and people were unable to even sit on the floor at that time. And so he had to move very slowly. And so there's a dry way and a wet way in alchemy. The dry way is the heat of Kundalini fire, which is really just blasting off, setting your hair on fire, shooting power up the Sushumna to evolve the brain immediately into cosmic consciousness. But that's an extremely steep path. And that almost requires living in an ashram or monastery, because you really can't deal with normal reality. But the wet way of alchemy or Kundalini yoga is slow transformation. So Kriya yoga is I would say a wet way. It could stimulate dry way. Sometimes people have that, and I described 3 dry Kundalini activations come, where I was actually physically burned from the inside along one nadi.
Wow.
Go to the doctor, and he said, "Oh, did you touch power lines? Did you get electrocuted?" And I said, "No."
Wow.
I burned from the inside. But see, that's the dry way. You have to be very purified to do the dry way. But to do the dry way of alchemy or Kundalini yoga is very fast. You can make huge progress in a single lifetime. The wet way typically spreads out over several incarnations, which is what is described in my book.
I've heard it called the straight path and the spiral path.
Oh, that's a good analogy. Yeah.
Yeah. That's interesting.
You mentioned spending 6 chapters. I don't know what that equates to in years, though, but in the Himalayas, what was that like? What was sort of I mean, most people can't even really imagine what that looks like. Is it, were you up like in the middle of nowhere? What are those like monasteries like you see in the?
Gotta read.
Well, you gotta tease it a little bit. You gotta like give us a little teaser, one of the highlights.
While I was in Thailand, well, first of all, I went through near-death experiences. I was in Japan. I met ghost monks in Japan, and then I ended up in a monastery in Thailand. And then in Thailand, I did a 48-hour fast and intensive meditation. And during that, I had visions of Tibetan deities, which just came out of nowhere. And then later I was in Nepal, and by chance I met this Lama unexpectedly. And just the moment I saw his face, the memory of those visions came. And I said, "Sir Rinpoche, I have to share these visions with you." And he immediately said, "Oh, this is a rare and important vision. you will be my student. You will come here tomorrow and take the Buddhist vows, and you will stay here in the monastery. That is literally what happened. And I had gone there just to say hello and, like, give some offerings to lamas and get their blessing, which is a little scarf. I had no idea that this was going to end up this whole journey of years going back and forth between Taiwan and Nepal. So this is in the Nepalese Himalayas, but it is Tibetan monastery because, of course, in Tibet it's crushed by communist China, so that you cannot really be free there or study freely there. There's no religious freedom there. So anyway, these are free Tibetan monasteries outside of China.
Is there, I mean, I'd like to ask a question from the chats. Ian is asking, speaking about Tibet, is there any truth to the stories of Tibetan monks levitating rocks and such from chants and music in your experience, or
Yeah.
even beyond that, like any kind of supernatural experiences that might get people to?
Oh yes, several. Well, one, just there is a chapter in there where I was eating breakfast one morning, and suddenly the whole wall began to vibrate. I mean, physically, this was a concrete wall, and the whole wall is vibrating, and the table I was sitting at was vibrating, and it was a monk chanting on the other side of the wall. And it sounded like a bull elephant that drank several hundred liters of soda and was belching. I mean, it's totally supernatural. I mean, no human being could normally make that kind of sound. And and the wall was physically, I mean, I could see the wall shaking, and my whole body was shaking. And I was thankfully on the other side of a concrete wall, or I might have my hair might have caught on fire. I don't know. But then I thought, aha, this is how they moved heavy stones, was through mantra. I did not learn those mantras. They're extremely dangerous. They're very well kept within the tradition, because can you imagine if you could use a mantra and knock a building down? Can you imagine? So your ethics have to be extremely high. Your compassion has to be extremely high. You have to be a very developed, I would say, close to sainthood position before they're going to teach you anything that powerful.
That's fascinating. That's kind of what I was getting at with sort of some of the theosophical.
There's another one. I had to get up at 5 a.m. every morning and meditate in my cell. And Shamar Rinpoche, who's the number 2 in the Karmapa Kagyu sect, was in the room above me. He was my teacher. Well, it was freezing every morning. I mean, I'm in the Himalayas, so at 5 a.m. it's absolutely freezing. And I got up anyway and meditated. But one morning it was especially cold, and I thought, oh, I have a brilliant novel idea. I'm going to just lay in bed and meditate. Well, immediately I just fell asleep. But then I lifted out of my body, and I thought, oh, okay, I'll sit in lotus position out of my body because it's much easier, right? My knees don't hurt in the astral body. But then I looked up, and there was somebody saying, hey, psst. And I looked up, and my Lama was leaning through the ceiling in his astral body, and he said, get back in your body, wake up and start meditating. Wow. So I goes, oh, I'm busted, So I got back in my body. I sat up, and boy, I didn't miss any 5 a.m. meditations anymore. But there was also a doppelganger experience. I was studying with him at Nagi Gompa, which is up on the ridge of the Himalayas overlooking the Kathmandu Valley. He went to Europe for a couple of weeks. I left. And when I came back, he still hadn't returned yet. And I thought, oh my, maybe he's back at Swayambhu Nath, which is called the Monkey Temple in Kathmandu, if you're familiar with Nepal. And I thought, oh, I'd better go back there. And I asked everybody on the mountain. I said, where's Shamarpa? And they said, oh, we haven't seen him. And he should be back in Nepal now, but he hasn't arrived back again. So I got my backpack. I started to go down the mountain, but then I looked up, and then the stairs up to the upper monastery, Shamarpa was there on the stairs waving at me with this big silly grin on his face, which is very uncharacteristic for him. He was the highest ranking living Lama at that time in that sect, in that school of Tibetan Buddhism. I looked up at him and I waved back, and I started to walk toward him, and he just bolted down these stairs and disappeared into the kitchen behind the monastery. And I thought, what was that? And so I went running into the kitchen, and there's only one door in and one door out. That's it. There's only one door. And I said, where's Shamarpa? He just entered this building. And they were holding ladles and knives. And they said, we don't know what you're talking about. As I was scratching my head, and I thought, well, that was definitely Shamarpa waving at me. But I was delayed just enough so that when I started to go down the mountain, he was coming up from the road, and we met. And he said, why are you going down? I'm going up with the same silly grin. So we call that a doppelganger, or a double goer, or a double body.
Was it a biolocation thing? Like, was he wasn't there astrally, or was?
Well, I saw him physically, but who's to say what a doppelganger is? But people physically see doppelgangers. And actually, in my courses, when I teach shamanism in Bali, my own students see my doppelganger every now and then, whether I'm aware of it or not.
Wow.
Part of multidimensional consciousness.
Yeah.
And we sometimes make this division between like physical reality and spiritual reality, but ultimately there's no division. And there are many, many examples in my book of where spiritual realities and physical realities are bleeding over and very clearly related.
Have you heard of the Tulpa experience, or the manifesting, like almost like manifesting a doppelganger type thing, like a spiritual entity?
Magically as well. Unfortunately, a lot of sorcerers learn how to do this, and they use it for doing unethical things.
Yeah.
Why this is kept rather secret. I don't teach that kind of thing because it could be misused almost immediately.
I mean, that's another issue that is coming up. I mean, even somebody mentioned it in the chats there about there is no such thing as good magic. Like there's this real tendency to label things good and evil and black and white, and especially with kind of a resurgence into Christ and Christianity right now, which is kind of bringing back this negative connotation about witchcraft and anything sort of supernatural. So how would you explain to people that it's just a process? It can be used for good or evil, or that kind of thing. That magic in itself is not good or evil. It's how it's handled as a tool or used as a tool.
Exactly. Well, Jesus plays quite a role in the book, and I would say that Jesus was a great shaman. Jesus was a realized shaman. He was a realized alchemist. He was actually able to bring the solar logos into the physical realm. That's why he was able to do those macro miracles, or as they say in India, the Mahasiddhis, the great powers. And so he's considered very much in the line of Kriya Yoga. Yogananda always said he was in the lineage. So did Sri Yukteswar, and so did Yogananda. And so do I, because I had direct experiences with him that are detailed in the book.
So you're from that lineage? Like, so is that the same lineage? They say he's from that lineage?
Well, they are related. And there is a very interesting thing, and that is that Sri Yukteswar recalculated the yugas, the great year, as you're familiar with the precession. Every 26,000 years, of course, we go through a full precession. And he recalculated the yugas and found that we exited the Kali Yuga in 1899. Now, secretly in Europe, the Rosicrucians were also teaching, highly secret, that the Kali Yuga ended in 1899. This is totally separated. I don't think that they were working on a physical plane together, but from a spiritual realm, I think you had Eastern and Western traditions working together. The beautiful thing about India is that Indian culture accepts miracles. Indian culture accepts magic and spirituality, whereas in Europe, quite frankly, it's just primitive. People are scared. And of course, the Vatican instilled a lot of fear. And anything magical, any kind of miracles, and then you're immediately killed or put into a psychiatric institution. So this is very unfortunate, but things are changing.
Well, the Enlightenment didn't help either. I mean, that had its own negative impact on.
Yes. I mean, Michael Harner often says that there was basically an agreement during the Renaissance that because the church just could not stop science. I mean, there were too many benefits with the medicine and engineering and, you know, clean water and all of these good things. They said, okay, we can't stop science, but at least we can divide it. So they said, okay, you scientists, you do your thing, but leave anything spiritual up to us. And so scientists just started to say, okay, we're not going to deal with the spiritual realm at all. In fact, we're going to say it doesn't exist, because ask the church, don't ask us. Well, this divide never ended, and it just went on and became dogmatic to the point to where scientists started to say spirits don't exist, afterlife doesn't exist, soul doesn't exist, spirit doesn't exist, even though many of the world's top scientists believed that it did and had direct experiences that transcended time and space. And in fact, if anybody studies quantum physics, I mean, time and space is something very, very flexible. And so to say that there are no spiritual realities is very unscientific.
Where do you think the turning point has been recently? Like you mentioned, it's opening up, because that's what I really think the last 10 or 20 years, it's been opening up. I think in the 1800s, it was opening up, and then it got shut down in like the early 1900s, World War I, physical sciences and stuff, Einstein, all those excuses to ignore the spiritual reality. But what would you say, like recently, how long has it been shifting, do you think?
I would say that there were probably sort of two fathers of this new spiritual age, and that would be when Paramahansa Yogananda went to California in 1920, and when Carl Jung in Europe started to bring in Eastern teachings and open up his psychology. I would call Jungian psychology shamanism under another name. So those I would say Yogananda and Carl Jung were kind of the two fathers of the New Age, and this is about 100 years ago. But that's also about the time that Rudolf Steiner left. So Rudolf Steiner also was teaching, but he didn't have as big an audience. And he was probably way ahead of his time. In fact, I would say maybe 100 years ahead of his time. And probably reading Steiner now makes more sense than it did then.
Yeah, right. Yeah, he's predicted a few things pretty well on the nail. Do you think that there's any underrated teachers like Gurdjieff type people that are going to get more attention coming up?
Boy, it's hard to say. I'm here in Asia, and I don't really have my finger on the pulse of things in the West so much. But it is interesting to see the kind of the old guard that I knew are all checking out. I was privileged to know Ram Dass, and Stan Grof is still alive, but very elderly. I knew him as well. I knew him in Prague anyway. We spoke together at the International Transpersonal Conference there. And Timothy Leary's gone, of course. And a whole slew of teachers from that era are kind of leaving now. And I'll be 64 in a few months, and so the sort of new crop of teachers, we're not getting any younger either. So it's one of the reasons I really had to write this book, and I felt the spirits pressured me. And I felt that I cannot let this story die with me. It's not that there's anything absolutely new in the book, but there are connections that I would say you probably have never read anywhere before.
Is it coming out on audio as well?
There's some discussion. Some people say I have a nice voice and I should do it myself.
Yeah, you should. Yeah, you should. Yeah. It's getting very popular. I mean, a lot of people we know listen to audiobooks more than they read now. So I think that
I find that a little bit disturbing. I find many students are registering for my courses, and they ask me very simple questions, and I say, well, all that information's on the website, and they say, oh, I don't read anymore. And I'm like, what? You don't read anymore? You mean you don't know how to read? No, I just don't read anymore. If it's not in a 2-minute soundbite, I can't be bothered. And I'm like, wow, is this the new generation? Now, see, this is where Steiner talked about autonomic forces holding human consciousness to machines, which means degrading. We are devolving spiritually. And in a sense, the HAL 9000 computer is taking over. If you're familiar with that story. the HAL 9000 computer 2001 Space Odyssey. It's where our own machines actually decide we're irrelevant.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, Steiner warned about this 100 years ago. And here I look around every day and everybody's doing this. They're just on their phones. They're unaware of anything around them, let alone spiritual realities. And so this is actually, actually contracting consciousness around a limited machine and holding it there so that a person cannot touch even normal reality, let alone spiritual realities.
But what about the aramonic potential for a wider connection? Like it's contracting, but it's also connected globally, and it's also with this new AI. I mean, you're talking to these computers like they're people. I mean, it almost feels like a sentient power in there.
I don't do that, but some people do.
Well, but I mean, we do, and it's going to be done more often. I mean, it's getting to the point where you don't search things online anymore. You go to your AI assistant, and they give you like a summary of any question that you have. Right? It's very much like, to me, it's almost like there could be room for some spiritual takeover there in a way, because the infrastructure is built, and maybe like build it and they will come type thing. Ahriman will come.
I see that the AI has usefulness, just like calculators do. Who wants to do the old-fashioned calculation, right? You got a calculator, but no matter how many times you push buttons on a calculator, it's never going to come up with a new idea. It can't. It can't think outside the box. So AI, no matter how sophisticated it is, it's still just a plagiarism program. That's all it is. It's just plagiarizing what human beings came up with in the past. And they're synthesizing it perhaps in a novel way. But to me, there's no consciousness there.
And it can be accessed by a consciousness or an Ahrimanic sort of energy?
I would say it is Ahrimanic in it. That doesn't mean it can't be used as a tool. I mean, think about it. Without tractors, 99% of the world would be out in the fields toiling 14 hours a day. And so, we don't need to demonize a tractor and say, oh, tractors are evil. Tractors are going to take over the world. Tractors have saved us all from backbreaking labor in the fields so that we can devote time to other things. So if AI can be sort of kept in perspective, and that it is a tool and not a master, then AI is fine. If people can keep that in mind. But I mean, look at the kids today. They're just being programmed by this stuff, and the souls are just almost being absorbed into this little tiny machine. And they're unaware of anything around them, and their social skills are terrible.
Yeah, you're right. You're 100% right. It's very noticeable and scary, and scary. Darren, do you have any questions?
It's just the next generation, man. It's just how it's gonna go. I'm sure, it does seem worse, but the AI is I mean, I don't know about talking to, but it just makes us all, I guess, a little more capable if we're paying attention. Maybe you can get a little more done, but it can't be. You can't miss. I don't think it's going to get much farther than it is right now. I think it's sort of it's almost reached its potential, other than mimicking it. Like, I think plagiarism's a good word for it, because even when it's not plagiarizing, they have the new ones. They might be able to redo things and do research, but it's still just regurgitating stuff we've already done. They've got other ones that you can turn on and do a bunch of repetitive motions on your computer, and it'll copy all that. It'll copy. You can have it sort of redo this things for repetitive motions, but it does kind of boil down to plagiarism at the end of the day, I suppose. What you've been sort of over, and it sounds like you've been over in East Asia for a long time. Do you come back over to this side quite often, or do you find the it's a little slower living over there? What's the allure? Is it just the teaching aspect?
Well, that's a hard question to answer because I'm director for Asia for the Foundation for Shamanic Studies. So I teach in 7 different Asian countries. So it's almost impossible to answer the question. Right now, I'm so busy, I don't come to the West very often, but I do go to Europe every now and then to do some research in alchemy because that's where the old books are found. But mostly, I mean, the alchemical tradition, as far as I can tell, is gone. It could be that the Rosicrucians and other secret societies have kept back some of these practices. Um, I know that some are displeased. Some of this is coming out because it's waking people up, and their privileged positions are in danger. But others are saying, "Hey, this is what we're supposed to be doing. This is compassion. This is ethics. We're all in this together." And so every human being has the right to wake up in the matrix, wake up from the matrix. But see, you know, the archons, I mean, the lords of the world, the ones who understand the matrix and how this all works, they like their position of power. So they like it that people are cattle and half asleep because they're easily manipulated. And so they don't like these kind of techniques that I write about in my book that are waking people up. But they are also admitting that the time is changing. We're in the Dwapara Yuga now. Things are actually improving, even though they don't always look like it. I think that things will get better. There will be a golden age. Might take us a century and a half to get there, but that's nothing in the long run. That's just an incarnation or two away. So it's not really not far away. Okay. Life is like the blink of an eye. Same thing with an incarnation.
Have you been to any of the real alchemy? Not real. I don't mean it like that. I mean physical alchemy, because Prague has that alchemical history. There was a conference there recently last fall that seemed super fascinating.
There is a resurgence of study in alchemy. That Carl Jung really actually kickstarted a lot of that because he was connecting it to psychology and to spirituality. He wasn't so much concerned with metallurgical or chemical alchemy. Certainly it's there. The Chinese alchemy, there's a lot of obsession with living longer. But it's not living longer just to live longer. It's living longer so that we have more time to complete the wet way, which means we have more time to gain enlightenment if we live longer. I mean, Tibetans and Indians will often say it takes many lifetimes to reach enlightenment. I mean, the Buddha was not enlightened in one lifetime. He did, hundreds of lifetimes before of spiritual work to build up to that moment. He sat under the tree and dropped the story of himself. So things are not in isolation, even though they appear to be. There's a long string of trajectory going back through time.
But I think alchemy has a real importance for energy, for physical, for physics, because I think it's not just about metals and stuff, but it's about molecules and,
Yes.
like they don't want to call it alchemy. They'll call it something else like cold fusion or whatever, but it's alchemy.
Well, it's part of the structure of the matrix. We are in a dream densified dream. Any physicist can tell you that this is all consciousness.
Yeah.
There's actual physical reality here. It appears to be physical reality, but all physical reality is made of these building blocks that don't actually exist. Because when you get down to the atomic level and the subatomic level, all of a sudden you just get that there's just a wavering, there's just a vibration, there's nothing physical there, the smaller you go. And what that is wavering mind. So this is the mind of the Godhead. Thought becomes light, light condenses to matter, and then matter we believe is real. And so we believe things are solid. But if you know how the matrix works, then miracles of healing, miracles are easy. Walking across the swimming pool, bending spoons and forks without touching them, healing people with simply a thought. This is all discussed in the book.
Darren, do you have any more questions or do you want me to keep going?
Well, I'm wondering is there, you mentioned a resurgence. Does that do you get a lot of people traveling over there to learn these sorts of things? Are you worried? You mentioned you wrote the book because you feel like, you don't want that to to go away or not to be told, but like that's just sort of your personal story. But on whole, where's the practice at? Is it fading out? Is that getting a resurgence? Are you worried about it in 100 years or in 200 years or in 300 years?
Come and go, and it was one of the reasons why I wanted to make a record of this, because most of the academics that I know who study alchemy, they've never been initiated. They actually do not know the practices from the inside. And so they're stumbling, they're blind. Yes, they're wonderful academics and they've done their research and they've got PhDs and they've got libraries of stuff behind them. But if you've never been initiated, you can't possibly know what true spiritual alchemy is. And so, in a sense, I'm a rare bird because I was initiated in the Kundalini yogas of the Tibetans, and I was initiated into sixth Kriya as well, Kriya yoga. And so I can't give those practices directly. You have to get them from a Kriya Yoga lineage holder. But I wrote about them and I related them to. So that knowledge existed in Egypt, in the Arab world, and in Europe at one time. I suspect it was lost. And that's why I have beautiful books about alchemy, but the poor scholars, they have not been initiated. They simply do not know. But, it's not arrogance. I'm not looking down my nose, but I mean, how can you know the code if you've never been initiated in the code? So they're blind. It's unfortunate, but I hope my book will revive actual practices.
Is this is some of your work involved in the Tibetan Book of the Dead and getting through the Bardo and like what happens after you die? Like, is there a practice that you need to, teach or work on yourself that kind of gets you through to the next one where you don't,
Yes.
isn't the goal to not come back?
I'll be teaching this next week.
Oh,
yeah, I teach it all the time. I just taught it in Cambodia at Angkor Wat just last month. So this is a 2-day course called Dying and Beyond. We used to call it Death, Dying and Beyond, but we changed the course title to Shamanism, Dying and Beyond. This is where we explore the afterlife and where we begin to learn to navigate the afterlife. So once we learn how to navigate the afterlife, that is what the Bardo is. Bardo Tadol, the Tibetan Book of the Dead. Bardo means between two. Bardo. So between death and rebirth. And once we learn what the processes of what's going on between death and rebirth, then we can start saying, oh, I'm going to make different choices in my different incarnations because I feel like I'm going to move to a higher level school and I don't want to stay here in kindergarten on earth forever. Or if I do come back here, then I'm going to come back here out of compassion, which is what the saints do. They come back here because they know it's tough here and they want to help us. So they take incarnation here. But shamans are able to actually contact help outside of the matrix. So to use matrix terminology, shamans can go talk to Trinity and Morpheus outside of the matrix at any time because they know how to shamanically journey. But this, how to shamanically journey has been suppressed, desperately suppressed, but it's coming back with a vengeance because I'm teaching hundreds of students and thousands of students are being taught in Michael Harner's courses around the world how to get out of the matrix.
How do people find that? Do they go to shamanism-asia.com or?
That's I'm director for Asia, so that's Foundation for Shamanic Studies Asia, but there's also FSS, Foundation for Shamanic Studies America, FSS Europa, FSS Latin American in Spanish. It's all over the world. So if you want to come study in Asia, you can go to shamanism-asia.com. If you want to study in America, it's shamanism.org. And Europe is, well, you got to look it up, FSS Europa. I think it's EU.en.
Okay.
EU.en, I believe, but
Okay.
you can look.
Yeah, people can find that. Do you think the Book of the Dead has stood the test of time? Like, do you think it's pretty accurate?
Well, there's a chapter on that in the book as well, so that'll go into much more detail on that. I would say it is very relevant. The problem is that it's a bit culture bound for the time. But I would say it's one of the most shamanic aspects And it comes directly from India. It comes from Padmasambhava, who was Indian, not Tibetan. So when we say Tibetan Book of the Dead, it's a bit of a misnomer. It's actually the Indian Tibetan Book of the Dead, or Indo-Tibetan would be better. It's just that it went into Tibet and survived, whereas in India went through many, many shifts, and the Mughals came in and kind of destroyed everything. Fortunately, Islam did not reach Nepal or Tibet, and so there wasn't all that destruction.
What about Egypt as far as shamanism goes and the afterlife, their focus on the afterlife and the NDEs? And I guess to kind of, actually, I'll leave it at that because I've got another question that'll just confuse everything. So yeah, about Egypt, is it very similar? Is there any crossover, or is that a completely different sort of philosophy?
I would say the Egyptians were shamans extraordinaire. And in the Egyptian Book of the Dead is another version of how to navigate the afterlife. And that's one of the reasons why they painted it on the inside of the king's tombs, so that the king would be able to navigate. But presumably they would have had that knowledge long before. So usually by the time they have to paint it out is the time that the knowledge actually was beginning to be lost. Egypt is very interesting in the sense that they started out extremely highly developed out of nowhere, and then actually degraded. And so this would lead one to think that Egypt is probably a legacy of an earlier civilization that was highly developed, and then people, in a sense, lost it. As the Kali Yuga came in, their consciousness levels dipped down, and they couldn't even remember how to navigate the afterlife anymore, and eventually even lost the knowledge of why the pyramids were built, which to an initiate, it's absolutely obvious why they were built. They were initiation chambers. There's nobody buried in the Great Pyramid. There never was. The academics are lost. They're just lost. They have no idea what Egyptian spirituality actually is, but if they practice shamanism or other esoteric practices, they can begin to learn. It'll change. We're still in the dark ages.
Yeah, that's fascinating. No, we totally agree with the whole Egypt thing. I mean, it's obvious physically there as well. And even the Book of the Dead, one of the earliest writings, talks about them finding thousands and thousands of articles and vases and all kinds of stuff from earlier. So there's definitely even, evidence of them finding this stuff. So how would that initiation chamber work then in the Great Pyramid? I mean, can you expand on that a little bit? Is that like a sit in there with resonance and go out of body? You're harnessing the power of the pyramid type thing?
Yeah, it's going to be in part 2 of Secret Fire. But essentially, if you have the opportunity to actually lay in the initiation chamber in what they call the king's room, the king's chamber, there's no king ever buried in there. There's absolutely no evidence there was ever anyone buried there, and it was certainly not built by a single king to be buried there because it took centuries to build. And so, but if you have the opportunity to lay in that and go into certain states of consciousness, you will receive an initiation. And so I was lucky. I was in Egypt on 9/11, 2001.
Wow.
And I was actually I was on a boat going down the Nile, and I saw over the sky, just like this subspace disturbance, Captain, to use Star Trek terminology, going over like a gray wave coming from the northwest, coming from Europe. And I think it was just the news of 9/11 was just affecting human consciousness like a wave. And from, of course, New York to Europe and down to Egypt. And I thought, well, what is that? I just felt this depression. And it was like, oh, there's a disturbance in the force. I didn't know what it was. I went out into the front of the boat and I was just meditating. And I thought, something has changed. Wow. Something is in the air. I don't know what it is. The next day, the boat stopped at a little village. An Egyptian man came out with a newspaper, and he was shouting in Egyptian Arabic and pointing to this little tiny photo in the Arabic newspaper that showed 2 towers and a mosquito nearby. And I thought, oh, it looks like a little plane hit the towers in New York. I thought, oh, well, I got back on the boat. 2 days later, we arrived back to civilization, and of course learned the news. So I thought, okay, Bush might bomb the entire Middle East, so I think I'll get out of here. But I had to wait a few days to get my flight back to Vienna. So I thought, I'm going to go back to the Great Pyramid, and I'm not going to leave the so-called King's Chamber until I know why that was built. So I went back because I had been there before, and it was packed with tourists, and just packed. And nobody seemed to really be appreciating it. They were all just complaining about the food in the hotel and wow, 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 wow. And I was sort of disappointed. So this time I went back, and it was the same thing, packed with tourists. Everybody's whining about the ketchup and the mustard in the hotel or something. And then I said, okay, that's it. I'm going to sit down, lean against the wall, and meditate. I don't care what anybody thinks. So I slid down against the wall, and I just started meditating. And other people started to see me, and they started to slide down against the walls as well. And one by one, the whole room, people who wanted to meditate all slid down against the wall and were silent. And the other people got spooked, and they said, let's get out of here. This is creepy. And so they all left. And so then there's just this, I don't know, 20, 30, 40 people around the walls all meditating. And I'm kind of keeping one eye open, kind of looking around, going, oh, this is good. And so then when people would come up through the, what's it called, the galley or something, they would come into the room, and they would see all these just stone Buddhas sitting around, in silence, and they got silent, and then they'd stay only for a short time, and they'd leave. So I kept sitting there, and I kept sitting there, and I made a commitment that I'm not leaving this room until I know why this was built. And one by one, everybody left. And so then I'm sitting there alone for a long time. Now, inside the pyramid, you can't tell whether it's day or night. I mean, you have thousands of tons of stone on top of you. There's no windows. So I'm sitting there, a couple hours go by, and I'm still sitting there meditating alone. And I thought, oh man, they must have locked the door. I guess I'm in here for the night. And then a guard came, and he poked me. And I looked up, and then he said something in Arabic, and he pointed to the so-called sarcophagus, which is not a sarcophagus, but it's an initiation chamber. And I said, oh, me? I can get in? He said, yeah, get in. In Arabic, I assume that's what he was saying. So I actually got it, and I laid down, and I thought, okay, well, what do I do now? Do I do something like this? So I tried different meditations as I'm laying there. And then briefly later, an Egyptian guy astrally appears, and he says, are you ready to go? And I said, yeah. And we just took off. And suddenly I was about 5 miles up in the air looking down on the pyramid. And the pyramid was like, have you ever seen those fountains that have the ball on top? They're supporting a ball that's floating in midair, with the fountain is keeping it up. Well, I was floating like this, maybe 5 miles in the air over the pyramid, and I felt there was just a force holding me up. And then the guy appeared again, the Egyptian guy, not physically, of course, this is non-physical. And he said, are you ready to go? And I said, okay. And we took off out of the solar system at light speed, went to a particular star system, and I heard this singing, and it was vibrational singing. It wasn't a chorus like normal. And it was welcome home. Welcome home.
Wow.
And I was like, wow. And so anyway, a lot of things happened. That'll be in the next book. And then I came back, and the guard was poking me again.
Wow.
It's time to go. And when I came out, it was all, the sun had set, and there was just a little orange light. And I thought, now I know why they built.
That is crazy. I mean, I've got questions like, what star system? Was it Orion or anything by any chance? Or
that will be revealed in the second.
Yeah. Well, what did the Egyptian character look like? One of the gods, or?
It was classic. I mean, he had the pretty Semitic nose, and a kind of a dhoti, no shirt on. Pretty much looked like a regular guy. so he didn't look like a god or something. I think he was just one of the Egyptian initiates who probably picked people up who knew what to do, who knew to lay, who were ready to go.
That's great, Darren, is that not crazy that two of our recent guests have had? Actually, it might have been last week's episode that came out. Now I have to figure out what. John Stewart Reed. He invented the cymoscope, but he ended up in there during lunchtime when nobody was there. Similar story to you. It was during the day when there's usually people all over the place, and he ended up by coincidence on his own in the king's chamber, and he got healed in the king's chamber. And it's the same thing with you. Like, you've had this, well, you decided to do it, you intended to do it, to figure that out, not necessarily on your own, but the circumstances prevailed, and you ended up in there all on your own, and you both had these amazing experiences that have, obviously led you through an amazing journey over the last 20 something years.
Yeah. Well, that happened all after this book. So this book is prior to.
Right.
That.
Yeah. Wow.
Well, that gives us a couple things to try the next time we're in the Great Pyramid. I mean, I got to go back just to try new stuff there now. I mean, we were lucky enough to get to do that, sort of that same thing. We got to lie in the box, and then we had our buddy there, Yusuf, did the like resonance with me, did some tomes in there while we were lying in the box, but it was a very meditative state. It was pretty cool.
I think it was only 2 or 3 minutes each, right? It was pretty cool.
Yeah, we got about 3 minutes each or something like that. So, but you could probably figure out getting a little extra time, I'm sure.
Yeah, I don't know how long I was in there. I have no sense for time.
You might only been in there 3 minutes. Maybe that's just because you just got to be ready. You got to know what you're going in there for. Be like, all right, we got to go in there, find the Egyptian guy, get the fuck out of here, get the gold, then we're out of here.
Get the goose that lays the golden egg and come back.
That's right. Before the giant wakes up. Kevin, this has been fantastic. We appreciate you going across the pond over from Japan and to sunny Alberta. I bet you. Are you on the west coast or the west side or the east side? I don't know where it is.
Well, I'm near the lake in the center of the western part of Japan right now, but I'll be in Bali in a few days.
So I think that's decent weather on the west side of Japan, right? Is that the good side or the bad side?
Foolish, but the cherry blossoms are just falling off now. So I'm still wearing a sweater. It's quite cold, but no snow.
No snow. We just crawled out of winter here, so we're the sun's shining. We're having a good time. We appreciate you doing this in the morning. It's always a pain to do it in the first thing in the morning before you start your day. Show us the book. Tell us where we can find them all too.
You can buy any bookseller in the world has these, and there is also French translation of the book on Mongolian shamanism. There will be a French translation of The Secret Fire of Alchemy as well coming up. Any bookseller, they're from Inner Traditions. This is from North Atlantic Books. This is from Inner Traditions.
What's that one there? Oh, that's the Mongolia one in your other hand, right?
Yeah. And so 2 different topics completely. But the book I'm working on now will be part 2 to this. So Secret Fire part 2.
You should come back on when that one comes out.
Sure. Or I'll come back. You guys read the book.
Yeah, and I'll listen to it when you do the audio.
You'll have
audio book.
a lot more questions. Yeah.
I read for my job every day, so it's hard to fit in extra reading. I love being able to listen to something. So
plus they didn't send us the booking. So.
Maybe you guys can give Inner Traditions the hint that I should. Kevin has a nice voice, and he should do this.
Oh, for sure, yeah.
They owe us one. We just did an audiobook for them for free. So
there you go. Yeah.
Well, Kevin, this has been great. So, do you have a website? Do you have social media? Is there any place people can follow you, track you down, annoy you?
www.shamanism-asia.com. shamanism-asia.com. Everything is there. You can find out about me, about my courses, about my books, about my papers, about my interviews, and I'll be posting this interview there too as soon as it goes up.
Do you do online courses too, or just like physical?
I did during the pandemic, basically to keep everybody sort of, progressing through the pandemic. But after the pandemic, I returned to in-person only because I believe they're more powerful.
Yeah, I mean, totally. Well, Kevin, this has been great. We appreciate it. Yeah, we will get the book eventually. It will show up here in time.
You guys haven't got it yet. I'm amazed. I thought North Americans would have it first. It's only coming from.
We're in Canada, so
we're in Canada, so
but Vermont's not that far away.
We got to get over the new Iron Curtain, the new Iron Curtain between Canada.
They were published 4 months ago, so
and then it's got to get across provinces. That can be.
Well, plus not only that, they tend to send them out to us in batches. So I'll get like 10 books at a time, and then 10 more, and then 10 more. So
well, I'll let them know that you never got the book.
Yeah, tell them, give them shit. You tell them what the hell. But okay. I look forward to doing this again, and like you say, you're going to do another one, so we'll have you on again. And this has been great. If you find yourself in the Western Hemisphere again, let us know.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, Kevin. Take care.
Have a good day.
Yeah.
And that was a chat with Kevin B. Turner, all the way from sunny Japan. What'd you think?
Oh, that was fantastic. Yeah, that was fun.
I guess it's not always sunny. I mean, that's what is always. I wonder if Corbett's still over in Japan. We should have him on again.
Yeah, we should.
But yeah, big thanks to Kevin for coming on the show. We encourage everyone to go out and get the book. Check it out. Big thanks to him for getting up early, coming on the show. Big thanks to you guys for listening. Even bigger thanks if you choose to support us over at grimerica.ca/support. We can't do it without you. And we are 100% listener supported. So grimerica.ca/support. If you can, when you can, keep us going, keep us on the air. Contact@thecabin.com for trips and events. There's like 5 spots left for Bonneville next month if people want to come hang out with Ronald Carlson. And we got Azores and Easter Island coming up in the next, all within a year. So we got some great trips coming up. Adultbrain.ca for audiobooks and ebooks and everything else. And what else we got? GrimAmericaCBD.com for all that fun stuff, all that great stuff. I mean, check out our Adult Brain audiobook YouTube channel. Give us a like and subscribe. If you're Canadian, check out the alist.ca and GrimAmericaOutlaw.ca for our other crazy podcasts. The stuff that we can't talk about here and we can't put on YouTube. And we didn't put here. It's a little more controversial usually and just that sort of thing. Other than that, we love you guys. Thanks for listening. Oh, yeah. If you want to go to Cosmic Summit, use Grimerica 25 and we will see you there. Other than that, we love you. Thanks for listening. And we will see you next week.
All right. Marcus McCoy of Troll Cunning Forge. Welcome to Grimerica. Thanks for joining us.
Yeah. Thanks for having me.
This will be a blast. I want to give a shout out to, before I forget, the Noble Savage Forge on Instagram, who said, he said, you guys got to have Troll Cunning Forge on the show. And he'd really love it if we had a conversation. So big shout out to him. And this will be fascinating. I was blown away, like sort of watching you in a different interview and you explaining this alchemical process of blacksmithing. And I mean, I really feel like you're stumbling on some ancient wisdom here. So I'm really looking forward to talking to you about that. We've been reading and narrating old books on ancient wisdom and alchemy and stuff like that. So this will be just great to talk to somebody that's like, working with this stuff.
Sorry, there was a lot of delay there, so you got jumbled up quite a bit, and it was hard for me to understand what you were saying.
Okay. Well,
I hope that's not going to be a problem throughout the whole interview.
I hope not. Yeah. I mean, I won't be talking too much, so hopefully you'll be doing most of the talking.
Yeah. Well, hopefully he doesn't do it when I am too. So,
yeah. Where do you want to start? I mean,
yeah,
I'm interested in alchemical blacksmithing. I mean, do you want to get into sort of just jump right into that and then we can go from there?
Sure. I mean, we can talk about where that was kind of born, if you'd like.
Yeah.
I'm a student of Robert Bartlett. I don't know if you know him, but the audience needs to know him. He's a lab alchemist, which, in my opinion, if you're not a lab alchemist, you're not an alchemist at all. You aren't actually doing the work. You may think you're doing the work, but you're not. not one bit. There was never a point in history until now that lab work was somehow disconnected from alchemy. So the people that are doing philosophical alchemy or whatever you want to they want to call it, which
Spiritual alchemy.
sure, I'll yeah, whatever you want to call it these days seems to be game. You're not doing it. You're not doing the work. And I can say that because I've done lab alchemy and I'm familiar with the philosophy, and I've read books by authors that have maybe done maybe a little bit of the bare minimum of it. But it's just, it's so disconnected and disjointed that they're like absolutely like over the top misunderstanding basic terms and blowing them way out of proportion. And like, I mean, it's hard to.
Can you give us an
I
example?
think that we've gotten into a point like where we did with masonry. I'm sorry.
Yeah, no, go ahead.
What did you ask? So like with masonry, like back in the day, there was a point where masons were literally masons, right? And then they opened their doors to non-masons. From what I understand, I'm not a mason, so people I'm sure can correct me if I'm wrong, but they opened the doors to non-masons politically and socially in order to kind of save their own asses because uh, those trade organizations were being like headhunted pretty strongly um, in the UK, especially at the time, probably in different places in Europe as well. But I'm speaking from mostly my understanding of the UK. And so trade organizations got attacked pretty heavily. And if you were a member of a secret trade organization, a service society or what have you, like you got sent to the colonies as an indentured servant, and that's a pretty bad deal, being in exile. So they opened up their doors to non-masons and allowed them in, and that sort of the symbolism and things sort of got lost to people that weren't actually practicing within the trade. And I would say that a very similar thing happened in traditional witchcraft with the people that were interested in blacksmithing traditions. We see a lot of traditional witchcraft traditions that are focused around blacksmithing that have fuck all to do with blacksmithing, and they don't really understand the processes at all. But the terminology, like you see within alchemy today, and the way that it gets, like exoticized and turned into a very esoteric concept, we see a lot of that same thing happen within alchemy. And so you people will talk about sublimation who have never seen the process of sublimation happen in a lab, and they will like just I mean, you're reading this guy, like this philosopher, talk about sublimation in this just like such intense way with so many layers of depth that it's just so blown out of context. And when someone has actually sat down and like actually done sublimation in the lab uh, for the purpose of laboratory alchemy, yes, it's spiritual, it's meaningful. There's definitely things that are happening there, but like the it's like a child in the lab that doesn't understand what they're seeing or experiencing, trying to explain it to an adult. And you're the adult who's been in the lab that's been doing this, and you're reading what this child has to say about it, and you're like, that's not that's not that's not what we're doing here. And there's a lot of it's like a naivete. So what I'm experiencing when I read a lot of these things is a certain naivete that comes from people that haven't actually experienced it. And that's a really, from someone that hasn't done it, hearing me say it, I'm sure that sounds really arrogant, and it sounds really pompous, and insulting to them, because I'm comparing them to a child. And I get that. But from a developmental standpoint, when you're a blacksmith and you step into the forge for the first time, and you are trying to learn how to taper and draw, that is a very complex thing for someone that doesn't have any experience. And so they can blow that way out of proportion. They can overcomplicate it, and they do. Go ahead. You got a question?
What is I think if we put our hands up to ask questions, that'll work well. What is
Sure.
sublimation?
Sublimation is where you take a particular material that needs to be you're burning it, you're calcining it, or destructive distilling it.
Distilling it, yeah.
And yeah, but it's different than, like, say, like distilling a liquid, or it's more of like you're distilling a solid through a destructive distillation, and the smoke of that ends up collecting upon glassware, or sometimes metal, or what have you, and sometimes like a big onion shaped device uh, that allows you to collect particularized chemicals that are being released from construction into the outside of the flask, so to speak, that it's being distilled into, right? So it's like instead of distilling liquids where you get the vapor and then the vapor comes over, it's a vapor of a solid thing, not a liquid, that then uh, turns into a solid again once it hits that. And so then it becomes like, so a good way to talk about it is like if you're taking, say, like an oil lamp, and you turn it up full blast, right? And then you get that black on the sides of your glass of the lamp, right? We've probably all experienced that, right? We're old enough to have used oil lamps. So that black on the edge of the container, that's like carbon and different chemicals that were within the oil that is in the lamp that's burning off. And then those chemicals are now on the edge of that glass. And so you scrape that off and use that in different alchemical processes. So it's a way of purifying things through a destructive process with fire. Um, so that's one of the ways of describing sublimation.
Can you talk about
Yes.
what when it clicked for you when you were learning from Bartlett about alchemy and blacksmithing?
Yeah, absolutely. So I was taking one of my first blacksmithing classes at the same time I was taking a class from Robert. It was the Secunda class, which is more focused on animal alchemy. So uh, we focus a lot on urine in that class, which is a form of animalia, so to speak. And urine is one of the pathways to making a lot of different things within mineral alchemy. So it's kind of an important step. And that may sound very weird to a lot of people that aren't familiar with lab alchemy, but I'm not going to get into all the details of that. But in it, there's also a lot of talk about like these intermediary processes between plant alchemy and mineral alchemy, because that's kind of what Secunda is sort of a bridge over to mineral, which is where inevitably headed. And in that we got to talk about a lot more about plant salts, because in Prima we talk a lot about, plants. We're working primarily with plants. You start with plants. So in that, the salts are somewhat of a mystery. We're talking a lot about the mercury and the soul of the plants that we're working with, and the intelligence of them and things like that, and to distill them and to do these things. But the mercury, or the I'm sorry, the mineral aspect of it is something that requires a lot more attention. And in Secunda we talk about that a little bit more. And my wife, Katamara Rosarium, she's on the board of directors for the Spagyricus Institute, which Robert talks on, and we're very involved with them. And they're much loved people in our lives, and I highly recommend everyone check out the Spagyricus Institute. It's wonderful. And Robert's work is just, I think, some of the best. And so I'm taking the class. We're doing lab work, and we're talking about the crystallization of plant minerals during a specific election, planetary election, astrological election. And so he had with him like a glass beaker, kind of like this, and it's just full of a liquid, clear, slightly opaque liquid. And this was a super saturation of plant salts of a particular plant that he had distilled and then uh, calcined down to and leached the mineral salts out of, and then super saturated it into a solution inside of a jar. So he takes this jar, and this was a plant that was ruled by Jupiter, and he wanted to um, he was waiting for a really good Jupiter election in order to crystallize these plant salts, because they're in a solution. They're a liquid, right? So he wanted to demonstrate to us the process of doing that, and so he popped them, just like I'm sure you guys have had those. They're like pocket heaters, right?
Yep. Yeah.
Those little
Yeah.
pocket heaters, those plastic containers that
Yep.
have the liquid, and you bend a little piece of zinc inside, and it creates a like a thermogenic reaction that crystallizes the entire pack. And that thermogenic reaction is like warm, and it gets hot, and it warms your pants pocket, right? Yeah. So this same sort of thing happens in this jar, right? As soon as he hit it, that was so saturated with minerals that friction created that thermogenic reaction, and they all started to crystallize at that point and become a solid, right? So when that became a solid, he explained to us that the astrological influences at that specific time were now then locked. Like it was like analogous to the birth date of like you, right? Like, what's your birthday? Darren, what's your birthday?
March 10th, 1981. Don't steal my identity.
March 10th,
please.
1981.
Sure.
I won't. Do you remember the time? Do you know the time?
I think it was around 10 after 8 in the morning.
All right. 10 or 8 in the morning. So if we were to do this at that time, right? 10 after 8. All right. So if we were to do that at 10 after 8 at that same time, then that would sort of be like the birth date. Like this thing that is receptive and responsive, like it's in a liquid state. Liquid is very receptive, right? It's not fixed. It's open. It's receptive. When you crystallize it, it becomes solid. Solid things aren't very receptive, right? Like we tell people that are concrete, they're not very receptive, right? So now this thing is crystallized. It's become a solid crystal, and you could see, you know, like in the jar, the crystals are spreading and it becomes one big solid mass, and you can actually see it in your eyes. Like, here it is. Like, here's a liquid that has now become a solid. So I'm taking these blacksmithing classes at the same time, and I'm trying to, the entire time I'm studying blacksmithing, I'm trying to understand the traditional grimoire practices. Because if you look at these grimoire practices, they talk about a quench and quenching during specific astrological times in particular liquids. Darren, you got a question?
So would just like water freeze into ice, is that the same sort of crystallization process?
It's very similar. Yes. Yes. You can create that crystallization process of minerals under cold. Definitely. Yeah. It just depends on the chemical that we're talking about, for sure. But it's not going to stay crystallized, right? Unless the temperature is the same. And that's the same with steel, right? Like if you change the temperature of steel, it's no longer crystallized, right? It's in a semi-liquid state. And that's what clicked, is that when you heat steel, it becomes malleable. And when it becomes malleable, it's also in a semi-liquid state, and it becomes receptive, just like water, right? Like a liquid. So what I realized is that the quenching and the time in which it's quenched, which is your hardening, when you harden steel, you're locking in the astrological times, and what you quench them in, you're also locking those virtues of the thing that you're quenching them in within the steel. So then, or whatever metal that you're working with. And so those virtues are now part of the metal. And the astrological time, those astrological influences, or the light from the primordial source that gets transmitted through the different planets, because that's how it was viewed in Hermetic philosophy, is now locked within that, and those have specific virtues as well. And so the sorcery of this is like working with those different correspondences and those different virtues in order to cause specific effects. And that is, in essence, sort of the sorcery of blacksmithing from the alchemical philosophy. But this is also something that goes deeper into European folk traditions, and probably way more ancient than that. You know, like Paracelsus was making the trident of Paracelsus that all these different occult traditions talk about from thrown horseshoes. You know, like traditionally, that's what it talks about, and he tells you how to make it from that. And that's old Germanic and also pan-European lore. Like the power of the thrown horseshoe is, you know, huge. I mean, rednecks know this shit. You know, like to this day, you know, a thrown horseshoe's got luck to it. So Paracelsus was working from the same standpoint, which is interesting. So there's a intersection of folk magic within alchemical that sort of inspires some alchemical thought that a lot of people don't recognize.
Well, that's a good place for, I guess, for me to ask a couple questions. So can you talk a little bit more about your process of using this? I mean, I kind of sense that there might be, it might be tough to schedule this, you know, schedule your work around literally like, you know, the alignment of the stars. I mean, it is interesting that they really relied on the stars so much back then. I mean, there seemed to be, it was accepted that the stars have an influence on things, you know. I guess that's sort of gone now in mainstream science and all that, but even like,
and the days and things like that, and different cultures had different perspectives on things. Like you know, like in Scandinavian traditions within trolldom, if you look at old almanacs, actually if you were to look at old American almanacs, some of that folklore, definitely from either an astrological or a folk astronomical or astrological like standpoint. And that's something that really will be coming up a lot more, I suspect, in the next 10 years. I think younger people will start looking at that and questioning a lot of Western astrology and looking at different cultures' perspectives on astrology that were maybe counter to that, and questioning whether or not there needs to be like this one big giant homogenized astrology. Um, because if you look at some Scandinavian trolldom practices that like moved on into different perspectives, like things that were done on a Thursday were associated with Thor, which is a Jupiter day. And once again, lightning, there's an association between the two. And of course, there's a historical aspect of that. And so I don't do everything from that unless I do. Like I look at all these different things, and I know um, that it depends on what language I'm speaking. If I'm going to tell you a joke in Argentinian, or in Spanish, uh, but with an Argentinian, slant, it might only make sense to you if you're Argentinian.
Yeah,
Uh,
right.
and so I think that sometimes with folk magic and with different magical practices, it really helps to understand the language and the context in which these things are done. So, like something done on a Monday is doomed for failure within Scandinavian trolldom. It's just not a good day to start anything. But from
And
a alchemical standpoint, like, well, it would be good to start things during it for lunar stuff because it's the moon. It's ruled by the moon. That's the day of the moon. So you would do things done on that day. But for magical things or things that you want charged or to like happen that you really want to have happen, like you would do on, you know,
I
Thor's day,
don't know. Thursday, that's the day. So today.
Thursday, 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 Thursday is Thor's day, right? So for me, I get sort of like, how like people are speaking and when they're bilingual and they mix their language up, like and it starts to not even make sense to them sometimes. Like where they're confusing their words. Like for me, my constant confusion is like because Thor being, like this blacksmith or it, some perspectives is that he had a blacksmith perspective, like or aspect. Some don't think that he is. Um, but from my perspective, he has a blacksmith aspect. Though he didn't forge his own hammer, but he's still associated with blacksmiths and with the forge and with the hammer and things like that. So Thursday I associate with blacksmithing, but I also associate Tuesday with blacksmithing, right? Because Tuesday is the day ruled by Mars, right? So you have these competing things
interesting. Yeah,
like in your
interesting.
mind when you are working from cross-cultural perspectives. There are commonalities and there's similarities, but you sort of have to switch between the two, and sometimes it becomes natural and you're just like, well, yes, of course, that makes sense, and some of it's just intuitive and you're just feeling it, and I prefer that. But I think that perspective for people that are very stringent with the astrological days and timing and things like that, like, and it has to be very pristine and focused with timing. I think that in the next 10 years we're going to see a lot of questioning of that. I think that people will be like really a little bit more curious about different cultures perspectives on time
Yeah, yeah.
and the stars and how we navigate through this universe, like on Earth. So yeah, especially in terms of magical practices.
So I got a question here. How much intention or
All
what
right.
do you use any other influences like music or intention or meditation in your practice? I mean, and didn't the ancients say that alchemy couldn't really be practiced even in the lab without proper intention?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think that you're going to be influenced one way or the another, or another by the processes that are happening. With me, like coming from alchemy and then working with steel primarily, I'm a very martial dude. I spend quite a bit. And I do pay attention to the days of the week and the different influences and the astrological influences while that's happening. But I primarily work with steel, and I do pay attention. I think that's that meditation. I think meditation practice is, if you start it young and you're working young, to train your mind and to train your senses to pay attention, to cultivate awareness. That's something that sticks with you. It's like riding a bicycle, and it just accumulates and gets stronger over time. And I don't think that there's anything that you can do to change that over time. And so you're always going to be cultivating awareness. If you've really worked and focused on that and spent and dedicated and committed yourself to doing that, it will just inevitably happen. But you don't have to make it formal after a certain period. And if you do, I think you're missing the point a little bit.
Yeah.
And so for me, I spent so much time in my youth focusing and disciplining myself on that. I mean, I shaved my head every day. I did a vow of poverty and lived on the streets and just meditated on the sidewalk, like for years. And I committed myself to cultivating awareness and meditating. And I feel that I have that today, and I pay attention. And I see these different influences throughout the day, and I pay attention to them a great deal. Um, so, working with steel, working with iron, like I said, I approach things because I'm just so in it all the time. I have to think, it's influencing me greatly. And so I tend to stay in a very Mars focused space all the time. And it becomes sort of a rumination on Mars and martial things. You ruminate on it. Past slights, things that piss you off, things like that. Mars is very interesting. My wife, if she was here right now, and I'm sure she's in the other room listening and scoffing at everything I say. She and I, we share a lab, though it's mostly hers now, as my forge is in a different location from our home, and I don't have the time to dedicate to lab work as much as I used to. I was trying to make another batch of oil of Mars, oil of iron, and I had just gotten this new burner that it's from China, and they're all a little bit different and a little bit wonky, and it's just at that level below the counter and angled it just the right way that I couldn't read it, and the other ones were backwards, the ones that I'm typically using, and I turned on, instead of the magnetic stir strip, I turned on uh the heat full blast. So I have all this red ochre in my flask with a bunch of Everclear, mind you. All right, so Everclear, and the ochre, the red ochre, which is like iron oxide, is thick. I like poured it on. I was like gonna make a big batch, right? Like dumped an entire liter of Everclear in there, and just I was going big on this one. I really wanted to make a lot of it, which I'm glad, people people, I'm sorry, people look at me and think that I'm a meathead, like blacksmith who worships Thor or something, and that I'm not, like a thinking man, so they don't buy my alchemy work. So the lab alchemy, and this is probably not a really good way to advertise it, but so I throw this together and I'm busy. I'm working in the forge at the same time. I'm making this knife, and it's doing a bunch of Damascus, and it's a time sensitive sort of situation. So I'm running back and forth from the lab to my shop while doing it. The total definition of too many irons in the fire, right? So I turn on what I think is a magnetic like a spinning bar, and then go out to my forge. I'm done. I don't have anything left to do. It just has to stir. It just has to stir, and that's it. I'm good. Go back out to the forge, go to work. Working. All of a sudden, my wife comes out, just this pale look of concern and panic on her face. There's been an explosion in the lab. Which no one ever wants to hear that. No one that does lab work ever wants to hear that. And so, I mean, I almost evacuate my bowels. I'm very like, oh shit, like what's going on? She's like, I can't explain it. You got to come and see. And I'm expecting the worst. And it was pretty bad, but it wasn't an explosion with fire and horrible things happening. It was an explosion of red ochre everywhere, iron oxide everywhere. That thing, it just created a bunch of gas, and it exploded. Those from when you're a kid, right? Like it just everywhere, all over our lab, which was painted this beautiful color, and it was just very nice and pristine, just covered in red ochre. And there was on the roof, the ceiling above it, what looked like the planet Mars. It
No
was
way.
just magnificent. This magnificent, and we didn't take any pictures of it, but we just started cleaning. And I really wish both of us do that, because this it's just too much, it was just so crazy to like see this giant round planet, this red planet of Mars on our ceiling. Just crazy. So nuts. And I mean, it's exactly that red ochre is the exact color of the planet Mars. Like it's just what you see when you see things on the Mars rover. It's amazing. Yes.
Is that what prompted you to move your workshop a little bit farther away from the lab?
No, no, that was out of necessity. I outgrew my my shop. My shop originally, I started in just a woodshed.
Yeah.
I was not expecting to really get as into blacksmithing as I did, and yeah, I outgrew my space and needed to rent a place. So now I rent a place on the other side of town, and it's suiting all my needs at the moment. Though, of course, I'd love a big giant warehouse space, but what can you do?
Let's well, yeah, I mean, one day maybe,
Yeah,
let's show some of your stuff here. Let's show some of your stuff here. This is your Instagram page. I think Darren really loves knives, and he's a steel worker too, so he'll appreciate.
Oh, cool, man.
I'm not a steel worker. Like I don't make knives and stuff. I have a guy. Shout out to Steve Lynch. Makes my knives. He made me like a tomahawk, and he's making me some sort of a sword right now. And he made me like a cleaver and a skinning knife and a deboning knife. And
what kind of metal work do you do, Darren?
Like construction,
He's
like
he's an iron worker, but welder, iron worker.
Yeah. That's you got to know a lot, and that's an amazing art form in its own right. architectural steels, especially.
So I mean, these are amazing pieces. I mean, it's
Thank you.
it's incredible.
I did those. I did those for a Sufi practitioner who, honestly, I kind of want to say this because I've been thinking a lot about it lately, and I especially really thought about it a lot after meeting him in person. That and looking at some of his work over the years and talking to him personally, that the Sufi traditions and Arabic traditions are a lot of what we get Western occultism from. And a lot of people want to say, no, it's from the Greeks. Yeah, yeah, the goes, blah blah blah, and all this stuff. Uh, a lot of it, like it's from either um, Arabic or Hebrew traditions that we've horribly bastardized uh, because it was exotic, and we're always looking for some exotic other. Um, but
How far
I will.
back? How far back?
Well, I mean, the Pikatrix, like is a huge influence, but I think it goes way back. I mean, we're.
Like after the
I
Dark
mean, you
Ages,
got to
kind of in the
think,
middle of
like the
in the
Knights
Dark Ages.
Templar and all that stuff, were like, yeah, yeah, and the Renaissance and things like that. But we were heavily influenced by uh, Middle Eastern and Arabic practices. We just we don't acknowledge it. And if you look at these practitioners, and there's not a lot of these, there's not a lot of translations of these practices, and there's not a lot of open practitioners in Arabic culture because it's considered very serious. You can do terrible things with this sorcery, and so uh, people are penalized for doing terrible things, just like in every culture. And uh, it's very feared because of the seriousness of it. And you'll actually find that in a lot of different cultures that still acknowledge magic as legitimate, is that prayer and healing and protection and things like that are considered good forms of magic, but everything else is considered sort of bad and manipulative and terrible to behold, because it is primarily it is. So when you look at these practices, like some of them are pretty heinous, and if you read the Pikatrix, you know exactly what I'm talking about. An oracular skull, for God's sakes, an oracular skull was created by putting a man in a barrel up to his neck. Imagine being in a barrel up to your neck with a big wooden hole over the top of the barrel, and the barrel is filled with sesame oil, and then you're just left there to starve to death and rot until your head just sort of like separates from the body. Okay. And then that skull, that head, is then used for doing divination work.
Wow.
Brutal.
Yeah.
Brutal stuff. I really want there to be more and that's it's very dramatic. There's a lot of non-horrific things, and I don't want to misrepresent Arabic culture by and Middle Eastern culture by just talking about just the horrible stuff. But there's some really there's some really cool stuff within that you can obviously start to see heavily inspired and influenced a lot of Solomonic magic, and they're still doing it, and they're still doing it from a perspective that is way more advanced, way more informed. I mean, alchemy itself had its heyday in the Middle East. I mean, alchemy itself, like Egypt, I mean, come on. I mean, these are deep, deep influences on the Western tradition that we have been really ignoring. And the problem is, as well, is that a lot of these old books, there are people that almost like an inquisition sort of thing, even today, they want to destroy these books. They want to destroy that information. They don't want it out there. And that's still happening now within Arabic culture. You know?
Wow. I wanted to ask you kind of about that along the same vein. Is how is occultism misperceived right now, like the real occultism, not like the black magic or the the darkness, like the evil they say occultism is these days, but occultism as in probably how you define it, hidden. How is that
Right.
misperceived these days?
Well, I think a lot of that has to do with the church and with the media, right? Whether it's rock and roll, heavy metal, or movies, TV shows, things like that. Like they've sort of followed a narrative of like making
satanic symbolism.
Yeah, I mean it's like the satanic panic just like kept rolling, like within the media and stuff like that. I mean, I grew up within the satanic panic era, like I grew up with Bob Larson. I was on a fucking radio DJ thing with Bob Larson once, and I wasn't allowed to talk to him. Like they didn't connect us. I was so pissed. I had so much to say to that asshole. Oh my god. But like that that whole that whole thing uh of like we make exotic that which we fear. We make other that which we fear, right? That which we fear is other. And excuse me. And so there's all this stuff within our own traditions and our own heritage that we wanted to make go away. So we make it fearful. We make it other. We make it bad. And we've been doing this for a long time, like the witchcraft narrative that we buy into today. A lot of that came from demonizing Gnostics and the Jews in Spain and throughout Europe, like so the church could, basically take over their resources and dominate the territory, both politically and economically. I mean, this is well known history. Like we did this, like whether it was the Cathars or the Jews, and we did this. This happened. Yes, yeah.
Well, it seems like it's ramping up now, though, too. I mean, it seems like now New Age. I mean, there's a whole sort of movement about demonizing New Age, witchcraft, like traditional occultism nowadays. Let's call it like just whatever, esoteric studies, witchcraft, anything kind of New Agey now seems to be getting demonized as well. There's a whole kind of movement that's all.
Well, the New Age itself actually bought into the exact same narrative of that they used back in ancient Europe and Spain. They have, and they still are. The QAnon New Agers especially are still doing that. Like they're the most common thing. This is an old libel, like the old blood libel, like thing that were used to demonize the Jews. Is like they're going to kill and eat your children, right? They're going to sacrifice your kids, right? We saw that with Pizzagate. We saw that with all these different conspiracy theory things. Like they're going to kill and eat your children, right? Or they're going to be they're pedophiles, or they're going to do something to your kids, right? They're coming after your children in one way, shape, or form. Then we saw that again with the Satanic Panic. And then now the New Agers have adopted that as well. And they're using that. I mean, my God, I see so many New Age people adopting these same blood libel concepts, most of them super anti-Semitic, which is just mind-blowing to me, mind-blowing. And they parrot these things over and over again, and it blows my mind. And so are people going after the New Agers? Yeah, but the people that are going after the New Agers are usually on the same side as the New Agers. Like, I mean, it's kind of mind blowing to me, politically and socially.
Yeah, that's that's kind of what I was getting at. It seems like there's a bit of a shift towards Christ again, maybe because of this overt symbolism that's happening. And a lot of that sort of like, I feel like that movement is kind of looking at New Age in the same light as like black magic, or like they're just lumping, like it almost reminds me of the burnings of the witches and stuff, or the Malleus Maleficarum, where they're like, all these things outside of the traditional Christianity are considered witchcraft. It's crazy.
Well, I mean, those were social political like tools that were used, to try to gain power. Just they're ruses, and they're just used to gain power. And people have like reinvented and used the same narratives over and over again since time immemorial. The biggest irony, the most horrible thing, is that the Romans, the pagan Romans, used that same thing against the Christians when the Christian cults started. I mean, that's the brutal irony of it all. Like, this narrative has been used over and over and over again to seize power, to keep small groups small, and to keep them from taking over the dominant political structure, social structure. It's used to relegate and maintain power within belief systems, and it's you learn about it, and you're just like, from like way back, you can start saying like, this is just a repeating pattern. They just keep reinventing the same story over and over and over again, and yeah, it's mind-blowing. The sad thing is that New Age stuff is tragic. It's absolutely tragic.
Is it inevitable, or is it done? Is it inevitable? Is it just part of our cyclical sort of evolution, our social evolution, or is it sort of intentional every time?
I think a little bit of both. I mean, it's intentional and unintentional, like depending on who's participating in it. Like, it's definitely intentionally thrown out there by some people, but I mean, it's unintentionally done by people that are passing that on. It's like a sort of trickle down sort of form of hearsay and conspiracy, so to speak. I'm not really big into conspiracy stuff. I'm a massive critic of conspiracy theory and things like that. But what I see is, that are happening with it that limit our growth as a species, and I'm seeing a lot of it, especially right now with the internet making it so easy for people to spread information across the globe.
Yeah.
So like with alchemy, as well as with like blacksmithing, with my work, I see a lot of people just take my work and replicate it or try to imitate it without understanding it. With alchemy, I see the same thing. There's a blacksmith up in Canada who, as soon as I started doing my quenches and things like that, he saw that there were people that were wanting to, buy my work, and he was kind of a jerk and decided to replicate some of my stuff, and he started doing it in like moon water and different things that are quartz crystal water, things that went against the philosophy of alchemy, and that were like more New Age. And my critique of the New Age stuff is that it has no foundation in philosophy. It has no actual solid foundation at all. It's just cherry picked, foundationless belief that a toddler could come up with. It has no actual foundation in anything. People try to like, I guess loosely, adapt it to sort of pseudoscience of like scientific materialism with energy, vibration, and frequency and things like that. But it's still so loosey goosey. You can just apply it, so oblique, you can apply anything to it that just fits your narrative, like whatever it is. You can just like throw whatever you want in, so it's ripe for cherry picking. And but it has no real philosophical foundation to it. which is what Hermeticism has, like,
Yeah.
and I like to, or any of these different folk traditions, they've got cultural, like philosophical foundations within them that are really deep, and the deeper you study them, the deeper they go, and it's kind of amazing. Oh, I love that one. I love the fire.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
That was a great project. So
Can
yeah, you see this within alchemy too. There's a lot of people that try to jailbreak alchemy, and they try to adapt scientific materialism to that, so that it's not. They use New Age philosophy instead of Hermetic philosophy, and what they end up doing is bastardizing the work itself, and what that allows them to do is pretty much anything they want. So they can sell you anything they want. They're just playing off your ignorance.
So what do
They
you
can
mean
do
by
things as poorly as possible. They can sell you poison.
what do you mean by playing it off scientific materialism?
So so Hermetic philosophy has a strong foundation in the ontological system of Neoplatonism, right? Scientific materialism goes in a very different direction than Neoplatonism. And we've been trying to catch up to Neoplatonism and trying to explain Neoplatonism with scientific materialism ever since. Paranormal psychology does that. Like, that's all they do, right? They're trying to explain how they lost their soul to scientific materialism through paranormal psychology. And that's my hot take on paranormal psychology. But so is transpersonal psychology. That's exactly what transpersonal psychology and consciousness theory and scientific materialism came in, and sort of like, well, there's actually no real basis for the soul. There's a basis for mind, and we're still trying to understand that. But like an immortal soul doesn't really, we have energy. Energy cannot be created and destroyed. We apply scientific principles of physics and things like that to it, but we don't really have like an explanation of like, where the fuck is a soul? How do I get there? And where is it? What does it feel like? What's it smell like? Things like that. Like, we're very materialist, like with our approach with
Yeah.
that. And so we don't really have like a standpoint for that. So what we do is we create, with a New Age philosophy, we create a bunch of really oblique bullshit pseudoscience ways of talking
type
about it
stuff.
all, so that we can justify any whim that we have while stoned out of our mind, like sitting on the toilet with New Age philosophy, because we can do that.
Where does
with New Age philosophy, we can utilize very loose scientific terminology to explain anything.
Yeah. Oh, he's frozen. No, you're back. You're back. So where does Scandi folk magic sit on that issue?
I've lost it.
Oh, yeah, can you hear me now? Can't hear me? Can you hear me now?
I can.
Okay. Okay. Where does Scandi folk magic fit on that?
Yep.
Can you hear me now? Oh, it's a bad delay. You can't hear us, eh?
All right, repeat your question.
Okay, can you hear me now? Yeah? Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Yep.
Okay, where does Scandi folk magic
so is your question, where does Scandinavian folk magic fall into this?
Yeah. Oh no, where does it sit on, like, the, from Neoplatonism to the materialism and the soul?
Things are still pretty rough in internet land. We're having some technical difficulties here.
Well, at least we made it to the 56 minutes. You know, at the beginning, it didn't seem like we were
We
going to
did.
make it anywhere. And so at least we got
I
the
know.
hour in. Is there anything that you feel like we
I am
didn't
going to
get
say
to?
I can I can say this with the Scandinavian folk magic concept is that philosophically speaking, we get very complex when we start to look at specific cultures and how they historically. My background is in anthropology. I've got a degree in transpersonal anthropology, which is studying specific cultures and their belief systems. So the Scandinavian people were very, very some of the last people to sort of get Christianized in, like Northern Europe, and they sort of adapted their belief systems to a Neoplatonism, right? That was brought by the church. And studying how they believed prior to that, it's not very well documented, but you can start to sort of see like where a lot of this stuff comes from. And you can start to see there's certain scholars like Claude Lacatois, like he's one of my favorites. He wrote a lot about like the pre-Christian uh, metaphysics of Europeans, and I think that anyone that really wants to dive headfirst into that conversation would do a good job looking at that, but also to study how Christianity started to influence um, your pan-European thought after it spread. So something to look at.
Do you think we forgot anything, or do you want to say anything before we wrap it up?
No, I do want to make a shout out to the Veritas Genii Symposium, which is something that my wife is the head of, and I just support and help do minimally. But the Veritas Genii Symposium is a conference, and the Veritas Genii book is a book that we publish and work on together, though she does most of the work. And it's wonderful. It pulls together authors and researchers and practitioners from around the world that are focused on plant magic, alchemy, plant mysticism, and things like that. And that the plant world, it just like in alchemy, that's what you start with. That's what you want to start with. That's what you want to learn first. And a lot of people don't. So something to pay attention to and keep your eye on is the work that we're doing there. So VeritasGeni.com, and we do this event every summer, and we publish a book. We've got multiple books. We even started our own publishing company to self-publish the book series, and it's definitely something to check out. So definitely check that out.
Right on. What about your where you can find your blacksmithing?
Check out my Instagram, Troll Cunning Forge. That's where I post everything. I post it on Twitter and Threads and Facebook and things like that, and my of course my Etsy page. But Etsy has been a little problematic for a lot of people in the last couple of years. So if there's something you see that I post that you like, feel free to message me because it's all for sale. Everything I do. So I'm not doing custom work anymore or reproduction work. I just make what I love and offer that to people. So
right on.
Check
Thanks, buddy. Yeah, thanks a lot.
Yeah.
Right on. Thank you, Troll, for coming on the show.
Yeah.
Have a good time. Come back anytime.
Thank you. Yeah, it's good.
Yeah.
Thanks for having me.
Right on. Take care.
And that was a chat with Troll County.
Marcus McCoy, Troll Cunning
McCoy.
Forge. And I wanted to ask him
Oh,
about
I
why he
named
named
the
it.
top.
Troll.
Sorry, I was like, fuck. I know I seen the name somewhere. Troll Cunning Forge.
I wanted to ask him about that name next time because I got more questions. I want to ask him about the gold, working with gold and bronze and yeah, it's fascinating stuff.
Working with the bronze, the gold.
Yeah, it's good.
Big thanks to Marcus McCoy for coming on the show. Big thanks to you guys for listening. Even bigger thanks if you're one of our supporters. One of the 1% supports the work, the magnum opus. Head over to grimerica.ca/support today. If you want to join the ranks, help us out. You can make a one-time donation. You can sign up for monthly, whatever you want to do. You can also head over to grimericaoutlaw.ca if you want to check out our conspiracy podcast. And you can head over to adultbrain.ca if you want to check out that podcast as well. The brand new audiobook podcast where we're going to try a different way of doing audiobooks where you get a bunch of free content, free books every month, and you can be a member if you want. All that great stuff. Adultbrain.ca, grimericaoutlaw.ca, grimerica.ca/support. I know it's a lot, and you should check out Marcus's stuff too. Busy little list for you. It's all in the show notes. Other than that, we love you guys. Thanks for listening, and we will see you next week.
El Chosen One, thanks for joining us. How you doing tonight?
Thank you for having me, bro. I'm excited to be here.
Oh yeah, so yeah, we're excited to have you. This will be a blast. A lot of our friends love your show and love you, love your podcast, and I've been listening to it. I think it's really. I like how deep you're going into the occult and the esoteric stuff. So,
unfortunately, I feel like the more it's like a niche type of thing. It's like I remember when I first started, I didn't get my footing till like episode 40 something. And I didn't really know what I wanted to talk about, but I guess I just like fell into it.
Wow.
And I've become known for that. And then obviously, right, the homunculus stuff, which is like the morbid curiosity of some people. It like soothes that for people. But it's like on the border of mythological in some senses, but like literal because it is possible. And I know you just read Moonchild, which that's the book that allegedly Parsons took literal to do.
Oh yeah, I'm in the middle of it. I'm just narrating it for audio, and I'm about 2/3 the way through. I was hoping to get it finished by the time you came on, but I couldn't do it. But yeah, it's pretty interesting book actually.
What do you think? Yeah, I've read the whole thing. What do you think of Crowley's writing?
It's pretty good actually for that age. I think for that time, you know. Did you notice some of his characters from real life embedded in there?
Allegedly, yeah, that's one of the things where he's talking about real people, other occultists, and he blows himself up. He's like, you know, the main guy, superhero kind of feel to it, and then they hint at that perhaps they were responsible for the world war. So it's kind of weird that he put that in there, you know, that they'd rather cause a world war than give up the Moonchild type of thing. I don't know if you've gotten there yet.
No, I haven't gotten that far yet. So yeah.
Yeah, dude, it goes off the rails, which I wouldn't put it past him to sacrifice that many people right off the bat for personal gain type of thing, making a deal with the devil, right?
Well, I mean, apparently, I was just reading up on his Wikipedia a bit, and apparently he tried to get involved in the war, but the U.S. wouldn't let him, and then he was still hanging around with all the British intelligence, I guess, back then. But I found it interesting that he was talking about so this book, The Moonchild, just for people that are listening, is kind of like it's like a battle between these magic sects, I guess, like the White Brotherhood versus the Black Lodge type thing. And it's weird because it comes across as if he would be the White Brotherhood and the Black Lodge is just a bunch of
he's all about love and light, bro.
Yeah. Well, what do you think about that? I mean, but does it make you think that, you know, maybe evil's not quite what people say it is, and that they, you know, that it's all in how you use the power and not so much about the symbolism itself?
Dude, it's all about how you use the power, but you can't tell me that, because I got a lot of how do you say it, flack or slack for this, where I focus on too much of the dark and don't focus on the light enough. And it's funny that in that particular book, and I've seen other people too talk about it. That like, you see, this proves that he's actually a good guy. It's like, well, I don't know what your definition of good is, but I can tell you he was a degenerate. But you have people who quite literally worship him even till this day. And I have people, you know, in my emails that'll lash out, Crowley sympathists or whatever you want to call them, the sympathizers, Thelemites, whatever, who cares? But yeah, there's people who go, no, he was one of the greatest people to ever live, right? This counterculture, which sure, but you know, if you're a garbage human being, there's just no way about that. And how you're saying it's about how you use it. And I think he was using it for the abuse of others or personal gain. I mean, we see this throughout in all the different stories. When you start to see a pattern emerge, there's something to that. You know what I'm saying? You don't call yourself the most, right? The great beast 666 just because, the most wickedest man on earth because you're one of the good guys. And I think it was just like one of those things of propaganda where it's like, Yenny, you have to love the shadow being. I don't know if you got to the shadow being part. You got to love and absorb it into you. It's like, what? I've seen people use that particular part to be like, you see, he was loving the shadow person so much that he absorbed it. Okay.
Well, I mean, that's kind of a common thing about loving, you know, loving the people, how people try and get rid of these attacks from incubus or succubus or even sort of demonic attacks, that, you know, loving it or being humorous with it can kind of dissipate these things, you know. We had a really good chat like years and years ago with this astral guy who was doing these battles, and like he fought this hag for like a week in the astral realm. And I mean, it sounds silly talking about it now, but the way he described it was so authentic. And it was my favorite episode at the time. And in the end, he did what you just said. He had to finally bring love towards it and love it. And then and he won this battle, but it was like ongoing, you know, he couldn't sort of get a handle on it until he brought the love. So it is interesting how that still pervades in some of this culture.
Well, some people say that that's the magic, that's the secret to the magic. And I don't know if you have kids or not, but you know, when you first gaze upon your child for the very first time, that's that feeling right there that you can't describe is what they're looking for. Like that unconditional love. Like that's what I've heard people describe, but the secrets of the secrets, it's all about love. And that's why it's, you know, love under will, but what if the other person doesn't want to be loved by you? But then Crowley was like, no, it's okay. Because maybe perhaps they're, you know, he put it, I forgot which book it was. I think it was in Magic and Theory and Practice, where he's like, maybe their will is to not want you to love, like, right? He like made it to where like no is sometimes yes. You know, in a very... in where it would benefit him. And he writes all this down, but it's just interesting to see that what magic is. And you brought up a concept earlier where he was involved with government. And I know nowadays it's popular to call things a psyop, and a lot of the stuff that we have today, for example, the whole UFO agenda, I don't know where you guys are with that, if it's fake and gay or if it's not, whatever, who cares? But a lot of the people who brought forth these ideas were part of governmental three-letter agencies. Crowley being one of those guys, allegedly was part of a three-letter agency, and he brought forth this idea of magic. You got Parsons, who you could also clump in there with governmental agencies. I mean, he was the head of JPL for a while. You have L. Ron Hubbard also. I think Scientology is like a psyop operation that they're running on people. You know, it's like, how have you existed this long and they haven't done anything to you? It's like, that screams government operation 100%.
Yeah.
And they're real big here in Florida.
Well, don't forget about the connection then with that Rocket Club and Frank Molina, right? Who's
the Suicide Squad. Yeah.
Yeah. And Frank Molina was, what's her name? Ghislaine Maxwell's sister's husband's father.
Really?
Right? So Frank Molina's connected to Ghislaine through marriage and, you know, that kind of thing. But I mean, that's just a weird connection to me that he was so close to Jack Parsons. And that comes right around to Epstein, really. Like, you know, there is like a weird connection there to what's going on with Epstein.
That I did not know about that connection, dude. I'm sure it's just a coincidence, right?
It's just a coincidence. He was in that little tight club, right? With all the sci-fi writers too, the prominent sci-fi writers. I keep harping on this, but to me, it's so interesting. Bradbury and I had them all written down, but it's like 3 or 4 of the household name sci-fi writers. Like Clark was kind of in the UK, so it wasn't really, he wasn't directly there, but there was what's the Fahrenheit 451 guy?
That's Bradbury.
Yeah, what's the other guy? Heinlein, Bradbury, and somebody else. Like these are popular sci-fi guys. Like, what's that?
Huxley.
Well, I don't know about that. But then, go ahead.
You being a person who reads, right? You do audiobooks and stuff like that. And I don't know if you're familiar with the Suicide Squad when they were writing the stories and what they wrote in the stories came to life, right? Because this is something that I love talking about, how like these texts solidify the art of letterism, if you will, this magical use of words and books and writing to like bring, it's chaos magic. I mean, you're right. As long as you believe it comes true. And I think these dudes were early chaos magicians, right? It wasn't so much of like an Austin Osman Spar, which came later, which was involved with you know, Thelema and Kenneth Grant and all these other guys. But are you familiar with the stories that they were writing that came true, even to the point where like Parsons' main character blew himself up? He ended up blowing himself up in real life.
I don't think I'm that familiar with it. I know some of them, like with the Scarlet Woman and all that, but no, and which also kind of ties into the sci-fi thing too, right? Like how those writers that were hanging around in that group became super prominent household names in that literature world.
Mm-hmm.
So what were some of the main stories then? Like he had a character that actually blew himself up in the lab.
Yeah, the name was Belvedere, if I'm remembering correctly, and they would write little short stories, and it was interesting because the story that they wrote, the guy blows himself up. And again, I haven't read the actual story itself, but it was something along the lines, the main character gets blown up, Parsons gets blown up. One of the guys was extradited. And what is it when deported, not extradited, deported or extradited? I think it was extradited.
Yeah.
Where they send you out to your country that you come from. And that guy ended up becoming whoever the Chinese leader was at the time, his main guy for the rocket program there. And it was all like written out. So it was like predetermined what was going to happen, and it ended up happening. And there's other details I'm not remembering correctly, but it was something about them writing and being involved with the occult. And the thing about Parsons that they didn't like at his mansion that he was staying at was that he was involving a lot of voodoo and Vodun type of stuff, a darker magic. And the thing about voodoo and Vodun and all these different type of magics is that there's a difference between evocation and invocation. And in voodoo, you open yourself up to the entities to enter into you and possess you, right? We were talking about possession a little bit earlier. And he was opening up himself up to things. And there's a story that they tell, it was an author actually, I forget her name, was a woman, where they hear these screams. It was right after his first, I believe it was right after his first wife had left him, and he was super pissed off. So he went into his room and he left the door a little bit open, and they were hearing like these weird screams coming from inside the room. And they go to check on him and they look into and I think this is in one of the, I forget which biography it was. I think it was Love, Sex, and Rockets or something like that. I have to look it again. I'll give you guys the sources here in a little bit so you can read that for yourself. I've read like 2 different biographies on Parsons. It was a while ago. But they essentially peek into the room and they see him, you know, arms spread out, speaking in this weird voice that wasn't his, almost like, you know, typical movie demonic possession where it's like a two-tone voice type of thing. And then they book it out of there or whatever it was. So he was messing with some pretty dark stuff, and that was when he got involved into the whole Babylon working rituals with Hubbard, and how I can't believe people can take Scientology seriously when this is all documented. Right? They were I always tell people they were just jerking off in the desert together. And then, you know, you have L. Ron Hubbard writing about it, and then Parsons just stroking away, bro. Just, yeah, what are you doing, bro? I'm trying to visualize the red woman. You know, just give me a second, dude. Just give me a second, bro. All right. So, and then there was magical masturbation, where it's like you go almost to climax, and then you just hold it and like, you know, I can just imagine him just like, all right, bro, hold on. Just shut up, dude. You know, he's like writing down, but yeah, it was just a really weird operation that he was doing. But it was allegedly it stemmed from Crowley's writing, from that book, Moonchild.
Yeah. Well, so where's the Moonchild reference then? I saved this post here from Donnie Darkened. I don't know if you've seen this guy on X or not, but this is quite fascinating. He says the Moonchild in Crowley's system represents being born through a magical and alchemical process known as the operation of the magical child or the great work, right? The term Moonchild is symbolic and carries several layers of meaning within the context of Thelema and Crowleyan occultism. The concept involves alchemical transformation, symbolizing the spiritual evolution and attainment of a higher state of consciousness. It reflects the idea of transcending the limitations of the material world and achieving a more refined and spiritually advanced existence. Anyways, it represents all these other things, but it was the first time I heard about the Moonchild being connected with the workings in the desert there. And it says the Babylon working ritual is closely associated with the concept of the Moonchild in Crowley's system. So I've never seen those connections really. So I was going to ask you about it, but I want to also ask you about this. Did you know that if this was a Moonchild working, it was the goal of the Babylon working was to invoke the goddess Babylon, who in Thelema is associated with the divine feminine and represents powerful and transformative energies merging with masculine sexual energy. And it says here, the rituals were designed to facilitate the incarnation or manifestation of the Moonchild, symbolizing a new level of spiritual consciousness and evolution. Sex magic, scrying, ceremonial practices. So there was a blood moon, 1946 on June 14th. So this is the first blood moon after the ritual. Who was born?
I think it was Hillary Clinton was born, was it?
Trump.
Oh, Trump. Oh,
Trump
same thing.
was born. Hillary was born the next year in 47, I think.
Some people say it's Hillary because Hilarion was the magical name of Cameron.
He was born on the total lunar. So Trump. So there's all this eclipse stuff with Trump too. Darren, have I talked about this on the show yet? At all?
Well, I don't know. I think we did. I think we talked about. Well, I forget now.
We talked about.
It was 1,200 days and 11 days from the COVID shot release date to the no. So here's what it was. It was the eclipse in 2017. 1,211 days to the vax came out. Then 1,211 days later is the next total eclipse. Yeah, so they timed the vax release to be exactly between the two great American solar eclipses.
I'm sure that's a coincidence.
Or I mean, it's probably a coincidence. You know, it's probably a coincidence. But.
And Trump was born apparently on a total lunar eclipse or blood moon on that date. It was the first of the 3 blood moons to occur after the Babylon working rituals.
I'm sure that's also a coincidence too. And dude, I've always said, like, we talk about lizard people, right? And how they're lizards and maybe they're wearing masks or not. But if anything, I think that people are, at least the people in power or these elites, whatever you want to call them, if anything, they're homunculi or moon children. And there's a distinction to be made. So a homunculus, an alchemical homunculus, is a magical being created through alchemy. A Moonchild, Crowley had written before Moonchild, because Moonchild was written, I think, in 1917. It wasn't published till 1929. There was another book called Liber de Homunculo, which it's funny because culo means ass in Spanish, and the culo is where they say that the homunculus comes out of. So anyways, he wrote another grimoire before that was detailed instructions on, I think it was Liber. God, I have to find which Liber it was. This is one of his Libers. Look it up, Liber de Homunculo, and you'll see it's Crowley. And he wrote instructions on there. And what ends up happening is that they end up, so how we talked about at the beginning, where it's how you use the system, how you use the Force. Either you become a Sith or you become a Jedi. So these guys are taking magical systems and tweaking them to fit their working. So Parsons took the Babylon working based off of these Moonchild workings that Crowley had written and just tweaked it enough to where he could do his own thing. And again, it's all about tapping into whatever that other side is and using those energies. Now, the reason for why Parsons wanted to bring forth the Moonchild, he believed that he was saving reality itself, because he believed that there was too much of a masculine. And again, there's a phrasing for this. I have it in one of my sources for my book that I'm writing on the homunculus, where he believed that he was essentially evening out the masculine and feminine energies within reality itself. And he was actually saving us. Like, no, I'm going to bring this elemental into existence because I want to save the world.
Right.
Okay. And mind you, who wasn't it Iron Man that's modeled after Parsons? I could be wrong on this, isn't it? Like, and then the father of Iron Man is like Mephisto or something. The devil himself was. Anyway, I think there's a connection between Parsons and Iron Man. I could be wrong, but I could have swore there was one. But it would make sense that, you know, Marvel and DC, these people emulate these other worlds and start layering realities on top of one another. And so the Moonchild is just a watered down, because Crowley, he was aware of what an alchemical homunculus was. And he's like, listen, we don't have time for this alchemical mumbo jumbo. Let's do it in a more simpler form. We're going to go ahead and have, you know, these two people copulate in a ceremonial setting, right? And they're going to do their thing, astrologically aligned, needs to be in a circle. She can, it's all described in the Moonchild. I mean, if you're reading it, you know, when they isolate the girl and then she starts going through like this metamorphosis and starts changing almost like some weird creature. So he's like, I'm going to simplify it and I'm just going to do it. And because he believed that up until the 2nd month of gestation, there was no soul in the fetus. So therefore you can invoke something into it because it's essentially an empty vessel. And there's when the rituals to invoke the scarlet, right, the red woman, come into place. So, but Parsons took that out. He was trying to quite literally like manifest and open up a portal, and he wanted to actually see a woman come forth, like manifest a woman. And if we want to get technical, he was creating a femunculus, which would be
like weird science.
No, bro. It's like, again, it's weird because, so a femunculus would be a woman, like a created through magic, I guess. I don't know. A homunculus means little man. Femunculus means little woman. And that's what he was trying to invoke, a woman, the red. And some people say that he did, which was Margie Cameron, which was, I think, was also part of the Navy or one of those, again, governmental agencies. And
so gay one, then it'd be a homunculus. I don't know how to say that. Our tongue is a tongue twister.
Homunculus.
A homo, a homosexual homunculus, I guess, because that's.
I'll take 2.
But you have Crowley, who wrote about the Superman. That's where the Ubermensch comes into place and all these things, where that's where you get Captain America and all these different superheroes. And notice that Superman has the word sperm in it, right? Superman, so sperm man. And it was about creating this Messiah that was going to come into this world through abnormal means. So, and again, the anal birth of the homunculus is a real thing to some people. And they believe, some Gnostic sects believe that you had a whole universe in your anus, okay? Like your little anus, there was a whole different world. So that's why you have like the whole butt stuff in magic. Now, again, it gets very weird, right? It's like you can either take it in a literal sense, but you're gonna have people who are gonna when Crowley says the child of thy bowels. No, he meant the I forgot which constellation is the bowels, the stomach area. He meant that it was gonna be in Capricorn or whatever it is, and it was gonna be born in that constellation. Sure, there's two different ways to
in the ass.
do what?
Yeah, you get drunker if you shoot booze in your ass. Maybe there's like something to that.
Listen, dude. I mean, I'll save it for the second hour, but we can go off the rails with this. But yeah, it gets really dark really quick. We're on the YouTube now, so we can't say nothing.
Well, I mean, wouldn't that manifestation be Trump on the first, full moon,
born out of an ass?
full lunar eclipse? I mean, and then he's born. I mean, that if that's a real thing, that's pretty crazy. And then all the other eclipse stuff, like,
I think so. A homunculus or a moon child can be as simple as somebody born under a certain astro. We know that the elites do the surrogate births and they'll do the C-section to make sure that they come out at X time. So that's using talismanic magic in the birth of somebody. Okay, so when you align somebody's date, time, place, all that stuff plays into account. And this is why when people argue about like, oh, the occult's all fake and gay, sure. It could be a state of mind. It could be a technology to put yourself in a state of mind to believe something. Therefore, it comes true in some sort of way. Or to like prep yourself, right? They say mind over matter. Well, I think that our minds, our consciousness are much more powerful than they're letting us on to believe. I think that all these religions, and I consider myself a Christian, okay? So no shade to anybody, but I think that a lot of and I said that this past weekend, that a lot of the esoteric stuff and the occult stuff that was in the Bible, I think they took a lot of that out. And they left us with some watered down garbage to be able to work with. And it's all about a brokered experience. It's all about having control over the people. And I think that I think it was on, I forgot where I saw it, where Rome never fell. It just became the Vatican, right? Like all these things that they just got absorbed, and you have government with the church, right? In God we trust, but which God are we talking about? We don't know what God we're talking. We assume it's God. We don't know. That could be Cthulhu for all we know that we were worshiping, and it's all these sigils on our money, like the missing capstone on the pyramid in the back of the dollar bill. Like, what's all that about?
Yeah.
So I think that it could be as simple as that. Maybe it was Trump, dude, or maybe it was Hillary. I think Hillary was around the same time. It could be any of these guys, but if anything, I think that these elites or people in power are homunculi, moon children that are born to serve a certain purpose, and they're born on purpose. Look at all these. I mean, you can't tell me that King Charles is not look at his hands, bro. That dude's a homunculus. Have you seen his hands? Can we pull up his hands, bro? Can you pull up a picture of his hands? Please show me his hands.
He has cancer, I think. He has turbo cancer. Which is kind of weird. I mean, kings and queens don't get cancer. Maybe he did get the jibbity jab though. But I don't. Isn't his kid the molester? His kid was on Epstein Island, wasn't he? That's who it's going to be, or is he out? Isn't Andrew out? So who's the king going to be? Didn't they kick Andrew out?
They did kick Andrew out. I think you're right about that.
The person of color.
It's going to be the young guy with Kate, right? I think, isn't it?
Oof, that'd be crazy.
He got kind of kicked out too.
He got kicked out too, yeah.
I heard Kate's having some health problems too. Kate, I mean, the royal family's going through like 3 cancer bouts right now, and Kate's got some weird thing. She was supposedly in a coma. I mean, this is all like, who knows, fake news on the internet, but
instead of keeping up with the Kardashians, it's keeping up with the lizards.
Yeah.
I want to get back to so they were all born on asses then?
No. We got to define homunculus and
all right. So hold on.
Like for our listeners, before we get into the last part of the show here, like I want to do this in the first half. Like you've become an expert on homunculi, and I want to talk about what's the difference between that and a golem, for example.
So you can also get your homunculus owner's manual at my website, tjojp.com.
Nice.
You learn it's 33 pages packed of homunculus goodness. So here, let's draw some lines here. Let's define, because you can get lost in the sauce quick. So a homunculus, All right, little man. It means Latin little man. Now, a homunculus is a representation of a man. Okay, a
So how is that
homunculus.
different from the one like a tulpa?
That's also a form of astral projection. So a tulpa, thought form, and egregore is a collective conscious being projected from either from collective minds, or a magician conjures a tulpa as a sort of helper, thought form type of thing, right? So it's a projection of your consciousness outwards, and it can live on its own. Sometimes people say it feeds off of the magician's power, almost like a watcher. So the shadow person,
servitor,
a servitor, exactly. So that's metaphysical, right? A homunculus, golem, moonchild are actually essentially artificially created life. Okay, let's take out moonchild out of that.
Like the thing from Stranger Things, the last season of Stranger Things. That monster, right? That monster that they created in the lab, in the secret government lab. That would be considered a homunculi, right?
Mewtwo in the Pokemon, you know. Frankenstein is different. Okay, so let me break this down. So homunculus, representation of a man. The simplest form of a homunculus is a voodoo doll, because it has power, sympathetic magically, over the person that it's tied to. Okay, so that's a homunculus, a little representation of man. Now, an alchemical homunculus is a being created through the use of alchemy. So in an alchemical lab. And then you have the golem, which is, it predates the homunculus, and it is a magical being created from the mud, right, from the ground, and animated through word magic. Now,
or whatever substance, right? It could be rock or
whatever other thing. Now, they're both artificially created life. The golem is more cybernetic, AI, robotic. Think Terminator, Frankenstein, or anything else, creation, AI nowadays, all this sort of stuff. It's programmed to do one thing. So if you put it to guard this city, this ghetto, whatever you want to call it, it's going to do that one thing. A homunculus, and a golem is already born big. You don't have to age it. A homunculus is born and it grows into old age. Now, since the homunculus comes from the royal art, the great work, the whatever you want to write, alchemy, from magic, it is magical. So therefore, that's where you get the concepts of, the homunculus is divinating to me. It can tell the future. It can move the sun and the stars. And then the alchemists were like, wait a minute. What happens if I eat this thing? Then I'm going to get the power within me, right? So then that's how you get a Taoist homunculi, where it's the little golden man of Tao.
They ate the little man?
Well, that's where it gets dark, bro, because then you have grimoires that detail operations that you can do with the different body parts of the homunculus. So you essentially cannibalize it and start to do operations. And that's where it gets dark real quick.
Some of it. So is there any foreskin eaten?
I haven't come across any. I don't know if they're. So a homunculus would be, I guess, like a hermaphrodite. It would be both. But that's a good question. I don't know what happens if you eat the foreskin of a homunculus. If you gain special power, I don't know.
It was a thing for a while for some people,
Eating their own foreskin?
Not their own. There was some, the super orthodox circumcised like that.
Interesting. Yeah, that's.
And that all comes from some real dark roots. I'm not going to get into all of it.
I'm trying to be careful with what he says.
I don't want to get myself in trouble, but there's some real dark roots to all of that stuff, and I'm not even saying anyone's up to that today, but there's a real trail of.
It gets dark quick, and so you have all these books detailing operations that you're able to do with your homunculus. And that's 9th century or so. And it gets really, really weird. Like, for example, my personal favorite homunculus recipe, right? So for those taking notes and want to create your homunculousry machine and firing it up, that's also one of the aspects of homunculi, where there was this guy, Jabir bin Hayyan, who believed that he could make good homunculi because some people saw it as you're creating an artificial demon. And there's stories of alchemists that would create homunculi and quickly destroy them because they were Christian. They were part of the church. And they were like, wait, yes, God gave me the tools to create this thing, but I don't know if God died for that homunculized sin. So I'm going to destroy it before God can either put a soul in it or it can become possessed by a demonic entity. So it gets like in the ethics of, hey, are homunculi, do they have souls? Do they get a social security number? Like, what's going on? Do they have to pay taxes too? I mean, right? Who determines that? Do they have consciousness? So you have these ethical debates of alchemists back then, like, hey, you should do this or you shouldn't do that. But hey, if you create it this way, it's okay, right? You don't have to destroy it. So there's like, my homunculi is better than your homunculi type of thing going on back then. But my favorite homunculi recipe is the one where you impregnate the carcass of a cow and then you beat it to a pulp with the largest dog penis that you can find. Now, there's a lot of logistics involved into that. Now, some translations say you place the dog dick on top of the carcass. But just let's say for a second, how would you know you have the biggest dog penis? Like, how do you know that you have the largest one?
Well, that you can find. So
that you
that kind of gives you an out there. It's like, I can't find any more dogs. This is the one, the little schnitzel dog, you know?
So again, it's just, bro, these are texts that people are writing. John Dee had a copy of this book that I'm talking about, the Liber Vitae. He actually had 2 copies. There was a ton of copies at the Canterbury. So a lot of monks were studying this sort of stuff. And it's really interesting when you dig at the source material and you try and find some of these copies of these old books that are handwritten manuscripts where they are occulted within actual medical journals of the time. Because the way they looked at it, like, hey, if I'm writing about this legitimately, you know, only the people who know about it, like, hey, get that one book about the gallbladder stones. Yeah, go to section 33. You're going to find the goods there. So they knew already where to look for this stuff. And it was kind of sort of hidden in plain sight for them. And a lot of the copies of this certain book, the Liber Vitae, were all handwritten, showing that it was a group of people who were involved in this. So like a cabal of people who only knew the secrets of this particular homunculi. And there was different, you know, people were experimenting. So how I mentioned earlier, people take previous magical systems and then they make their own. Well, in alchemy, you have the wet path, the dry path, the Paracelsian path, the Valentinian path, any sort of, there's different ways to achieve the magnum opus. And in my opinion, I think that alchemy, the magnum opus, wasn't the Philosopher's Stone or the elixir of life. I think it was the artificial creation of life, because you are quite literally a god once you do that. And what a better way to create an artificial being that you can then dissect to gain magical powers from it. Like,
and that must have had to be kept underground during the Catholic. I mean, the Catholics were going to persecute anybody doing that kind of stuff back then, right? I would think.
So, at least during the 16th century, when Paracelsus, because all these guys, all these alchemists, believe it or not, they were heavily into the church, because they believed that the magic that they were using, this natural magic, as long as they weren't using magic that was influenced by astral influences, so by demonic entities, by the stars, by the planets, by whatever.
I thought the stars were okay. Weren't the stars and planets okay for them to use? That seemed to be a legit science by the Catholics.
Well, the natural magic would entitle like, hey, God put this on this earth for me. And I don't know if the stars would come in. The way I've come to understand it is their magical doctrines align with the Christian, or, you know, the Catholic theology. So it was Christian magic. So to them, it was okay because they were just conducting something that was within the parameters of their religion.
Yeah.
So if God put these, right, the dog dick, the cow carcass, and all these things here, he'd be okay with me mixing them all up and creating this abomination, essentially. It's okay. Or else God wouldn't.
Warming too.
Do what?
You'd be fine with global warming too.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that I believe in global warming. Anyway, So is this why like Zuck and these guys do all this weird shit all the time? Like Zuckerberg like drinks water like a, you know, everyone says it's because they're lizards, but maybe it's because they're like some sort of subhuman thing, which is sort of, you know, dehumanizing, but maybe it's okay if they're not human.
Well, here's the thing, dude. We know a couple months ago they released that they created an entity in a lab without a mother or a father. The year before that, they released that they made they were cloning animals with artificial matrices. I mean, that we know that's a reality. And this is what they're showing us in the exoteric news. So if they're showing us now, it's just to prep us like, hey, let's just put the tip in, see how they react. And if it's good to go, they're not showing us the stuff that they're doing in these underground bases and stuff like that. I mean, where's all the blood from the cow mutilations going?
Yeah.
Where's it going? You know what I'm saying? Like, what's going on? I just learned today about the 2045 initiative. I had somebody call and I did a voicemail show today, and somebody called in with a 2045 initiative, and it's about creating an avatar to then transfer your consciousness into it. Well, guess what? Some alchemists believe that the homunculus could carry on their consciousness and they could exist forever. So
some people would even say, like, if you make a brain, consciousness will come to it, right? If you make that structure, like maybe the internet is even that. I mean, maybe the internet is now become close enough to some brain, organism that a consciousness might enter it.
100%. Yeah. And that's where it's like, how good does the design need to be for a spirit to enter it?
Exactly. You know? How close to a biological, I mean, maybe it's not, maybe it doesn't even have to be close.
Well, that's what the alchemists believe. They were creating these imperfect beings, and they were afraid that they were going to get possessed
demons,
by demons, you know. And you have, right, you mentioned the succubus earlier in the incubi. I think it was before or after we started recording. And that was one of the things where these entities were stealing the seed of man. And look at Merlin. Merlin was half demon, half human. His father was a demonic entity, was like a demon. And we know Merlin has like these magical powers. So it was like almost like a demi-demon, I guess he was, because he was half divine and half human. So there's stories about this even in Arthurian legends. I mean, the whole thing. And now that gets into treacherous ground, because then you go, wait a minute, so how many messiahs are born from a virgin birth? What determines an entity being angelic or otherwise? So you get where I'm going, where there are these artificial messiahs, essentially, is what some of these alchemists were getting at. Now, you can unravel that and go down a whole rabbit hole. And there was debates about it back then. I mean, I'm not making this up, and I'm not trying to disrespect anyone's religion, but these are debates that dudes in the 15th century were having. And you can read this for yourself. That's why it's important to go to the source material. And that's why I love translating things through the use of AI, even if it is a demonic entity, right, of some sort. But we're getting to the root of a lot of these ideas and where they come from. And you can have a rough translation at least sometimes and read it for yourself and go, okay, you can't trust. Well, we always talk about, trust the science. Well, no, take it upon your own hands and do your own research. But how many people are going to be reading about beating a cow carcass with a dog dick and actually connecting the dots? Do what?
And making a Donald Trump.
But I think it's been done, bro. I think that it's, if anything, like I said, they're not lizard people and they're homunculus or moon children, and they are bred for specific purposes and to put out certain attributes related to the talismanic equation that was put into their birth. I mean, that's not too far-fetched. We know that astrology is a thing. We know people are crazy about it. So who's to say that the Kardashians weren't boasting about their kids' astrological sign on their show? I know, because I've watched the Keeping Up with the Kardashians for research purposes, of course, with the wife and all. And I catch on to things, I'll be like, oh, that's funny that she said that. He's a Leo. Well, okay, that's, and then you look up the attributes of a Leo. I'm not saying that I think astrology is fake and gay, but I think there's something to it.
So, I mean, you kind of just answered my question. I was going to ask you how it relates to modern, like the people that you're calling sort of modern homunculi. But who's arranging all this, the logistics of all this? I mean, is it a small group of occultists like the Black Lodge? Is it like literally I think of when I think of Theosophy and the White Brotherhood from that group, I think there's got to be an opposite, because I have a bit of a different view. I don't think that's necessarily evil. There's an opposite, like a Black Lodge type thing.
And Basant and Ledbetter were accused of having children on the astral plane, and they were essentially grooming one of the guys to become a moonchild. No, read about it. Helena Blavatsky had accused them of it. And
yeah, but that's yeah. I don't know. I just don't think they're running. I don't think their White Brotherhood is running the world, I guess is my point. Is I think there's a flip side to that. You know, there's masters, the adept masters that are probably pulling the strings now. I mean, maybe they're not even human. Who knows? I mean, that's the
Well,
if little Yodas.
If we trace back the origins of alchemy, it does have a supernatural origin from the Nephilim. It was handed down from the Nephilim to the daughters of men. And I would agree with you. I do think that some of these people, for example, let's take into account some of these artists that talk about having an alter ego. Well, who's to say that they're not opening them? Any actor is opening themselves up to higher intelligences, if you want to call it that. And I do think that some of these people in power are in touch with these entities on the other side. Now, that's very supernatural to say, like, oh, they know the supernatural and the paranormal don't exist. It's just, hogwash, whatever. It doesn't matter, because you have dudes. Look at King Charles. You have dudes dressing up with a cape, a crown, and a little, what do they call it?
I just saw a thing where they broke the witch's wand in the ceremony. Like our king or whoever was representing him broke the wand. I mean,
so they're LARPing, grown ass people LARPing, okay, in beliefs and even let's say that ceremonies are nothing, but they're still doing it, and they're covering their backs by going through the steps, even if it means nothing. You know what I mean? So it doesn't matter if you believe it or not. You got the people doing it. You got dudes dressing up and going to lodges every week and paying their dues and calling themselves, I'm part of, I'm a 32nd degree Mason or whatever it is that they call themselves. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not a Mason, but again, I know people who are. No disrespect to anybody. If you want to join a secret society, I mean, that's on you. I don't think that there are any secrets that are worth joining a group for that you can't access on the internet.
Nowadays, yeah, for sure.
Oh, exactly. Nowadays. So, because I know a lot of people who joined, and I have people who email me to tell me like, hey, I regret joining. They bamboozled me. Now I'm going to have this, I'm part of this group or whatever it is. And it's like, they regret it. So I think that, I think that there are people in touch with higher intelligences that are, telling them what to do on this realm. If you catch my drift, I think that they're in that. You can't tell me Biden is a real person, bro. You can't tell me Trudeau is not a real person. Look at them, dude. There's no way. That's the best. That's the best you guys got. That's the best that we got. Like, looking at these people after the fact, like, damn, really? That was the most popular guy?
Yeah, that's crazy. So what was your journey like from, Darren, do you got a question, or do you want to pop in there at all? Or?
No, I don't think so. I mean, I go ahead. I got some questions, but they can wait.
Okay, I wanted to. I mean, you kind of got into this a little bit at the beginning, but what was your journey like when you started this? You said you kind of hit your stride in 40-something episodes. So, like, learning about all this stuff along the way, how has your view changed on all this over the years?
Honestly, dude, the more I learn, the less I know. And I always tell people up front that I don't understand these topics any more than I did when I first started. And the reason for that being is because I'm not initiated into the mysteries. And I think that's a very important part, because to the uninitiated, you could be looking at something from the same text. I see it one way, the initiate sees it another.
Yeah.
And that's why I call myself an armchair occultist. That's as far as I'll go, because I've had people invite me to go do stuff like, open up portals and do occultic rituals and whatnot, because they know that I know about it, but I only like to read about it, because I do believe that as human beings, we have a filter. And I mean, there's a track record to a lot of these occultists that they quite literally go insane. And I mean, look at Jung, right? some people, no, he didn't go insane. He went crazy. You know what I'm saying? Like, he went crazy from looking into the depths of his subconscious through the use of writing, by the way. So he was writing his own, red book, and essentially there's a breaking point where, and that's why I think writing is so powerful, and that's why they're driving us away from that. We don't write anymore. We type. That's all we text. We type. We swipe. We do all these things on our phones, and we don't pay attention.
Is that why you take notes like this?
That's why I take notes on a Remarkable, and I use a pencil. Even if it is digital, I like it because I don't waste paper and I can organize my notes. But yeah, I do. And journaling is important. And my retention, it's like reading a physical book, bro. Nothing beats that experience of picking up a book, taking a good sniff of it, just taking a good whiff of an old book, taking in those spores into your nostrils and your lungs. I love it. There's something about the experience. And I think that's what these people were into. But yeah, it's changed my worldview as far as I reserve my personal beliefs. I do believe in God. I do believe in Jesus Christ. I do consider myself a Christian. Now, I'm a bit more open-minded than the regular Christian because I'm looking into these things, but that drove me to this point where I was told not to look into these things. And I was like, oh, okay, what's up with the Book of Enoch? And what's up with all this other stuff? And then you just go down the rabbit hole and you're like, all right, there's something to it. But the more I look into it, and there's an aspect to the occult that is important, that doesn't matter how many times you look at it and you start to pinpoint and start to focus in on it, it'll change right in front of you. It's like a weird phenomenon. And I've seen this also written down in other books that I've stumbled across. But yeah, I've oriented myself more than the beginning. And I remember when I wanted to understand alchemy at first, for the regular person, will just Google it. Oh, turning base metal into gold. Yeah, that's one aspect of it. And there are 7 other ways of interpreting that same text, right? The 7 different seals, right? The Bible.
Plus, they had to disguise their work too, right? So that not everybody could just follow along. You had to be sort of an alchemist or initiated into that. Yeah.
It was about sacred knowledge.
So how can you give us an example of how something will change right in front of you when you're looking at the occult? Like, do you have any personal examples?
I do. Yeah. I was translating so I've always gotten weird emails, but I always get, there's like groups that email me and stuff like that. And there's one in particular where it's like, the little man is a distraction. And by the little man, they're talking about the homunculus. Now, listen, here's the thing. I haven't looked into this. I probably should, but all the stuff that I've told you about, there is also like metaphysical aspects of the homunculus where you have the watcher aspect of it. You have, which is like a tulpa, thought form, astral projection, servitor, whatever. You have the physical homunculus where you're birthing it through the use of alchemy and doing the operations. You have the moon child, which is, again, another sort of operation. But I stumbled across Gerard Dorn. And I was translating something for a friend, and it had to do with Paracelsus and a certain mythological race that Paracelsus refers to. Mind you, Paracelsus in the 16th century, he created a lot of words. Okay, he coined a lot of words. For example, gnome, sylph, dwarves. Those were elementals. Those words are words that he coined. Homunculus, that's the word that he coined in the 16th century. So this dude is creating words. And you sometimes, when you read Paracelsus, you need a dictionary, a Paracelsian dictionary, because he'll say some things that you don't know what that means, because, yeah, he made up the word. So you have to look. So there are guys that dedicated their times to, there are entire Paracelsian dictionaries that are full of words that he created, and you can look up the definition of it. And I stumbled across one. And it's really weird because I was translating some stuff for a friend. And in my translation, I was like, oh, I'll just translate all the instances, right? I had OCR'd the text, so I pulled the text out of it. I'm able to search the whole thing. And I OCR'd and I searched for homunculus, and I translated all the parts that mention homunculus. And one of the parts that I translated was Gerard Dorn, which was this early alchemist who was responsible for preserving almost all of Paracelsus's work and translating them from German to Latin. And he was also the most cited alchemist of Carl Jung, because Carl Jung took an obsession of alchemy for a long time. He wrote a lot about it, and he's his most cited alchemist.
Wow.
And our boy Gerard Dorn writes, let me see if I don't know if I can find it real quick on my computer, probably not, but he writes about, he says, and I read it, the homunculus is not what everyone thinks it was about. The true purpose, what everyone thinks the true purpose of the homunculus is not really the purpose of it. So this entire time that I've been looking at something and zeroing in on something from one perspective, it's changing in the background. What did Dorn mean? That the homunculus's true purpose is not the one that we've always thought about. I don't know, because I don't read Latin. I have to translate the Latin to be able to extract it. But that's one example of how something can change.
And that was also correlated to that email that came in saying the little man is a distraction. So almost like you're going to find out that it's not what you thought it was.
I'm not initiated, so I don't know. You know what I'm saying? Maybe the initiates, they learn the secrets in some sort of weird way once they are initiated. And that's the whole aspect. You know, they told me the little man is a distraction. I've gotten like 3 or 4 emails like that, dude. Where it's like, all right, bro. I mean, I wouldn't know, nor do I care to know. But yeah, I probably should get back to translating the rest of that part, because I'd cut it off at one part and I was like, wait a minute. And when I was translating for my friend, I was like, dude, I just stumbled across something big. Right. So, and it's books that haven't been touched in sometimes hundreds of years. I mean, when was the last time somebody was reading that?
Oh, that's fascinating. So you just do that in Chat GPT 3.5 or?
So I have a process so what I do is I go directly to the source of where if it's been digitized at whatever library that it is, right? So you look up the manuscript number, you find the actual copy, but usually it's high res. You can either, if they don't have high res, you can request a high res. And what I'll do is I'll take that and I'll plug it into Transcribus, which is an AI they specialize in old text. And you can either train a model, which I have, or you can use the models that they have. So you do Transcribus, you OCR the text there, you scan the whole thing, you get lines and everything, and then you're able to pull that out and you painstakingly give ChatGPT parameters on, you give it some information about the text, the year, and then you tell it how you want it to translate it. And you go in there and you copy, paste, and have at it. So if you have 100 pages, guess what? You can only do 5,500 characters at a time. Have at it. So it's a very painstaking process, but I've done it. I've done the biggest I've done is like 30 pages. Sometimes I've done sections. It just depends on, I'll do the table of contents if it's like 1,000 pages and get whichever part that I want the best.
And like you said, now with the OCR, with it in the digital format, now you can start searching it and find those areas. You don't have to do the whole volume. You can find some pertinent areas that you want to research.
And what I've done is, what I'll do is, because sometimes these things are on like low script, very esoteric, and what I've done is I'll scan it. It'll have errors. So I'll go on like Fiverr or something. I'll hire somebody who speaks the language to go in and edit it for me, because you can bring in collaborators on the file and they'll go in, they'll charge me however much. That's why it's important to support podcasts like ours, because we're actually doing real work to bring forth actual knowledge. I'm not just taking somebody else's stuff and regurgitating it. Like, I'm putting in work.
It's original research. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll hire like a German script specialist, historian, and he'll go in, he'll fix the errors, and I'm able to train a model after that to pick up on those errors next time. So that's why it's important. We don't just take the money and do nothing with it. We're actually putting the money to work and bringing out and extracting information from texts that haven't been touched in hundreds of years. And that's why it's important to pass on the knowledge.
I love it. So, I mean, we do want to get into the arcane ritual, the rites of the mummy, Carla, I guess. I mean, I do think that fits in with all this chat we've been doing, because it kind of sort of manifests in a modern book about some of the stuff we've been talking about. Do you want to lead us into that?
Do you know what it is?
I read up on it a little bit. It's pretty crazy. I mean, it's got the, this whole ritual, the cross dressings in there as well. Yes. And I haven't read the book, but I mean, it sounds absolutely fascinating, because it's like it's basically the lineage of Crowley in a lot of ways, right?
Yeah, the Typhonian OTO, in the 1970s, I believe it was 1980 something. The head of the Typhonian OTO in the U.S. conducted a ritual to induce an abduction. Now, like I said, there's people who believe these things. Now, and the reason why I stumbled across that research, and I haven't done the second half, which is what Evans was impregnated with. Okay, it was a dude who got yeah.
What?
Yeah,
now we're getting into Darren's territory about the butt births and stuff.
Transgender butt birthers.
Yeah, so he got impregnated with what I've dubbed a numerical parasite. So I haven't done the research on the math. Apparently the math checks out according to Peter Levenda, who wrote that book and was in contact. The dude lives in Florida, but I don't know if he's still alive. I know as late as 2020 he was. I don't know if he's still around, but I could essentially reach out to him and secure an interview. But point being, I was doing this research in regards to the Miami mall monster incident that happened, the Miami alien incident that happened, right? Miami, the Magic City. And according to the Typhonian OTO, I know you brought up Epstein earlier. Well, Epstein's Zorro Ranch, where he was trying to impregnate, I think it was like 33 women or something with a seed, had a circle on the outside of it. It's in the middle of the desert. And if you follow all the details, it correlates to Crowley's Moonchild recipe to create a Moonchild. Okay.
Wow.
And it's interesting.
Maybe that's what he was doing. It wasn't so much about spreading his seed, but it's just that it gives you that many more options to create.
I'm just here to present the information, bro. If it lines up with whatever you just said and it lines up with it, I'm not telling you to believe that, but you connected the dots. There you go, bro. Good job. So I believe they were trying to do this. Exactly. And there are certain areas around the world, mind you, in New Mexico, the land of enchantment, where the Zorro Ranch was. Not too far away from that Zorro Ranch was also the Trinity site, which allegedly they also were trying to radioactively create a homunculus within the big jumbo container that they had out there. They never really told us what that container was about. What was a huge container? I mean, you have the whole Twin Peaks aspect of it, right? Bob and the whole bomb and everything. So I believe that the government has been involved in this technology and they're interested in it. And also there are areas around the world that have certain powers. And Miami was considered by the Typhonian OTO a power zone, what they referred to as a power zone. Now, a power zone is an area where you are able to open up two-ended communication with extraterrestrial entities. Now, it's interesting that it's Miami because Miami, we have the Florida archetype of the Florida man. I think that there's something either about the drinking water in Florida or something about the energy in Florida that if you don't know how to navigate it, you go insane. And there's a reason why it's one of the tips of the Bermuda Triangle, right? The triangle manifestation, the yoni, if you will, the portal. You have the whole Atlantean lure connected to that. And they believe that they were tapping into, so the workings, the Kerr law workings. They believe that they were opening up and amplifying this. And this is where it gets really interesting because I mentioned earlier, we might be worshiping Cthulhu. Well, these chaos magicians, the most powerful thing about chaos magic is that nothing is true, but everything is permitted. So therefore, they can adopt essentially an extraterrestrial cosmology for their working and then chuck it right after. So that's where you get the Lovecraftian aspect of these chaos magicians, the Typhonian OTO, especially Kenneth Grant's work, where they were using the Cthulhu mythos as real entities that they were worshiping. So it's like, wait a minute, isn't that science fiction horror? Isn't that literature? Like that? I thought it was make-believe.
And then what you talked about with literature before, right? And things happening. I mean, they could be creating this stuff like tulpas out of this mythology. Like there could be bringing mythology to life, basically.
You got it. And that's why I think space, although it is not real and homosexual, I think that it's about having that concept available because these occultists use it. Because when they launch a rocket into space, it's a ritual. It's a ritual, you know? There's a reason why all these things are aligned the way they are, and I think that's why they don't let it die. By the way, Lovecraft predicted the discovery of Pluto, 5 years before it was a thing. There's a mountain on Pluto that is named after Cthulhu. So it's like, what are you talking about? Because I had a comment one time. I was interviewing the head of the Typhonian OTO, and
Really?
Michael Staley, and they commented, "Why do you keep up? Why do you?" No, I'm sorry. I was talking about The Night Side of Eden. It was Kenneth Grant's work. Why do you keep up? Why do you keep bringing Lovecraft into this? He was just writing fiction. I was like, and I commented back, tell me you've never read Kenneth Grant's work without telling me you've never read Kenneth Grant's work. Because it's essentially the Lovecraft mythos taking in a literal sense. I mean, they break it down for you. Okay. And and maybe that's to put people off, like, oh, Lovecraft fiction wasn't anything. Well, he was being inspired in his dreams. What's a dream? It's an altered state of consciousness. What if sleep is the portal? What if when you go night-night, there are things trying to influence you from the outside?
I mean, regardless of that, if this book is true, I mean, it says here that they were, they were using these elements in an effort to traverse the tunnels of Set, pathways on the dark side of the Kabbalistic tree of life. I mean, so whether it's just sci-fi or not, I mean, these people that are directly lineated from Crowley's.
That's Stranger Things, bro. The dark side of the tree, the upside down universe B, where they're able to, and that's why the portal in Stranger Things is on the tree. So you don't think that they're reading the same literature and extracting that information from it and putting it in front of millions of people to carry on and take with them, So yeah, and by the way, they wanted to induce an abduction through the use of the dead man pose. Now, this is where yoga comes into play, and I said this on, I forgot what
podcast,
what podcast I was on, where they went crazy when I think I was premiering it on my show, where I brought up yoga, and right, Thelema, we are all stars. Okay. If in space there are black holes and portals and voids and other things to access other dimensions, essentially, guess what? We're a microcosm of the macro. Therefore, you can access those portals through you. Now, the use of yoga in this sense, you're positioning yourself in a certain type of way where it's called the body mandala. I don't know if you've seen the show, I think it's the OA, where they do the weird, stupid dances.
We had the guest on. I just mentioned this the other day, where the guest that wrote Shape Power, which was what he was visited by Hollywood, who stole his idea and didn't give him credit to make OA.
Whoa,
it's crazy, dude.
You know the dumb dances that they do? That's essentially what I'm talking about, where you position yourself in a certain type of body form to use your body as a mandala to access these other realms or let things in. So he was using the dead man. What was that?
Or stop a school shooter.
Or stop. Right. Yeah, right. So again, Naruto, the hand, the mudras, all this stuff that they do, these sort of things to bring for Full Metal Alchemist. I don't know if you've seen it when they do the hand stuff and they open up the portals. Doctor Strange, when they do all that, open up the portals. So that same sort of concept. So this dude, 1974 or 84, something like that, was, I don't know, you didn't read the book, right? So
no,
it's really weird, but I'll leave the other parts out of it. Just when you read it, you're gonna be like, what? So they were trying to induce an abduction, and they succeeded. And he was taken through the tunnels of Set, and he was used as a battery by the great old ones. And I guess they were running a train on him. And after they were done with him, he was impregnated. Now, he wasn't impregnated with like a baby, as one would say. But it's interesting that the Taoists also believe that they could get pregnant with a little golden man. But that's besides the point. He got impregnated with a numerical parasite that allegedly showed him a hidden code within the Liber Al. So the book of the law of Crowley. And again, that's the part that I haven't dug into, but essentially what he was taught was that every single different Egyptian god and goddess was a different mathematical equation, because he believed that the Egyptians were also using this technology, and that's why they did the mummification process, to induce these abductions and again go into these other realms and interact with these other entities. And it all had to do with the phi, or the, I think, pi, so the, you know, the constant formula, and that's the key to understanding these entities on the other side. Again, source, trust me, bro, but very interesting nonetheless, because Lavenda wrote that book on that because he checked out the math and he said that it works.
Yeah,
so there's something to it. Again, it's almost like the movie The Number 23, where he's getting all these downloads and seeing the numbers, and you have that meme where he's like seeing the numbers and connecting all the dots. Well, that's a real thing, by the way, synesthesia, where people see numbers and colors.
Yeah.
So you know, there's something to that. But yeah, just an interesting rabbit hole that I linked to Miami, where that whole Miami Mall monster thing. And if anything, I don't subscribe to the alien theory. I think that if anything, it was an occultic, an occult. I'm sorry, I get corrected when I say occultic. An occult happening, paranormal experience, you know, shared hysteria type of thing that happened at the mall that day. I think that, again, people did experience something and they had a shared hallucination type of thing. Because it's interesting that no videos come out. All those stores, I've been to that mall, all those stores, and not one video from.
What about the videos of all the fighting outside and all that? Like I my sense was they were trying to cover up from a bunch of beatings that happened outside that had racial undertones.
Well, the video that you're talking about, if you watch the full video, they break it up right after, right? So again, we're only seeing it from one perspective.
Yeah.
And it's interesting that right down the road is the Miami Circle. Right down the road is the 444 Brickell site, where they found an old burial site of Tequesta Indians. So this city is, you know, Miami is built on burial sites of a lot of different indigenous people. And at the mouth of a river right there, right down the road, right next to it, it's right on the water. So I think that there's a lot more, if anything, paranormal things going on more than anything. And I think maybe aliens, how Crowley was able to contact them through ceremonial magic, I think aliens are part of that technology, if you will. And I think that there might be two different kinds of extraterrestrials. And I think they are interdimensional. So if anything, it was a shared hallucination and a paranormal experience that happened between a large group of people. And yeah, that's.
I want to mention something about, you mentioned yoga and Crowley. I mean, we're publishing this book this year. It's an audiobook called Karma Yoga. So, and I didn't realize this, but it's got the same stuff as, is it out?
It's not on Amazon yet,
but it's on the podcast.
Yeah.
So get this. Get this. This is a quoted from the book Karma Yoga. Do what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law is the mantra of this lesson of Karma Yoga. There is no law beyond do what thou wilt. Ishtapurti. The ordinance is called in the Vedas. The individual will such as it feels to be has always the last word, the casting vote. So that's from the Bhagavad Gita even. And it says in the Gospel of the Gita, should be in very large print, pray do not pass it by. Yes, the adept does what he wills and allows nothing to interfere with it. This was the ordinance long ago in Ecclesiastes 2. Go thy way, eat thy bread with joy, and drink thy wine with a merry heart. Let the garments be always bright, and let thy head lack no ointment. Live joyously all the days of vanity. So the Quran also has it. So they're going through all these like religious texts with to basically say what Crowley's saying.
Well, I don't think he created anything. I think he took a lot of things and again,
but he gets
turned it into his own.
But he kind of gets vilified for that whole thing. I mean, he might have taken it to a level that's not to be taken into, but
because it's a technology. It depends on how you use it, right? It's, the power is in the beholder type of thing.
It says here, like for the
it's a tool. You can't blame what people point the tool at. It's not evil or good. It's just, you know, it's just there and you can use it for evil or for good.
Exactly.
It says here, for the karma yogi, all that has been advised with regard to helping humanity is that he should adapt every one of his actions, govern each one of his thoughts, frame each one of his words so that it doesn't at all interfere with anyone's free will. For everyone is a star, a blazing sun whose destiny none may interfere with. So, you know, that's the part that I guess is the, you know, sort of the caveat to doing what thou wilt shall be the whole of the law.
And even that he took from the guy's name was Francois Rabelais, I believe is how it was. The guy that wrote Gargantua and whatever that book is, The Giants.
Oh, would that be a good book to do on audio?
So it would, according to Fulcanelli, it actually has some hidden codes within it.
Really?
So, yeah. There's something about that book that has something encoded within it, and that Rabelais had the first Thelema. He had a club called Thelema, and he also said, "Do what thou wilt."
Wow.
Was right across. So again, and essentially, we all take from people's research and we incorporate it into our own, which is fine. But flat out stealing somebody's ideas is a whole nother thing, right? I mean, if you're not giving credit, especially, but maybe he took a lot of different ideas and a lot of different cosmologies and formed his own. Maybe, or maybe he stole it all. Who knows? And took credit for it.
Yeah, and I wasn't really trying to insinuate that he stole it, just that it's been around for a lot longer. You know, I think people feel, or I had a perception that it was a modern sort of thing, you know, that he developed himself more recently, that it wasn't something that he took from all these religious texts.
No, and that's why whenever I do bring up the yoga stuff, like it's demonic, well, that's why from the Christian perspective, they tell you don't do that sort of stuff. And somebody asked me if, I think it was Tony Merkel, over dinner, I think it was. He asked me if a Christian participating in this sort of stuff, if they're unintentionally open themselves up to these entities. Now, when you play with fire enough, you're going to get burned eventually, right? So I think that the occulted, this concept called the occulted scaffolding, and in the occult, those are essentially the intentions behind that system. The stuff that we don't see that went into the creation of said system. And you don't know what intent you're carrying on by using these systems from the original authors. And I always use the King James Version, where maybe the King James Version, which some people are King James Version maxis, where they're like, you can only use the King James. Well, there's evidence that King James might have been gay and all these other stuff. You know, just ignore those letters, right? He was writing about witches and all these other different things and vampires and demons. And he wrote 3 books on demonology, right? Again, so just weird stuff that maybe in the original 1611, you know, Bacon put in some ciphers or codes in it, maybe the original. And who's to say it was maybe washed out after the fact, right? Maybe they did put some stuff, some Shakespearean codes within the original 1611 version of the Bible. Who knows? But I mean, if you look at the history, he was one of the first Freemasons, you know, like, and what's he doing with the editing of the Bible? Like, what? Like, is that not weird to you? Like, is that not like ring some red flags? But some people just completely ignore certain stuff. So that's why I mean, like, you don't know what went into the creation of said thing that's influencing you. And that's like any movie that you watch. And somebody told me like, oh, be careful. And here's the thing. Somebody wrote to me one time like, oh, should I watch this movie? Am I going to open up myself to demonic possession? I go, listen, dude, you're more than likely to open up yourself to demonic possession by reading memes on Twitter or something, you know, some sort of things. Like, you can watch that movie and you'll probably be fine. I have some theories about like the A24 movies that might be cursed because they're coming out with some really weird movies, but that's besides the point. But I do think that these cinemagicians are putting things in our movies and our media, because it all has to do with pictorial magic, sympathetic magic. And some people refuse to believe in the occult and the supernatural. That's fine. But just know that the people that are putting things in front of them believe in it.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying? Like, they believe in it. So it's real to them. That's all that matters. And that's why belief is a very powerful tool. It's also a technology, in my opinion.
Yeah. Darren, you got any questions?
Yeah, it's a technology that's being manipulated by them. I mean, that's the whole reason of having Hollywood and the news and all that stuff, is to control reality to the highest sort of level that you can.
I always wondered, right, like during the Great Depression, all the greatest movies came out during the Great Depression. And I was like, wait, where the hell were they getting the money from this? And when you look into it, people were going to the movies to escape their reality. They were going to the movies to live through these movies, through the characters in these movies. And if you look, you have Dracula, you have King Kong, you have White Zombie, you have all the archetypal, what I call the Hollywood pantheon, the greatest hits, all developed through the Great Depression.
Oh,
Where'd the
man,
money come from?
And it's also to I think Hollywood, more and more I'm realizing it nowadays than because I couldn't get into this 5-10 years ago. It took me years to realize, like, the whole magical kingdom, even, like, I swear to God, they're just making all this magic in Hollywood is just to make people think there isn't really such thing as magic, because it's all just cartoons, it's all just theater, it's all these movies like you mentioned. It's all just it's not only like putting it out there for us, but it's making us think of it in the opposite way that we should. Like,
yeah, and I think that maybe who knows, it might not be like the supernatural Harry Potter, or maybe it was. I believe that back then, maybe antediluvian or whatever, during that the old earth, I think it was like that. I think it was
like Lord of the Rings, kind of.
Exactly. I think that there was people were more in touch with that. The words were more powerful. And if you look at the alphabet, look at the modern day alphabet, there's symbols in there that were made up or were created. They're creations of man. And that's why I think that Shakespeare and that section there, who allegedly Shakespeare was also involved with John Dee for quite some time, if Shakespeare was even a real person or not.
Shakespeare was probably Bacon and the beginning
Edward
MI6. It seems like Bacon,
Edward de Vere, I think.
Yeah, and then MI6 seems to come out of all of it.
Well, you said it, not me. But that group of thinking, right? He influenced the English language a lot. You know what I'm saying? Like these guys influence what we use today. And that's what people need to realize, that because of alchemy, we have porcelain. The guy was trying to do a transmutation, bro. And he just so happened to stumble across porcelain and the industrial application of that. So because of some woo-woo belief of trying to live forever and extend your life forever, the guy of binary code, the reason that we have the ones and zeros in our computer, Gottfried Leibniz, he was going around hanging out with these dudes collecting stories of transmutation, alchemical transmutations all over Europe at the time. And he also went to go collect the hidden notebook of René Descartes at one point as well, which I didn't know. Descartes also had some like supernatural visions during his time as a soldier or something like that. I learned that the other day. I was listening to Manly P. Hall or something. And yeah, and think about it. Any major religion anywhere was all through divine inspiration and from a very old book that some people took and they carried on and they still believe in it. Yeah. Which, don't get me wrong, the Bible is a very interesting piece of literature. And it can be looked at 7 different ways: alchemically, historically, allegorically, and insert all the other ones that I still don't know what they are. But there are 7 different ways of interpreting a lot of things. And I think it's all how you look at it. So because of these books, we have major religions today. They're just books. I call it interdimensional literature, where it's like these books that resonate throughout reality. And people take it and they run with it, which there's nothing wrong with that. But you got to understand how many times has it been manipulated and corrupted and perverted and changed up. Because you even see this in these. So looking at these texts, right? Going through these libraries of images, you'll find texts that have talismans on them, right? But the talismans will be scratched out. And that's indicative of like, wait a minute. So somebody at one point in time believed enough in the magic of that talisman to scratch it out to cancel out the. You ever wondered why all the Egyptian statues have broken noses or broken arms?
Yep. Yeah.
Because they believed. So the people robbing those tombs were of the people that lived there. because they had enough belief in that the statues would suffocate them, or that they were alive. Therefore, let's cut their nose off to suffocate the statue, or let's cut off I think it's the right arm or left arm that has power there. Anyway, some supernatural beliefs. So I think that the occult, magic, all these things, it's a system, it's a technology, and I think it can be used for good or for evil. And I think that the people in power know that. And the use of archetypes and all these, even Carl Jung was a freaking part of that. I think the MI whatever or other at one point, CIA or whatever he was part of. So you can't even trust these guys that are at the forefront of a lot of the things that we talk about. John D, essentially the first 007. Can we trust what he was saying when he was in touch with extraterrestrial entities? I don't know. And that's why, like I said, I don't understand
any of that old stuff. It's all kind of comes with the salt as far as I'm concerned.
Yeah. And I've always said, how do you determine the difference between a good entity and a bad entity? Because, John D and Edward Kelly thought they were talking to angels, and they made them cuck themselves. So it's like, would an angel do that? Would an angel make you cuck yourself? Like, what? What do you mean? So like I said, I'm here to present ideas to people and show them the way in some sort of weird format, and they can do what they want with that information. And I'll show you where I got it. Like, here, I got it from here, and you can check it out yourself, and you can do your own research, which is what I always encourage everyone to do. Read it. It's right there, and come up with your own interpretation. Like the whole Epstein thing. I didn't say it. You said it.
Darren, do you got any other questions? Or
I didn't say the so okay. We were talking about before we wrap up. We're almost not done. We're talking about the Jedis and all that earlier. So who do you think's the Jedis are over there right now? The Jews or the Palestinians?
Yikes! I think that I personally don't buy into like chosen people mumbo jumbo. I'm just a filthy Puerto Rican, bro. I got no horse in that race, but I've seen sometimes that the people who are, if my studies of history are true, usually the people who are spitting some sort of truth are usually the ones that are suppressed. So usually the ones that are onto something are the ones that get wiped out, the ones that get censored, the ones that are unalived, if you get what I mean. So take that for what you will, but yeah, I don't have a horse in that race. Yeah, I've seen that where it's like the white hats versus the black hats. I don't know. I think they're all corrupt. I think that government is fake and gay, and we need less government. I want the government leaving me the hell alone, and I want less taxes. And as long as we have a structure, we're good to go. But gonna be like that guy from, what was the newest president? The tantric sex teacher that resurrected his dog because he thought it was from some sort of lineage or something or other.
Was that Trump?
The newest president, the libertarian in.
Oh, Milei.
Oh, Milei. Milei. Yeah, I don't know that we can have any government, man. I don't see any way that it does, Even, I mean, the American one was like the freest thing ever, and it still ended up co-opted in less than fucking a quarter. I don't know what a quarter of a millennium. It took a quarter of a millennium to fucking less than that, probably, because we've been fucked for 100 years. So, I don't know that you can have any government, and any sort of form of it starts to come in has to be stamped out immediately. I really don't see how it has to be private and voluntary.
Well, everything has its pros and cons, right? I do think that we need some sort of structure, but definitely less government. Trust me, I'm a small business owner, so I know the struggles, and I hate paying 40% of my, income to the government. They take half of it. We don't know what they do with it. They could
print it.
They send it over to Ukraine and stuff like
that.
Right?
No. It's worse than that. They print it. They print it trillions and trillions and trillions of dollars at a time. So what the fuck are they taking ours for? No reason but to fucking keep their thumb on your fucking throat.
Yeah. And I told people that a while ago, where it was like, why would they need to get involved in these other places if they literally have the infinite money hack? You know what I'm saying?
Print it, launder it, send it back to your foundation.
No, I agree with you on that, dude. 100%. The money laundering, corrupt little homunculi, they need to be stopped.
Homunculi. Those are little butt fuckers, those ones. Juan, this has been great. Where can people find all your stuff?
Yeah, what do you got going on over there?
So I'm working on issue 2 of my comic book series, The Chosen Juan. You can find that at chosenjuan.com. You can find all my stuff on tjojp.com. I do offer, again, I have a publication called The Occultist Monday, which is just different articles that I've written about the occult. And I have the Homunculus Owner's Manual, where you can learn to create your own homunculus and get it under control. 33 pages, jam-packed of original art, all about the homunculus. And I'm also working on, coming out soon, a limited edition homunculus growing kit. So you'll be able to get that soon. It'll be out here in a couple months or something. And yeah, I got a Patreon for those interested, patreon.com/the Juan on Juan podcast, YouTube members, all that good stuff. And thank you guys for having me. This is a great time. I love talking about these things. And I think that reality is stranger than what a lot of people put it out to be, right? These are things that have been written about throughout the ages.
And eat them, so we could like farm homunculi.
Yeah, it seems a little dangerous growing your own homunculi. I mean, do we want to be playing around with this stuff?
Just can them when they're still little babies. You see this, they have little babies in jars, but they're like cooked.
Yeah, those are pickled punks. Those are
bad soundbite, but whatever. I mean, you've thought of it clearly.
Dude. Again, that has something to do with the occult. There's a lot of hierarchy and monarchs that or we're talking about the king and stuff like that, who had collections of these. They had Rudolph II was one of the ones to have the Kunstkammer, which was like essentially a microcosm of the macro. Anyways, that's a whole other podcast. But do I?
I'm gonna pickle my enemies.
Yeah, that's a good talisman, bro. That's a good talismanic, sort of way to go about the technique, if you will. So you destroy your enemies, and then you keep their body parts, such as their heads or something, in a jar, and you can use it for your magical ceremonies. Whatever floats your boat.
You just smoke out and chat with them. You say, sorry, but if you had a bite, we had a beef, but you were all right. You're a good adversary.
Yeah.
All I got are fucking, trans people that are crying about the fucking weather, and I don't want to get into all that right now. Juan, this has been a fantastic hour and a half. Thank you very much. We wish you luck in all your endeavors. We need to come back again sometime. I mean, this is a good chat, and people keep saying that we look alike. So, I mean, that came up like 50 times.
Oh, dude, I love it. I'll leave the mustache on, just the mustache on next time.
Yeah. So the Grimerica people say that you're my twin, and the Juan people say that I'm your twin. So.
Well, Darren is my homunculus. There, I said it. So sorry, guys.
Whoa, bro. I think I'm older than you.
Homunculus confirmed. Homunculus confirmed. Eat a bag of dog dicks.
There you go.
There you go. Juan, thank you very much. Stay dry down in Florida and come back anytime.
Definitely. Thank you guys for having me.
Take care.
And that was a chat with Juan Ayala, the Chosen Juan. What'd you think?
The Chosen Juan, Juan on Juan podcast. Yeah, that was great. That was fantastic.
Juan.
Yeah, I love it.
I did. That was a good one. We had a bunch of people watching live. It was a good chat.
Yeah, thanks to Juan for bringing some people over to watch live.
Big thanks to Juan for coming on the show. Big thanks to you guys for listening, for being our Plus supporters. This is the extended edition. You guys got the whole thing. So we don't really have much else to tell you. You know what you can do. If you haven't checked out the Grimerica show yet, you can do that. That's always a good one to check out. You can check out all the audiobooks we were talking about before at adultbrain.ca. It's also a podcast, Adult Brain Audiobooks. Excuse me. Wherever podcasts are found, I ate too many sunflower seeds earlier. Wherever podcasts are found, you can get the audiobooks, Adult Brain Audiobooks, and the Grimerica show. And of course, on YouTube now, you can also get your Adult Brain audiobooks over there for free.
Also,
there's ads free to use.
Yeah, Juan mentioned Manly P. Hall too. We have his whole newsletter the All-Seeing Eye on YouTube, separated out. There's like 51, I think, 51 parts of that newsletter on
Right, you
YouTube.
did that. You put all that out
Yeah,
there. So that's
yeah.
right. And we got other great titles coming out every day on that YouTube channel. ISIS Unveiled 1, 2, Outwitting the Devil's coming out. We got everything from everybody, Blavatsky, you know, all these people. It's all coming out on the Adult Brain YouTube channel, Adult Brain Podcast, and any place else you get podcasts. Or sorry, audiobooks. Anyway, that's all I got. Other than that, we love you guys. Thanks for listening. And we will see you next week.